DNS 화이팅!
DNS 퍼스 화이팅! 화이팅! 한나생명 화이팅!
The LCK Cup. Welcome, everyone. Hi. Welcome. Hi, I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Wolf. We're here for the LCK Cup at the beautiful Chijijik Low Park. And yesterday, I think we probably need to acknowledge it. Some commiserations need to be thrown out. KT, probably one of the most disappointing games so far this year, and it will probably remain that way for the remainder of the year. It might even be the most disappointing game of the decade.
It could be. There have been some disappointing games from some other teams.
I mean, DNS Pro, though, like, that is the example, right? Like, that's what they're up against.
Yeah.
I was happier at the end of that.
But there was also this team that had a disappointing game against Bro as well. And I have noticed a trend, Alice. When we take a look at the standings, you'll see that Group Baron and Group Elder are even at 8-8. We keep having 5 game days where one team from Group Baron is triumphant, one team from Group Elder is triumphant. So either we'll get the expected result today if this trend continues with Genji and D+, both being the victors, or sorry, not Genji, D+, Genji and Hanwha being the victors. And so moving their groups to 9-9, or D+ and DNS both win.
Right.
And the upset happens with DNS taking out Hanwha Esports. And with how Hanwha is looking right now, they're both on the same score line. It's not impossible.
I don't think so. And I actually think, based on our initial result here, the evening out of the groups may actually reign supreme, right? That is the most important thing at the end of the day. And so in order to get 9-9, if DNS wins, then DK has to win. So if you're a DK fan, definitely be rooting for DNS here in our very first series of the day. Having a look here, Baron third versus Elder third. Not exactly what anyone was expecting moving into this week of play. But yeah, HLE is sitting on 1 and 2. That's just how it is. Also, fun fact, the only win that Nongshim have got so far in the LCK Cup is against HLE.
Yeah.
That is the weirdest stat, the craziest thing, as we do have a World Finals 80 carry rematch on completely different teams here between Dokdom and Gumayushi.
Yeah, this is going to be a really exciting matchup. Guma having a pretty, I think most people would agree, disappointing performance in their last series, hoping to bounce back in a big way here. The team has been doing interviews, like we had an interview with Kanavi yesterday, an interview with Guma yesterday, basically both saying that the speed at which they're making calls, the way they're moving together isn't always fully aligned.
Yeah,
they're still an incredibly talented group of players. They are very strong, right? But the decision-making needs to be smarter. It needs to be more aligned in-game. And that was kind of the theory we all had, right? Coming into what we saw in those games was that the shot calling is missing Peanut quite significantly for Hanwha Life Esports.
I would say so. I was a bit distracted, Wolf, I'm not going to lie, by just how adorable all the exchanges were. Both PureShik and Kanavi sharing a little bit of a giggle there, and you saw Peter and Delight doing exactly the same thing. A bit of camaraderie across the rift here between these two teams as we get into it. And definitely very, very heartwarming to see our players, regardless of which team they're on, still just having a great time. PureShik in high spirits, though, is a dangerous and frightening sight, because we know when it comes to hot and cold players, there is no one that's as hot or as cold as PureShik.
That is absolutely true. We'll see what PureShik we get today.
Looking pretty hot at the moment, though, based on that big grin walking out.
I think so.
I'd probably put it towards the I'd be scared if I'm HLE type side of things, but we'll just have to see. Some fun matchups here in this game. Dudu versus Zayas there towards the top side of the map. Zayas sort of being the successor of Dudu, who played on HLE for such a long time. And so seeing whether that mantle has really been progressed with the pickup of Zayas, or whether the year of Dudu will reign supreme. It may, if this somehow downfall of HLE is going to continue, or is this where they right the ship? That is going to be the big question.
That's the question, right? I mean, they lost to Nongshim. The last time Hanwha Life Esports lost to Nongshim was back when they had the Chorus roster in 2022. The budget Hanwha, that one was not the greatest roster they'd ever put together, but they lost to Nongshim. They nearly lost to Bro. And now, up against DNS, who beat DRX, who are also looking pretty good right now, taking a game off T1, nearly taking a game off Genji, and of course, dispatching of Nongshim yesterday in a very rocky series on both sides.
Oh, yes.
Hard to take too much away from that. we'll see what Hanwha Life do today, because I think one thing has been incredibly clear in Hanwha Life's gameplay so far. It's that the early games, they have been extremely aligned. They have been really strong at snowballing advantages. Zeka and Kanavi could potentially be the strongest mid-jungle duo right now in the LCK. It's what happens when we get to late-game team fights and pushing those advantages around vision and trying to set up side laning where things tend to fall apart. Zeus gets caught in sides a lot, something we've seen in the past. And, you know, Gumayusi's team fighting has been a little bit either too passive or too aggressive. And Kanavi, he only has one mode, as we have discussed many times here. He only goes in, he only is aggressive. And I saw a really funny meme yesterday on Reddit about like, if Hanwha Life Esports are a little bit ahead, Kanavi's like, we got to further this lead. I'm going to the empty raptor
I know
camp.
that one.
If Hanwha Life is even, he's like, I need to get ahead. I'm going to go invade the enemy raptor camp. If they're massively behind, he's like, what are we going to do? Sit back and lose? I'm going to the enemy raptor camp.
It's an old one, but it's a good one. Still checks out. That code will still get you, you know, past the shield on the Forest Moon. Don't you worry about that one. As yes, one thing that we do need to address here as well is that Fizz Khalifa has kept Australia as the best country in the world in their copy pasta when they start the game. So I think I really do need to echo that we really do appreciate it as long as it continues. So there we go. This match is really fun, and I wasn't expecting, like when I had a look at the calendar, right, and I saw this match, I was like, oh man, it's the Genji DK waiting room. I didn't really want to be here for this one. But now, based on what we've seen, with the fact that DNS stepped up against DRX earlier on, there's a lot of stuff to look out for here, and there could be a chance of an upset.
There could be. And I'm kind of feeling, obviously I predicted Hanwha Life Esports at the beginning of the week, but if I was asked again today, I might predict them to lose because they're just too inconsistent, and there are a lot of problems mid-game and onward.
Yeah.
And that huge leads don't necessarily solve, as KT showed yesterday. And as both DRX and Nongshim showed yesterday. Because it's a snowbally meta, and I think any team in the LCK right now can get a 4,000 gold lead on any other team. We saw it, DRX got a massive lead over Genji. That doesn't always translate to being able to win those later team fights, especially around Baron, which is a lot tougher to tackle right now.
Exactly right, but here we are into Champion Select for game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. DNS on the blue side with second pick, which I will never get used to, as HLE did have right of first selection, and they selected the ability to pick first.
I'm making it a thing, right? So you have 3 choices now. You have R1, R5, or blue side. Those are the 3 picks. They chose R1.
Got it. I still want to just say right of first selection.
Yes, we
as
can
slowly
say that
as possible.
Yeah, we can say that right before as well.
I prefer to do that. I did want to do the ruffle thing, but it really doesn't make any sense. So maybe I should just I should shelve that one for now and do something that, you know, maybe if, like, say we went to like First Stand or MSI and we started saying that, everyone would be like, dude, you're stupid. And I don't want that. I don't want that from my colleagues because they've never said that before.
No.
Ever. And so
We're
I don't
trading.
want to start now. As yeah, we've got the Azir coming on through. Could be Closer just locking in the Orianna, and there it is.
Nocturne was banned, so you could tell exactly the way Hanwha Life Esports were saying we're going to take this unfair trade. It's the Azir, but you don't get the Nocturne. But Pyoshik's like, well, I've got the next best thing. Well, we'll take the Jarvan.
There's another next best thing, and that's the Xin Zhao. And then everything is going to be true and balanced, and as we expect. There are a lot of things left up and available, though, namely the Nico, which is still there, Yunara, a big one, that we don't often see first pick, but when there's a Jarvan already there, you're not as worried about the Vi and things like that. Kana Vi could come out, though.
Yeah. Varus, a classic for Gumayusi, and he is going to lock that one in.
Yeah.
Do love to see when Guma gets his hands on this pick. The Vi you mentioned will be the next step, potentially, although Kanavi teasing us with, or Zeka's teasing us, but maybe telling Zeka to hover release and he's thinking about it. But either way, Xin Zhao definitely feels to be the strongest pick in this situation with the picks available. Like, if Mbessa was up, I think there's definitely some leeway there. If you ended up going for Aatrox, I don't think you'd show it here. The Sivir with the Jarvan on DNS's side makes a ton of sense, and it's also opting into a later game scenario where you're scaling and trying to play through front to back and wave clear, where Hanwha Life Esports have been at their weakest in the second half of the game.
Yep. Another really fun fact here that is definitely related to the game is the acronyms from the beginnings of the bans actually both spell words. So we've banned a jar on one side and a man on the other.
Ah.
So that's kind of cool, isn't it?
That is, yeah.
So there it is. That's just a little bit of a fun fact for you guys. I like to add a little bit extra when I am on the broadcast. So there it is. Jop isn't quite as cool, so we're going to ignore.
When you get the vowel in between the consonants, you know, you can make things happen.
Yeah, man-buh also doesn't quite work. They could be trying to ban a man bun, which I would have taken offense to if I hadn't have already cut it off.
Are there any O champions left available?
Yeah, like, if they ban Yunara second on the side of HLE, they could have been on their way to banning the man bun.
Aww.
And then they first ban Nico next game. Oh, it'd be perfect. We'll just have to see whether that is exactly where they're going.
I think it's really interesting that the Poppy is banned here. Poppy has been really terrible in lane, but has been decent in terms of team fights, but it's been nerfed significantly. It's not really very viable in the jungle that Xin Zhao's already taken away. The Gnar makes a little bit more sense here.
Yep. It also works with the acronym situation as well, because it's kind of like they're saying Ja and then they fell over. It's like Ja, you know? It kind of works perfectly.
See what this final ban will be, because they have plenty of engage. Anything that pushes lane in terms of supports would be something they could have considered. The Bard was the best one. The Gwen will be taken away, so Gwen and Gnar out of the top lane. See who makes the first move here in terms of that, because DN Supers do have the counter pick. They can choose top lane or support here. The Alistar feels really safe, and it is a Peter favorite. It also sets up Orianna incredibly well, so I feel like they're feeling really good about this blind pick into having a counter pick for Dudu.
Yeah, let's see what Delight is going to go with here, as of course his signature Rakan will be locked away. A lot of engage on both sides of the Rift here. But being able to get this Alistar through without having to worry about a Sylas is certainly something that's been pretty good in the past. But man, this is a rock-solid composition, despite the lack of Malphite.
There is no Gwen, there's no Gnar.
No Glenn? Gwen. Yes, there is none of her.
And also, it looks like Zahin may be the opt-in here for Dudu, because Zahin has really struggled in lane, but becomes this incredible threat later on. And into the Scion, you kind of get to skip the hard part.
Yeah. It
Rek'Sai is just the more common pick, though. So
yeah, so this is less fun, but it is definitely effective.
There are now 5 threats for Gumayusi to deal with in this game. He has to deal with the flanking Rek'Sai, Flag and Drag Cataclysm. The ball carriers are insane in this comp for the Orianna.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely
powers
ridiculous.
Everyone, who will also then be sped up by the Sivir ultimate. And there's some peel here, right? Like the Xin Zhao and Sion. There's also Azir. But the coordination is going to, again, have to be there to keep Guma safe. He does not have a tank support with him in this game. In a lane matchup that should be decent, obviously, for Guma and Delight here, but can be a little bit volatile. If I took the nameplates off, I would feel incredibly good about Hanwha Life Esports' draft, because they have so much frontline for this Varus. Even though there's a lot of threats, it feels inherently safe because he's got so much range. But Hanwha Life Esports have a lot to prove to me if I'm going to trust this composition coming into Game 1.
Yep. Also the fact that Zeka hasn't necessarily been in the greatest form so far over the last couple of weeks, and some of the Azir games have left a little to be desired, right? And he is going to be the consistent damage in these team fights and has to be getting work done if HLE want to be able to win here, because Gumayusi is going to be on Poke Varus, right? So you're not necessarily doing as much of that consistent DPS during the fights. Obviously, the Poke is going to be very valuable. He can steal away all sorts of objectives because he's Gumayusi, but I don't think that it's necessarily going to be the be-all and end-all in these team fights. And DNS, they've got a Sivir. They love doing that DPS. Let's get into the Rift here. Game number 1.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 1, DNS versus HLE. And I do need to correct myself a little bit. I think I was a little harsh on Zeka. I think the last time on the Rift, he was probably the best performing player. But prior to that, we had our doubts.
It's
so
the ups
let's
and
hope
downs,
that he
you know?
holds on to that form.
Exactly. It's the ups and downs. I do think that he has the most critical role to play in this game, because he is going to be both an engage tool as well as a potential peel tool for Guma, and his side lane pressure is all Hanwha Life have in sides, because they otherwise have a Scion, right? And
yeah.
Dudu is playing Rek'Sai, which is not, Fiora levels of backdoor, but they have the Sivir, so they're going to naturally have a lot of prio when we get to later on objectives in the game, because that mid lane is always going to be under Duckdom's control, barring any accidents there. He's also got a spell shield, so relatively safe to continue to make that pressure happen. So map control and vision make this composition of DNS so oppressive. The only way you could make this harder for Guma to play is if they had the Nocturne, but that was, of course, banned away.
Yeah. And I guess the one saving grace is the fact that maybe they want to kill Zeka instead, as level 2 is going to be gained here by Peter, decides not to throw out the Pulverize there, as you saw Grimyushi get slammed into the wall. Just wanted to displace him as much as possible, which is understandable here.
Delight, he's playing an old classic. We haven't seen him play it as much recently, but this is the champ he got famous for as far back as his bro days.
He has been an incredibly good Rakan player. That is absolutely true. Looking forward to seeing whether he can have one of his vintage performances. I believe he played it in the last series that they played and looked pretty good in that moment. As Kanavi on the screen now, moving down towards the bottom side after a full clear up top. And both junglers at pretty similar clip right now as far as the clear.
Consider also, if you're watching at home, Life go 1-3.
Yeah.
With DRX looking the way they do now, there is a chance this team does not make it out of groups, does not get to play in the play-ins. That actually could happen.
That is actually ridiculous.
It's been the conversation we've had about this team that we know they're going to get it together. Like, oh, they were super far ahead. They kind of messed up the mid game. That Aatrox game everyone remembers, where it was definitely going to be Kanavi Palm until things kind of fell really by the wayside. We've been saying, oh, they'll bounce back. But if they don't bounce back here, right, like this is the moment to bounce back, then you're starting to have serious questions about what this roster's ceiling is for the LCK Cup.
Yeah, I'm a little worried. Also a little bit worried about this fight that is starting to break out. 4 versus 4 in the river as they just dive on top of Kyoshik. He flashes out of the way though as Kanavi is now the one in trouble. Can Kyoshik actually escape? The answer is no as Gumyushi picks up first blood. Kanavi likely to go down now though as Duckdom collects one for himself. The barrier is going to be used here as Peter with a great pulverizing closer will be able to take down Guma. Flash out there as Zeka gets him to safety, but a 1 for 2 in favor of DNS.
The ones to pull the trigger first were DNS, and that gave him a huge inherent advantage at the beginning of that fight. The fact that Pioshik had flash, but Kanavi had to use his first, meant that he had a lot more wiggle room, a lot more space to work with there. Hanwha Esports were priced into a situation where they could not really retreat. They had to fight their way out. And unfortunately for them, that is going to result in a 2 for 1. As Kanavi is the one who has to flash initially here when this comes through. He does not want to get flag and dragged, so flashes away. Then looks for the re-engage. Pioshik has his flash to use defensively, and that's really the most important part of this. Peter gets enough time to actually end up getting the stun here as well, and Delight is trying his best to get away. Flashes out. Man. But there's just too much damage here. The double pulve comes in. The knockback on the Zeka means that he is going to have to flash as well, so it's more insult to injury here.
Oh, a bit of a replay here as DNS fans losing their minds. Oh, is that the DNS guy from last year?
I'm not sure. I think it might be.
Well, he's looking pretty psyched about
I think it is. Like I had to index my brain for a second, but I'm pretty sure that is the guy. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there we go. Some famous people in the audience here as Delight tries to escape, and Peter says no. But right now, DNS very happy with how this game has gone. Pulverize onto Gumyushi here as the Boomerang Blade doing a whole bunch of work, and Guma needs to be very careful as Duckdom with a blue buff. Just not really worried about just pressing as many buttons as he would like.
Yeah, that's a bit of an issue there for them in that bottom side. Guma had already used his teleport, and because he opted for teleport in this lane, doesn't have any combat summoner to utilize in these types of situations to try to trade back. So this domino effect is really starting to hit hard.
Yeah, you can see closing out, speeding himself up with that dissonance, throwing the orb at Zeka, who will probably look for a reset. Yeah, he does. So level 6 gain, Shockwave now available for closer. It should mean that DNS are able to grab themselves this first dragon, especially with Peter clearing out all of the vision. So DNS actually just going from strength to strength in this game, looking to reach about a 1,000 gold lead, and a great start in this game with compositions that are pretty evenly matched as we wait till later on in the game, right? Like the carry potential of both an Orianna and a Sivir certainly skyrocket as the game goes on. Obviously, the Azir is no slouch, but this is one of those games where DNS are probably looking at a late game that they're feeling very comfortable with, and even in an even game state.
Not to mention that Hanwha Esports have looked better at this stage of the game than the later parts of the game. And so that's an early trend. I don't want to say that's necessarily going to be the truth in every game we see, but it makes you wonder about how this game is going. It does not look like a positive for the moment. as this team has always been shaped by its jungler, right? As far back as like the crazy swaps and Willer stepping in to save the day. When Chovy was on this roster, the jungler who will not be named also was probably to blame for a lot of Hanwha's struggles when they ended up getting part of that DRX roster in 2023. Grizzly couldn't solve that issue, but once Peanut joined, this team really started firing on all cylinders, right? Picked up an LCK title, and Kanavi, very aggressive, but it's a great start in this game as he's got Spell Shield.
Yeah, you can see HLE actually able to grab themselves that first plate, and so with a little bit of a shove, feeling pretty good about it. Evening out the CS as well is Gumayushi, and will be able to create a little bit of a lead for himself as they do shove another wave forward. So a better look here for HLE.
As, yeah, this is going to be another wave crashing through, and see if anything can come of this. Looks like they're just going to be able to chill under turret and get all of these minions.
Wolf, I have to say, it was very fun that you mentioned the G-Riz. It's been a long time since I've thought about him.
Yeah, no,
and the memory is, it's a nice one. I'm happy to have it. Thank you for giving it to me.
I love when we have these players, these challengers players who are pushed into, you know, unusual circumstances and rise to the occasion. We've had so many of them over the years. Poby, arguably like the most famous one just because he's Poby, but you know, we had you know, Raptors step in for Umpty, I think I want to say, when the a lot of COVID was happening and stuff like that, which is
Johan as well.
Yeah,
you know, of course, like world champion, standing beside Pioshik as he hoisted the trophy in 2022.
Duckdom was not really a challengers player at the time, but I do remember when Duckdom heroically stepped in with a broken arm. With his cast on and carried the, I think it was Nongshim at the time. No, was it? Who was that, the roster?
It wasn't KT, was it?
Was it D+?
Anyway,
he's been on. Duckdom is basically, he's almost collected every LCK team at this point.
He's got a lot of jerseys at home. Let's just say that. But it's hard to remember.
He ended up carrying his team to victory once with a broken arm, which was a really cool sub in. Sometimes circumstances happen where you get to see a really cool moment like that. Duckdom is pushing hard.
Yeah, Duckdom looking for the angle hit. Spell Shield doesn't quite work out though as he flashes, realizing that he needs to get out of the way. Chains of Corruption not quite going to connect there as Grand Entrance just to re-engage onto Peter. Duckdom now looking for a little bit of an angle here as he does throw out some ricochets, but it looks like DNS are going to be backing away for now.
Yeah, there was some consideration from Pioshik there that because Guma had already used his ultimate, that he was potentially going to be killable there, even if they traded 1-for-1. With his Cataclysm, maybe he kills Guma, Duckdom escapes, and Pioshik sacrifices his life for it, and it ends up being worth, but they do not opt for it in the end. Guma's flashes back up.
Looks like Dudu having a bit of fun here towards this top side, even if the CS is very even between the two. Making sure that he keeps Zeus as low as possible and will be just farming wherever he would like. I think picking up a couple of plates already and might be able to get another one here as Zeus is desperately trying to get back home.
I think one of the reasons why Orianna and Azir are traded so often is because Orianna is one of those champs that actually have played insanely aggressively and with a high you know, mastery. You can actually win the lane into the Azir pretty well, and Closer is doing just that. It's kind of naturally pulling up a significant gold lead here. He picked up a kill in that earlier skirmish, so he's just going to continue to maintain a lot of prio in this lane, as we do have a bit of a maybe contest here, late TP.
Yeah, there's a pulverize onto 2 here as Peter makes his way forward. Crescent Guard comes down though as a Cataclysm to bring Pioshik back in as Dudu is coming on over, but Zeka's going to get here first. Closer making his way in as well. Can he find it? As okay, there is one of them as Shockwave hits onto 2 DNS. Throw down the Wombo combo and grab a couple of kills.
I mean, the fight at the beginning of this looked like it was a little bit too optimistic for DNS because they didn't have the Rek'Sai. The TP was late. Closer wasn't there, but they were able to kind of bait Hanwha into sticking around long enough there. And then the follow-up from Peter is actually fantastically timed. So when you watch this initially, you're like, okay, but there's no damage. You know, there's no damage here at all. And that's a change out. But they get his ultimate, right? And they pull the Cataclysm out to buy time for Dudu to show up. And then Peter sets up Closer for success here. And there was an angle for Kanavi to flash out, but when he misses that opportunity, they're just chain CC'd. They both had flash, could not get out.
Yep, Dudu there with the flash on Burrow to make sure that they were in the air forever. And now a 2,000 gold lead for DNS. Oh my goodness, don't tell me it's happening. This is not the timeline for today.
I mean,
it's ridiculous.
It's DNS DK right now is what it looks like, Atlas.
Yeah, that's, you know, and that's balance in all things. That's how it's supposed to be. It's all right. We're knocking each other up here between the two supports, but a headbutt back onto Delight. And he is just food for Doctom.
What is going on?
Well, DNS are winning, Wolf. That's what's going on. That's what I'm seeing here on my screen.
Now, we came out of a replay there, and we kind of came in at a awkward timing. Maybe we'll learn a little bit more about why Delight was there, and maybe what cooldowns he had available, but he did not have his ult. It's coming up in 10 seconds, and he did have flash. He ended up getting caught there in the river, where there is an immaculate amount of vision.
Yeah.
In this dragon,
and
or around this dragon.
That's a free double dragon to come on through as well, and with an Infernal Soul on the rift.
With Sivir.
Oh dear.
And with Orianna.
And Orianna's going the I do damage build, even outside of just throwing my ultimate out. Like, this is, yeah, Closer is going to be very frightening with an Infernal Soul, if that does indeed come on through. Dudu is going to get roared at here by Zeus, but just going to throw out a Prey Seeker as Delight just trying to clear out all the divots that have been put into the ground. Bit of a golf reference there for Dagon. I think he got that one.
If he wants to play a sad tune after getting picked earlier with his Vandal Pipes, he's got those put together now. Both supports building that item in this scenario. I feel that with the Lethality Varus, not as valuable as it is going to be for the Sivir to have that support item there, but still going to be the item of choice. It's just very good at the moment. Even with the nerf coming through, it seems pretty good still. Yeah,
people still pretty keen on building that one. As Essence Reaver and Ghostblade both completed for AD carries. Doctom probably wanting to make it to the Quick Blades to feel really good about how the game is going, but Essence Reaver feels really nice as well, even with the slight nerf to that one. And so DNS just kind of cruising towards a mid-game now, as Zeus will be able to take some more crockery from this bottom lane. But I don't think that's going to be enough to even out this game state. Still 2.2k the advantage for DNS. And we've spoken already about the fact that they're very happy to play this game late. And that is what they're looking at now, just cruising towards that late game.
The saving grace
they can set things up
for Hanwha Life Esports, or what has to be the saving grace if they're going to come back in this game, is that a lot of this lead is on this Rek'Sai, which doesn't necessarily translate to an insanely snowballing game state. And also that Guma has a lead himself with all the plate gold he picked up. You know, he has 2 additional plates over what Doctom and Peter were able to get there in the bottom lane. And so maybe this is how Hanwha Life Esports can just utilize this. Yes, the Sion is behind, but he's still a brick wall. The front line they have and the range that they have to try to outplay the Orianna. You know, Orianna can zone a lot, but it's very reliant on Prio. They do have a setup up here on the top side. Zeka has flash and ult.
Yep.
Ooh, cheeky blast cone.
Making his way in. Hex flash, there it is. Headbutt Pulve onto Zeka. But I just don't know whether they're really going to be able to kill the Azir.
The crazy thing
held onto.
Well, about that play too from Peter with the Hex Flash is his flash was coming up at the same time. Must have been tracking that, so he could have actually Hex Flashed into a flash knockback.
Hex Flash?
Yeah, that actually
that
almost happened, I think, but he did not quite have it in time.
Man, I want him to flash so that he can do that again. Double Pulverize to come through here from Peter. But no one there to really do too much about it. Flag damage there from Kyoshik, because now Kanavi's going in. Surprise! As now Doctom on the hunt, looking for a bit of an angle here, but there's the flash in. The quickness onto 3. Empress Divide onto all of them! And it's Gumayushi that's wiping the floor with DNS. Flashes for everyone, but Kanavi should be able to finish off Kyoshik, and HLE on the board in a big way.
Yeah, they certainly deleted a lot of that massive gold lead that DNS were putting together with this one, and the combo was real. Everybody presses buttons together in a choke point. And Peter and Pioshik, again, very far up, too close to the sun, trying to make this play happen. Doctom runs over, and then they're all in this tri-brush. Delight who sets this off into the Emperor's Divide.
My God.
It is just nasty.
And that was Chains of Corruption as well. The kitchen sink hit DNS, and there was nothing they could do about it. And even though that piercing arrow does go wide, Kanavi is able to finish off the kill. So that is going to even things out quite nicely here between these two squads, as we're down to a 200 advantage for DNS. And the Drake's obviously going to be important here, but HLE moving in the right direction here in this game.
Yeah, that's certainly going to be big in the Guma category, right? When I was talking about win cons here for Hanwha Life Esports, he is now the only one with a significant foothold in this game, but that has ballooned compared to when I mentioned it before. He was like, I don't know, 60 gold up or something. He's 1.6k the advantage now and has his completed Manamune.
Yeah, that's it's a big 2-item spike here for Gumayushi. We'll see what he's going to be putting together next, but should be that these items come through thick and fast for the Varus, as the lethality ones aren't necessarily the most expensive. As Dudu is just going to take this turret. He's tanking it up though, so he does have to vacate. That one will be going down very soon.
When you have your quest complete as the AD carry as well, you get more gold for takedowns. So if you're the benefactor of a big play like that post-quest completion, you get even more money, and the snowball can really roll down the hill.
Oh, Yoshi going to get engaged on here. I believe has his flag and drag, but working out where he wants to use it is Delight. Running real fast with that quickness, but now won't have it as Peter is closing in. Not a lot of cooldowns available. And with the Drake coming on up, let's see whether DNS can actually fight for this. Goshik at half health.
I think they might, if they can identify. I mean, look, there's no Varus ult, there's no Delight ult here. The problem is Closer can't get in.
Dudu has teleport, so he's going to take this first turret of the game and then look to teleport in. He does so right now. Closer now going to get thrown back here as he flashes on top of Zeka. Don't know about that one as he's now running away. There's a pulverize. No, it's a Crescent Guard from Kanavi as he does manage to take down the dragon. Kills the cow as well as Doctom has to flash out of the fight, but it's a disaster for DNS. And HLE will do exactly what they want in this game. Rift Herald also running amok. As Dudu and Doctom, I don't think they're going to be able to do too much here, as Kanavi doing his favorite thing and driving the Rift Herald into this outer turret.
They had the setup, and I mentioned that Zeka needs to be strong in sides in this game. He has a big responsibility in this one, but he has Closer pinned down, and so Closer can't join the fight. And so much about this team composition before the Sivir gets 2-3 items is the Orianna and the combos that can be set up. But look at where the Azir is on the mini-map. Denying entry. You mentioned the flash as well. Instead of flashing towards his teammates, trying to like sacrifice himself to look for an ult, which he can't really get to the carries anyways. Look at where Gumayusi's positioned. He flashes away. He's just not here. And he's not enough damage in this composition. Guma is massively ahead, untouched in this fight, and Doctom cannot alone do it, even with the engaged setup there with Peter, with his ultimate. Do not have the tools, despite Delight being down his ultimate. I think DNS eyes too big for their stomach on this one.
Yeah. And a couple of fumbles in a row will mean that HLE now have a gold advantage. They also have that dragon stopping the stacking here for DNS. That third Drake could have been very, very nice for a bit of a win condition here and map control.
I mean, so much out of the sails here of DNS in these last two fumbles. And also, Dudu's teleport is now down. Zeus has teleport advantage, so for him to join fights or skirmishes, he has to use his tunnels to get around the map. It's not going to be as comfortable here. Delight?
Yeah, a bit of a pulverize here, so I could be in a little trouble, but does just battle dance his way to safety. So that is going to be A-okay.
I mean, unfortunately for DNS, there's just not a play here, and they sent their Rek'Sai out of lane, so Zeus is chilling, and he can, like I said, with the teleport advantage he has, just join at any time. And HLE really well and truly have that prio and vision advantage I was talking about that they need to secure to get through the mid game. They're utilizing it incredibly well thus far.
Yeah. And now Gumayusi has a loss. Whisper, he just managed to complete his Mirror Manor as well as Kanavi. Once again going in, surprise, surprise. Finds a pulverize onto two though, does Peter. As Gumayusi looking to try and answer this one. Chains of Corruption connects onto Closer, and he's the target. Quickness charms him up, and down goes the Orianna. As now Doctom, the next one on the menu here. Kanavi not quite able to find a wind, becomes lightning, but I don't think Doctom's going to be able to do too much, as he does have the spell shield. That's going to work. Takes down Delight to start this one off, but Gumayusi's got enough damage, and down will go the Sivir. DNS just cannot find anything. They can't catch a break.
I mean, it's like Kanavi and Hanwha were playing a game of chicken here with the Closer. Like, when are you going to ult? Are you going to look for this one? They didn't look for the ult on the Delight moments before. And then Closer here has an opportunity to potentially set one up, but it's not on the multi-target he wants. And by the time they get on top of him and he tosses it out, it's way too late. It's no value whatsoever. And I think Hanwha Life should have been perhaps more cautious than they were about engaging into an Orianna and a choke point right there, but they were able to chain the CC. Yeah. And the patience from Closer, I think, probably not warranted in this case. Really wanted to have the biggest possible impact, and it was just too late.
And now Cyrildas is done here for Gumayusi. He's hit 3 items. Doctom has like 2 long swords in comparison to a completed third item. It is a 2,400 gold advantage here for Gumayusi in that bottom lane, and a 3,000 gold advantage for HLE. The first considerable one that we've had so far this game. And it's 21 minutes in, Baron on the table, and with an Azir, that could be taken almost at any time here in this game if DNS aren't careful.
I mean, we started this game off saying, I mean, I did, saying any team in the LCK can get like a 4 or 5K gold lead on anybody. They didn't quite get that big of a lead, but it was significant. But they fumbled so much of this mid game that now Hanwha Life Esports have this insanely strong Azir. The Varus is out of control, and Pyosik is trying to do something. Oh boy.
Nice pullback there. Pyosik has to flash to get himself to safety. As in goes Kanavi, gets headbutted back, but I don't know about that. For DNS, as there's the knockups, as down will go Doctom. Empress Divide doesn't do too much here, as Dudu's able to avoid it with the Void Rush, but I just don't know whether he's going to survive, and the answer is absolutely not. Double kill comes through for Kanavi on this down, and it should be Baron.
Every single fight that DNS lose, they get like 1 kill back. You're like, aha, I got Delight. And this time we got Guma, got a shutdown, but it's not a trade up. The Baron goes over. In each and every one of these fights, Hanwha Life gets stronger and stronger. And unfortunately, this might have been for DNS, backbreaking loss of the team fight, because now how are you ever going to get Prio back to utilize your Orianna combos? You know, it's really rough here. And it's Pyosik stepping just a little bit too far forward. And Kanavi, he does not hesitate in these moments. If you give him someone to go on, he will. Delight gets the follow-up here as well, so they're really split. And then it's just chain CC, as Zeus has been insane on this Sion pick this season, by the way. Like, he is always where he needs to be. He has the perfect angle. And this has just been a great mid-game for Hanwha Life Esports, changing the identity of the storyline set up a little bit here today.
Well, let's see whether HLE can hold on to this dragon here. As Kanavi and Delight, the only ones really in the area, as Zeka does blast going his way over. There's the quickness into the backline. They look for closer, and there's the chains of corruption from Gumayusi. Hail of Arrow is going to help Zeka take this one down. As Peter with the unbreakable will trying to keep himself alive. A massive knockup from Dudu, though, as he takes out Zeka. He's still at full health, but so is HLE as they look to chase down DNS. Doctom does have a big old shield with the barrier. Now Zeus looking to hold him down, but the Q isn't going to land, and Gumayusi is still firing the shots. Dudu's trying to take out the Sion here, and he's not going to be able to get through the shield. Doctom trying to get away, and he should be able to do so here as he gets out of the brush. Wanted to actually try and kill Gumayusi here, as Dudu, I don't think he's going to be able to seek this prey, as the dragon's still up, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone's sort of taking a nap.
That was a wild fight. That's the fight you're scared of. Remember when, like, you know, when we started this season off, we looked at the patch notes, we're like, oh, this is an 80 carry meta. Everyone's going to be playing through bot. Watching Doctom in this fight explains why. Critically, the ult here from Closer goes off before he dies. If he doesn't get that ultimate off, this fight is a complete wash. And then the rest of the team just play bodyguard for Doctom as he kites back and does an insane amount of damage. I would love to see his numbers in that team fight, because it is probably cracking 7, 8K, especially with how much time he spent hitting that Sion. He goes for the risky play after this as well, trying to look for Guma. It does not pan out, but it was so close. So he goes in the brush here, wants to get that damage on the Q return. It's almost enough, but Dudu cannot get the gap closed there.
Yeah, it doesn't quite work, as two Drakes now picked up here for HLE. Back out onto the map a little bit faster than DNS this time around, and will be augmenting that damage ever further. Dudu does need to get involved in these fights, has 3 items and 5 kills to his name. The year of Dudu is going to have to be what they rely on if they want to win this game, as he looks for a flank angle. Now Closer makes his way in with a teleport, and DNS are ready for a team fight. As HLE, they can back away if they would like. Still 1 Baron left on the table for another 14 seconds, and that's what they were utilizing there to go for a bit of a siege. But no inner turrets to fall down just yet.
Still a playable game here for DNS, but getting back map control is kind of step 1. And they were able to survive this siege. They were able to defend all of their inners, right? I mean, the top one wasn't under siege, but the bottom one was defended. They got vision back in their jungle. That's kind of step 1. And now they're looking to brace for a long, slow lull state before these next objectives come up, where Sivir is just going to be hard farming as much as possible, looking for that 3rd item, or then she can challenge once again a fight for either this Baron, or more likely the Dragon. When she gets started up, Dragon a more realistic take. Zeka should be able to complete his Zonias. I don't know how much gold he's sitting on right now, but he should be able to complete his Zonias before that fight breaks out. But the fact that he doesn't have it right now could be an opportunity here in the interim for DNS if they want to collapse on him in sides. But this is exactly why the rest of Hanwha Life Esports are playing through that top side right now.
Yeah, possible angle here But Lord Doms needs to be completed here for Doctarm before he's going to be able to do anything to Zeus, and probably needs an Infinity Edge if he wants to be that huge teamfight threat. We saw in that last fight, his positioning, the way he played it was beautiful. If he had a couple of extra items, if he had parity with Gumushi at that moment, things could have been a whole lot better as he does finish the Lord Doms, but IE does need to be done, as 4,000 gold is the approaching gold advantage here for HLE with full control as we look to this late game. Baron up in 1.5 minutes, 3 minutes on this next Dragon. And DNS, like you were saying, not out of it just yet. But still, it is looking like HLE have just been able to take control of so many of these more recent team fights. They're looking a bit better coordinated so far.
Yeah. The name of the game for Doctarm, Farming Simulator 2026.
Yep.
Teddy was the first one to plat that game, but we'll see if Doctarm can just weather the storm. The fact that it's 2-2 and they got that early double means that this next Dragon is not Infernal Soul for Hanwha Life Esports. So DNS could opt to try to just buy some additional time for that IE to come through. But it is a pretty tough margin, I think. And all the stats you get from triple Infernal Dragon is going to really add up anyways if you give that Dragon over to Hanwha Life Esports.
Yeah, this is the thing. And then you're also risking a quadra Infernal Soul, which is just kind of obscene amounts of damage potential, as Dudu is going to get stopped in his tracks here. Takes a couple of turret shots, but isn't too worried about it. Although, with Kanavi coming down, maybe he should be a little bit worried about it. Wind becomes lightning, and in goes Kanavi. Still, Dudu is able to take a whole lot of these tunnels and should be absolutely fine in the end. Just Rek'Sai things,
They're
ladies and gentlemen.
to collapse on the Zeka here, but Zeka is very aware that no one is coming to bail Dudu out and is just going to back off, I think. Hides in the tri-brush there, and they wanted to make something of that, but they're unable to find him.
Yep.
And
Teleport's available for both of our top laners as well, so it could be an honest 5v5 if both of them are allowed to teleport in.
I think that the Baron start is something neither team really wants to do right now, just because it puts you at such an inherent risk. And because both top laners have teleport, like you said, you know, they will show up, and whoever has the favorable angle there could actually change the fight, and whoever is not on Baron will probably have that angle. So see what ends up happening here. My expectation is that the Dragon will actually be what the first objective to be started up, unless something crazy happens before then. But even still, Hanwha Life Esports are setting up insane vision on the entryway to this Baron right now.
Oh, you can see Zeus going to have to go back home here, as Dudu is winning these side lanes quite aggressively. Does have a 20 CS advantage and a 3,000 gold lead with those 5 kills that he's put together. I think now that Dudu goes back home, we'll see what he can actually put together, and getting closer and closer to a Spirit Visage by the looks of things.
Yeah.
For item number 4. It's going to be quite difficult to kill this guy, as they do catch Delight on a reset. DNS do get that information.
Doctarm is farming up a storm. He only put a quick cloak together. See if he can grab a BF sword or what his next item is going to be that he puts into his inventory here, getting on his way to that IE. And if they can buy time before Baron to get that, that's probably the best plan. I think trying to contest Dragon is just not realistic. They defend the Baron, like Hanwha Life Esports wanted to trap them there. They set up all that vision, but DNS just farmed and played slow, but played defensively and prevented Hanwha from starting it. They'll have to give the Dragon up, and that's so painful.
Yeah.
But there is still a chance if the IE completes here for Doctarm, and that is what they are trying to play through. He gets the BF sword I was mentioning, does not quite have the completion just yet.
Also wants that level 16, get as much value out of the On the Hunt as possible. Should be able to grab that from next couple of waves. Not quite at half towards level 16 just yet. But Dudu's level 18, so is Zeus. And these top laners are only going to get more and more dangerous.
They can't get into this Baron pit, and all the deep vision that was reset here for DNS means they can rush this down. I mean, that's a Fed Azir. This is going to be relatively quick, and they have such good turn here. They have so much CC.
Well, they get the teleport out of the Rek'Sai, and that looks like exactly what they wanted. And they're now just going to look to get out of there. Yeah, mission successful.
Now I wonder how DNS approached the next setup here, because you could just put Closer into the bottom lane and try to keep the Rek'Sai topside here. Looks like they're in fact going to try to clear some deep vision themselves. They also have a pretty strong composition for rushing Baron down. If they had the IE, it'd be even better.
Oh. All right, Dudu just going to get sped up there with the dissonance. And Zeka almost gets through the shield.
This Serpent's Fang here, pretty valuable for Guma. He just picked that one up.
Oh yeah, especially if Dudu's able to teleport into the next fight. Obviously, that is going to take a little bit of time, but he's got a Spirit Visage, and with that huge shield that can then just be eradicated by a Serpent's Fang, that's a lot of value.
I mean, Duckdom is getting so much money. They're giving everything that they can find to him. I thought he was even going to go over and take those wolves. He might after he clears this wave. He just needs that IE. They have to buy time for it, and the time is running out.
Yeah, the light. Engaging on him, not exactly the most ideal scenario, as Pioshik taking a lot of damage. And with Gumyushi not even there, that is a scary prospect. Zeus now pushing in towards this bottom side. It's Closer that goes over to try and answer, because he's the one that still has that teleport available, but Zeus should be able to take this out of inner turret, pretty comfortably.
They did ultimately, you know, make that swap I was talking about because of the teleport situation, but it means that the Azir feels completely free to hard control topside where the Baron actually is. And they did not give him the Merc Wolves, but he hits level 16. He has got to be so close, like a wave or two away. And I see him stopping there on the mini-map, see if he's going to back and take it. Because that's like literally what Hanwha is waiting for, sorry, what DNS are waiting for right now.
Yeah, we got an ulti used by Zeus here to get down towards this bottom lane once again. He does still have the teleport, as Closer's also got a very cool hat. Kept his arm guard. Decides not to go for the Zhonya's because he hadn't broken that one just yet. So the next fight,
there it is.
Maximum damage possible.
The back is real. Hanwha Life Esports, like, they could try to strike at this exact moment because they saw Duckdom's not on the wave, right? And I think that's exactly what's going to happen. They need to send Sion up there. He is coming over. Duckdom has to run as fast as he can back to this fight.
Maybe he has to ult to get himself over here as Kanavi going for the engage onto Dudu. Peter finding the pulverize onto Zeka in the backline as now Closer throws out the shockwave, but it's onto Zeka, who had already gone into stasis, and they take down the cow to start this one off. Zeus is tanking so well, but Duckdom with these 4 items complete is terrifying. Boomerang is, Pioshik not quite hitting the Cataclysm, but there's the knockup from Dudu, who gets into the backline to take down Zeka, but there is Duckdom falling as well. Gumyushi doing so much damage in this fight. Double knockup once again, as Closer is the one that needs to stay alive, but he doesn't. It's Gumyushi that holds the distance, and Dudu is just getting kited around the map and cannot do anything with Zeus the Beefcake in the front line.
If there was ever going to be a redemption game for Kuma Tsunara earlier this week, this was going to be it. He did so much work in this fight, and he has to critically win that fight against Duckdom, who shows up to the fight late. You can see how much work he does, and this is basically just DNS saying we have a really insanely tanky front line with this Rek'Sai, with the Alistar. You just need to buy time for Duckdom to come here and stop the Baron. They succeed, they lose the Alistar, but when Duckdom shows up, the fight becomes so tricky here. Look at this follow-up from Pioshik as well.
Like, he could have hit 3!
But look at Kuma in this moment here, flashes away, gets help from Zeus, and then takes Closer out of the fight from maximum range here. Look at this. That snipe is so critical. If he does not get that, if Dudu kills Guma or he's not able to actually line that shot up, then I think this fight turns out completely different. He now has nearly a 5,000 gold lead over his opposition. I think he might have just won the game for his squad.
Yep, that's a quadra kill. 10, 2, and 7 here for Gumyushi.
He bought the item that does more damage when you get a takedown near the objective, that lethality item. So he's really Kuma on the steal right now.
He certainly is, and he's got all of the items. That's as many as you can possibly put together. All right, another team fight to come on through here as Closer takes another piercing arrow that just does so much damage. Into the backline does go Dudu, looking for the angle there as Pioshik with the Cataclysm, but he gets charmed up and taken down to the GA. And you can see Zeus just buying so much space. Emperor's Divide onto Dudu and onto Peter, and Zeus finally will go down. The cinders fly, but down goes Duckdom as well, and Peter will follow. HLE just getting a little too big to fail now, as Zeus absolutely doing his job, and Dudu the last man standing.
And of course, Kuma gets the objective with that massive damage. I don't even remember what that item is called. I'm looking it up right now. Bastion Breaker.
That's why you don't remember, because it's got a silly name. It should just be called Weird Metal Pickaxe Item. That's probably what the name should be.
If you're PvPing, you're suddenly PvEing right afterwards really hard.
Yeah. Well, this is going to be inhibited down in the mid lane, and with only Dudu there, I thought HLE might be going for the end, but they decide not to. Yeah, just going to back away.
It's that stage of the game where you've got your empowered recalls, you got what you came for. If Duckdom survive, if he respawns, like they know the Alistar ult's coming back up and they get wiped there, they might just lose the game. They have a lot of structures, but better safe than sorry. The front line here, again, is buying time for Duckdom to hit a Scion.
Yeah,
you know, like
Loser and Duckdom are both just hitting Scion.
I think the setup is correct, but unfortunately, this is a level 20 Scion who's nearly full build, so Duckdom eventually loses his front line and just gets collapsed on and dies. I still think, despite the fact that it looked like maybe Duckdom was going to be able to carry this game in 2 fights, I think it might just be over. Big shockwave.
Yeah, Dudu is trying to survive, and Chains of Corruption is going to snag Closer, and he's just popped like a balloon. Piercing Arrow does exactly that, and that is a dead Orianna. Now you've got Zeka going in, looking for Duckdom. Great spell shield, though, as Zeka will have to go golden to keep himself alive. Can the Sivir get enough work done? That's the question, as down will go at least the Azir to start this one off, and that is massive damage as HLE, a hail of arrows, finishes him off. And that is going to put an end to DNS here in game number 1. Gumayusi is hungry for that kill onto Pioshik, but he is relegated to the fountain, and he may just even die. Chains of Corruption comes on in, flag and drag for fun, and flashes out of the way. But it's not going to change the outcome of this game, as the Nexus will go down, and HLE go up 1-0.
Statement game from Gumayusi on his signature Varus. Even pulls out the Bastion Breaker for a little bit of fun and promptly sells it right after that team fight. GA, but he looked really good on this Varus. His skill shots were lining up, and that's the kind of play you want to see from your AD carry, a big turnaround. And with 15 kills at the end of the game, he did a lot of heavy lifting, but I think credit needs to be given to both Kanavi's performance on this Xin Zhao, where he was a lot more measured today, and Zeus on this Scion. He was a brick wall. His positioning was phenomenal, and he just said, okay, I'm going to let my AD carry kill the front line of the enemy team, and which is like 3 people, a Rek'Sai and Alistar going through, the Jarvan's getting in there, and I'm going to just 1v1 the other guy, and Guma will get it done. He will kill all of the front line, and Duckdom will never kill me. We don't need to mark him with 1 man.
And that is exactly what happened, and it's kind of crazy that this game, after those first 2 Drakes went down, DNS won a couple of fights, and then it was 1 team fight, and HLE, they got a foothold and they never let go. Quadra Infernal Drake, Infernal Soul is just obscene amounts of damage. And like you were saying, the way that they orchestrated team fights with Zeus, always zoning the damage while the rest of the front line had 0 backup, it's the perfect way to play this one out. And what an incredible performance. This is what we wanted to see from HLE. Already, like, this should have happened from day 1. It's taken a little bit of time to ramp up to this, but it's great to see it. But they're going to have to do it again, as we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, game number 2, we'll see whether DNS can fight back.
받을래 여기 렉사이 못 들어온가? 머리 녹음 안 죽어 써봐 계속 봐봐 여기 척 쪄줄래? 척 쪄줄래?
오리 볼게.
오리 볼게.
오리 동호. 다 왔다.
야 미드 내쪽 봐줄래?
왔어 오자. 다 왔고. 좋아.
가져 써봐줘
좋아.
11에 탱고
11은 필.
나 살아있어
가자.
타워
Hello everyone, welcome to the space, and what a roller coaster of a game that was. Although we have a couple of former KT players, KT not playing, it was Hanwha taking the victory here over the DN Automotive Supers in game number 1. Digon alongside Ox and Wadid, and man, at first you're thinking, what are Hanwha doing? And then you're thinking, what are the Supers doing? And then we kind of don't know who's doing what here, Ox.
Yeah, I think a lot of nervous fans in the first 10 minutes of that game for HLE, where things really started to get out of control, but the team fighting was where they really came together and really shone in that one.
It was such a mess, you know. Like, I think it's been a week. I think every single game was like just ups and downs. The team has advantage, just throws the game, and then like it ends up it is what it is, you know. Like, so I don't know. I think especially HLE, they have the issue with the shot calls, and I think they still have it. But at the end, they cleaned up with the clean shit, I guess.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at highlight number 1, where we wanted to show the struggles that Hanwha had early, specifically around taking fights when they shouldn't, because that's not what this comp does here, Ox.
I think there's a lot of factors at play here. So HLE feel confident because their bot lane is moving first. Even though we already have Peter up there, Docdam's a little behind. The thing is, you have a Rakan here versus an Alistar, a lot less damage. You have a poke Varus with Comet. And when you look at how it plays out, they focus on the Pioshik, but they're committing everything onto him. And in the meantime, you just have this Sivir just free hitting. And look, as the HLE members' HP power start to drop, you still have this lethal tempo, Sivir pumping out damage. There's no cooldowns left for the Varus. And this skirmish, I just feel like it was really hard for HLE to find a way where it was going to go well.
I think many people criticize the HLE shot call, but I think this is actually the pre-plan. I think you already know what's going to happen in the early game at the draft. So you can literally just say that, oh yeah, we don't want to fight. We want to play by our control because we have poke Varus, so we don't really fight for the objective. So I think there's just lack of pre-plans.
I feel like with the Varus, in lane, you often have so much control, but
oh, yeah.
in those early skirmishes, if someone flashes one of your skill shots, it just feels like you lose so much of your kit, so much of your power.
Yeah, again, a lot of scrutiny around shot calling for this Hanwha Life esports team, and something like that feels a little macro, even more under a microscope. But they were able to find a fight that they wanted because the DN Automotive Supers may be trying to force their hand a little bit too much here with it.
It's not only HLE lack of pre-plan, but also DNS is lack of pre-plan, because this is the fight where there's nothing to fight. Because they won the fight, they got the objective, they got 2 Drakes, they got grubs, they got everything. But here, there's nothing to fight. And also, because HLE lost the last fight, they had all sums up. So they could actually spend more for this fight. So this is no point. Like, why DNS is taking fight on top side without any purpose? I think this is also, in terms of the pre-plan, I think you should know that you already have the advantage, like huge advantage from your early game, and I think you should just keep stacking your Drakes.
It just felt really disrespectful, especially going in that choke, not looking at the Rakan right there, and the setup for the Azir bouncing into the Varus. Guma got so fed off the back of this play.
Oh yeah, he got 2 items after that. So.
Yeah, and then after this was the fight where DNS stabilized the game a little bit, kept the gold deficit at 3,000 gold, and have an opportunity to pick a fight around the Baron pit, and unfortunately don't sync things up in highlight number 3. And Dan, you have 3 thoughts here. It's 3 thoughts with Ox.
Yeah, so the first thing, which I think is really major, is Peter goes in very early and tries to get the jump on Zeka, but Zeka has Zhonya's, so they end up burning the Shockwave and getting really low value from it, and Peter basically just dies for free as a result, so already off to a bad start. I do want to mention that Dudu ends up getting pretty massive value on the Rex side. Throughout the fight, he's doing a ton of work, manages to get a lot of knockups in this fight and a lot of value, a lot of kills. But unfortunately, it's not enough because we see Zeus and Guma focusing down this Sivir. The flash from Zeus and this former T1 Unison, the synergy between these two, doing a great job of shutting down the enemy carry. And really, it's on the Sivir to carry these fights, and with the Sivir gone, Dudu is trying his best, but he's 1 against 3, and he just can't do more.
I think most of the time when the DNS lost the advantage, I think it was really poor to see how they combine their skill shots. For example, like we see Alisa stacking up his stun, but like the Shockwave was already procced, so it's like not hitting anything with their skill shots. So you can see it from the gold graph. They had like huge advantage in the early game, but still, you know, they're not synced at all, and they don't know how to like plan before the fight. So this happens.
I mean, look at that. Look at the time there at the bottom. That's like 15 minutes at the same gold lead there because Hanwha weren't able to transition it into a game-winning play. But again, huge shout out to Dudu for making it happen. Year of Dudu. Still doing his best, but the DN Supers are on the back foot. It is 1-0 Hanwha Life esports. Let's see if it's a 2-0.
Thank you so much for the breakdown, gentlemen, of that game number 1. And yes, let's see whether HLE can finally do it. Well, I mean, they have managed to win one of the series so far, but we haven't necessarily seen what the orange tank should be capable of, right? And with a swift 2-0 here, I think we're going to be feeling pretty comfortable moving into the remaining games here of the LCK Cup group stage.
I also think it cannot be overstated that we had 4 players playing arguably their best champion of the season so far. And maybe you could say Zeka Silas is where we should put that one, but the Guma Delight bottom lane was playing Varus and Rakan, and you had Zeus on his Scion. So let's see what happens when the draft gets a little bit less comfortable, as DNS have R5'd here.
Yeah, they have R5.
Oh,
whoa,
fact,
okay, B5'd.
Picked red side. I don't think any team has done that yet.
So wait, we're just swapping sides. It's gonna be the same thing. It's just exactly the same thing. So HLE red side once again with first pick, which was exactly what we had last time around. And let's see what can happen here, as of course things are going to be different. This is Fearless, and so a very different draft is what we're going to be looking at here.
No team would ever pick red side, so my theory about this 3 naming convention was going to be perfect. It didn't work out.
Well, we could also have Jar and Man banned away again, which I think would be really cool if that was to happen. And I really like really cool things happening. Akali ban, please.
I think the Akali ban was because Zeka wanted to go for the Azir and ban the Nocturne, so I don't think they'll ban it this time.
Oh, no!
Sorry.
Not Mr.
Mister.
It's
we could have
Mr.
Letter.
T.
It's Mr.
T.
Letter.
Mr. T could be banned. That would be pretty cool. Oh man, imagine if that happened.
They just banned Taric in that 3rd spot.
Yeah, we need a Taric ban. That's what we absolutely need.
They could ban Talon as well.
Talon could be the ban. What's something that would make...
Teemo.
It could be Mr. N, because that'd be like Mr. No from James Bond, because it could be a Nico ban.
Okay.
Nico ban could happen. Mr. P.
Mr. P still...
Who's Mr. P? Did anyone have a teacher at
It's just
school called
Pantheon.
Mr. P?
It's just he's Mr. P. He doesn't like to be called Pantheon.
All right, so Mr. P getting banned away here on the side of HLE.
Pantheon's not his real name anyways, right? Like,
and they stick with the jar. They stick with the jar on the other side.
Okay. Mbessa is taken away again. Vystocks are up. That makes a lot of sense as a first pick here. They will get Nico and Corki or Yunara, whichever they prefer.
But Yunara into Vi? Are we ever feeling good about that?
It is pretty tricky. Feeling a little bit better about it when you get the Wukong.
Yep. And Wukong can do some tricky stuff. We have seen Kanavi use his ultimate on a clone before. So that might be something that they can lean on again.
It could happen. I'm really curious what the game plan is going to be on the bottom lane here. Does Delight want to pull out the Bard, try to match at range in this game, or do they want to go for more engage instead? Because Corki is probably your best bet, but with what is the real question? With whom will he be laning?
Indeed. Could be just more engage here for Delight, but you probably want something with a little bit more power.
I like the Ahri more because I think it's a little bit more safe setup. Has not been very popular as of late, though.
Yep. The Aurora is something that Zeka has just had a phenomenal series on. So we did see him last time out really have a great showing, but this would be a pretty standard combination.
Another Talia Rise game.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
Just slams the Ahri. Okay. I don't know about that. I've always kind of hated the Ahri into Talia, but we'll see how it goes.
I don't really like it either, especially because the Wukong setup is just not as consistent as Vi, and basically doesn't exist pre-6, so... Let's see what else they have in mind, because they have, right now, only Engage in their composition, and the enemy AD carry has an escape button.
He does, but that means if you've got a lot of Engage, then you can catch him after he presses the escape button.
That is true. I think the Nautilus ban makes a ton of sense, even though it's really hard to lane into the Nico, regardless of matchup. The Corki can work really well with it, and it's just insane value with the single target they already have. So that's a really smart ban, even though when you think about the 2v2 alone, you might raise an eyebrow at it. I think for the greater composition, it's very powerful. In terms of AD carries here, do you really want to ban some of those AD carries that are great to blow up single target, like the Yunara, like the Zeri? Probably not. You're probably happy if they lock it in. They opt for it anyways. The Yunara does have a lot of lane power. And let's be real, Duckdom was trying to 1v9 last game, and giving him a champion where he could potentially do that is probably a bad idea.
I mean, he wants to play Aphelios, though, so I don't know, like, maybe banning that one would have been enough.
He might play Aphelios here, but I think playing Aphelios in this comp when you opted for Nico is so tricky. There's no Thresh, there's no Lulu, there's no safety. You're just going to have to hope the Wukong and the Nico ultimates peel enough for you. I think it might be a bridge too far, because Yunara kind of has an escape, right? The Xayah in this situation, I think, would be a very bad choice. I hope they do not do it. Duckers would never do it to me.
Not this time. Well, Mr. Pudge has been banned away here by HLE, which I very much enjoy. I don't want to try and do the other one because it's another just falling down the stairs after saying Jar. All right, Duckdom and Peter, what are we locking away here? Ezreal will be the choice.
Ezreal's pretty safe here and has decent follow-up to the engage that they have in their composition.
Ooh, this is some tech that we had seen prior.
It's really common. It's really strong. There's a lot of different things you can talk about with how this duo operates differently than the Lucian Nami. But instead, the Bard, which is safer in lane and also can help set up Talia, is going to be the one that gets chosen here. It can also ruin what DN Supers are trying to do. Mess up the Nico Wukong setup and really prevent Silene collapse. Like, there's so much utility here.
Yeah, the Tempered Fate can be so incredibly game-changing.
Not to mention,
against this composition.
You already have Weaver's Wall, but you can get the Vi into some pretty creative places as well with the Magical Tourney.
Wow, Zaya's thinking about an Aurora top. That would be a choice, and that is what they're going to go for here.
It's blind as well. But it feels pretty difficult to punish this pick.
Yeah, I wonder what the choice is going to be here for Dudu.
Is he just going to play Ornn?
Just plays Akali, and we've got 2 mid lane matchups. That'd be kind of fun. But instead, it's the Dusante that is going to be his response.
I really liked how simple DN Super's last game draft was with the Orianna, you know, the scaling Sivir, the wave control. This draft, for me, I feel, is quite piecemeal in what it's trying to do. And the Cassante is not going to have prio. The Ahri isn't going to have a lot of jungle assist power, whereas Taliyah Vi has been a combo since Taliyah release date.
Yep.
And
the dawn of time.
It is one of the strongest, in my mind, I think has been the best in the early game performing mid-jungle duo in LCK Cup thus far, Zeka and Kanavi. And so there's just not a lot of agency in the early game here. Then you have a front line with this Cassante, but it's an Ezreal comp with Wukong and Nico. Whereas on the other side, for Hanwha Life Esports, you have zoning, you have pick, you have a 2-item spiking 80 carry. With the lead you're probably going to generate in lane already, it feels like getting to that position is going to be relatively safe. So it's just Duck Dom or bust again. You know, Endless Hunger, Ezreal. Let's see what we can see.
The thing is, right, Ezreal has always struggled at taking down tanks. There are no tanks. HLE's composition is very flimsy. So with champions that have a little bit less damage but a lot of burst, like the Ahri, like the Ezreal, then there's an opportunity for them to make things happen as this game goes on. And they're the ones with the true frontline, right? In the Dusante that they do have available to themselves. And with the engage of the Nico, with the Cyclone to layer on top, if Pyosik gets his stuff together, or his sheet together, as Wadid would say. Obviously, he said sheet earlier on today. It was nothing untoward. Don't you worry about that. Let's get another rift here. Game number 2. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. On to the rift.
I think it's quite contemporary what Wadid said, because we don't really use slates anymore, do we? We're not living in the Flintstones times.
No.
We use sheets. So
and
when you want to clear the sheet,
honestly,
you press Control A, and then you delete it, or Command A if you're on a Mac. And like, if you print that out, it's a clean sheet.
So I thought that we were talking about like paper, and I was like, oh, I'm pretty sure that's also getting a little bit obsolete these days as everything's digital. But you were talking about like sheets, like an Excel,
yeah,
like
Excel
a
file.
spreadsheet.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There you go. See,
makes complete sense, Wolf. I'm really glad that you helped me out there. I'm a bit boomer brain, as you know. That's all right. We've got a lot of buttons being exchanged here in this bottom lane.
It was 1 F for 2 Ds.
Yeah.
Okay, there's the second.
Yeah.
F. Wait, no, they're both Ds,
yeah,
right?
It's just, yeah. Wait,
no, are they both Dlashers?
Both Dlashers, man.
They're both Dlashers. There are 3 Dlashers on this team.
That's actually crazy that they're Dlashing together.
For a second, I was like, wait, is Red Side reversed? Because I saw 3 in a row.
I understand why Kanavi wants to have his flash as accessible as possible, because he does just like going in. I think, you know, having that as close to your normal buttons as possible is the way to make that one happen. But I just would not have expected it out of Doc Dom and Peter. Kind of crazy. Well, there we go.
Early Nico Ezreal feels favorable. And they did end up kind of, unfortunately, layering both of their summoners. Didn't end up mattering too much, but that was probably not ideal. And at the end of the day, they still got Guma's Barrier.
Or at the start of the day, Wolf. This is only our first series.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, nailed.
Well, it is. I mean, it's 6 p.m., so it's kind of the end of the day. Just not
that's
the day of
true.
League of Legends.
It's the beginning of the evening.
And you and I are both fathers, so we know that like 6 p.m. feels a little different.
Yeah.
6 p.m. used to kind of feel like the middle of the day.
Honestly, now like 9 p.m. feels like so incredibly late. I looked out at the window last night at around 9, expecting it to be like completely empty, right? There'd be no one outside because it started snowing, and I'm an Australian. I think that's really, really cool. As we have a bit of a fight here in the mid lane, as Nice Charm is going to connect. Orbit Deception there as well, as Zeka throws a rock to the wayside, and Closer is going to win out on the trade quite considerably. But as I was saying, I looked out the window because I wanted to watch it snowing, and there were like so many people outside. I'm like, what are you doing? It's the middle of the night. And then I realized it was 9 p.m.
Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah.
Time changes.
Indeed.
Pyosik gonna get this scuttle. Gonna have a crazy fight around Dragon this game around, I don't think. Like we had last game that gave
we had a
DNS that lead.
4v4 for first scuttle last time, and now it's just Pyosik by himself.
Kanavi's evolving.
Yep. And he's evolving into gank top lane, perhaps, as Dudu is looking quite susceptible at this point in time. He is going to go back home, though, not actually looking for it, as Pyosik moving on up. We'll be back to farm out his Gromp, as there is vision over here.
It's not going to matter too much, because there's no gank opportunity for Kanavi right now.
Yep, but there is now information gained by HLE. Pyosik walking over that ward a couple of times. Let's walk back up here towards his top side. Zeus is spotted.
And Zeus is like, yeah, Wukong trying to gank in Aurora at level 4.
Yeah,
okay.
Not too worried about
With
it.
a Cassante for setup. Yeah.
Oh man, Dudu gets comboed there and doesn't feel too good about it. Null Magic Mantle in hand, as well as some shoes. Wants to get towards those Merc Shreds as quickly as possible by the looks. Unless, you know, it's going to be something else, just wants to get to the Rook as fast as he can, which does make a lot of sense, given the double AP lanes.
Yeah, that is 100% going to be built in this game, you have to imagine.
Yep. I wouldn't even put it past him to go Spirit Visage second as well, which we've seen a lot of.
Yeah. Very strong. I'm most curious about how the Ahri is going to function in this composition.
It is closer, and he's a pretty good Ahri player.
But its setup is so tricky in this draft.
Oh, Gumayushi actually getting snared here by Peter, who's having a pretty good time on the Nico. This is one of his best picks as of last year, as Magical Journey is taken here by Peter. Does a lot of damage to Delight, who does have to get himself out. Heal now off the table.
Well, if Peter can hit those, especially doubles, repeatedly, then the Ahri setup is right there. All along, he doesn't even need to pop Blossom to set him up.
It's a good point, and it's actually something that I didn't really factor in as we did see this draft, is the fact that Peter is on the Nico. Because he's just really good at this champion. Plate number 1 does go down here as Zeka looking to try and help out.
That could have been
taking some poke, though.
That could have backfired, too, because Pyosik was in the area, even though he doesn't have level 6. And we're trying to lane. It's going okay. Year of Dudu.
Yeah. Does have level 6 now. Can go all out if he wants to, but getting all out of range of Zeus is problematic, as Kanavi not going to land the Vault Breaker here. As we have the Brad looking for some charms in the river. Delight rotating up, so
I
does need to be a bit careful.
Think that the Cassante pick makes a lot of sense in isolation when you consider, like they picked, you know, second pick, right? They wanted to have the counter pick, and they end up with this situation where they can just index heavily into MR, and Cassante is very difficult to kill.
Yes.
He's just naturally tanky with his base resistances into the Corki anyways.
He's still looking for an angle here towards Zeus. Dudu realizing that the angle is going to be try and go all in as often as possible, but you can see, looking a little worse for wear. Has already gone back and completed his Negatron Cloak.
Zeus is so close to being able to kill him, actually, with Between Worlds, but he respects it and backs away.
Yep.
First Dragon goes over to Pyosik, actually, with that bottom side prio. That's pretty significant.
And, okay. A little bit of a snare onto Peter there with the Cosmic Binding. Nicely done by Delight. Stop any more aggression here. As Dr. Arm down to 50%, so he does need to be a little careful. But with a decent advantage at the moment. True Shot Barrage connects onto Delight, takes him down to 50%.
Seems like Ohm in the coaching booth after game 1 was like, do not fight them until you have your ultimates and you have the right setup. Do not hands check Kanavi. I'm asking you to just make sure the bottom lane's okay, kind of be around there, but do not engage unless I come in coach comms and tell you to.
Well, right now you can see they are definitely listening. As just a bit of a back to come through here for Dr. See whether he does have the Sheen at the ready. And
you know,
does put that together now.
They could quite literally use the coach comms and coach voice as a leash for Kanavi.
That might be a good way to do it.
They haven't really utilized this strategy yet, but I do think that if you tell him not to do it, he'll probably listen.
Yeah. It's like you get the phone call And Kanavi's like, oh no, Dad's on the phone again. As Charm is going to hit him. There's the Cyclone as well. Tempered Fate just to try and buy a bit of space here as the seismic shove comes through. Closer looking for the angle. Orbit Deception connects onto Kanavi. Pyoshik makes his way through the magical journey. Great Charm to connect onto Light, who has to flash to get out of the way of Peter's Tangle Bobs.
So this was the even game state do enemy raptor camp variant of the copy pasta.
Yeah, a little bit not as optimal. However, you do have to do it to try and create that advantage, as you said. That's what I learned, Wolf, from you earlier on. I'm really glad about that one. As Gumiushi walking towards Dr. and Peter. I don't know whether he really wants to do that. Really wanted access to the wave.
Is he trying to trick him?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because like now they got the TP coming from Delight. Like I think he successfully may have baited them into an unfavorable position.
Well, we do have Zeka moving down.
It's working!
There's the Cosmic Binding onto Peter. True Shot Barrage comes in as now Zeka throws out that volley. And Peter not going to get hit by that seismic shove. That was a little bit optimistic as Gumiushi taking a lot of damage. Minions doing some work there as well as Doctom's Arcane shifting forward.
And Closer should be able to get some plate gold in the mid lane as well. Initially, that looked so weird what Guma was doing there, but it looked like there was definitely some intention behind it, and yet still did not work out as well as they would have hoped. If that shove hits Peter, then I think it's a completely different story. Now, a plate will go to the Ahri, but the plate will also go over to Zeus here in the top lane at the same time, unrelated.
Yep. Pyoshik moves on over, wants to be able to grab this last grub that Zeus is going to be a little bit annoying about, but with a smite, Pyoshik is absolutely fine, able to lock that one down as Little Rocket to annoy Doctom.
I could have barriered that. That's probably what he's telling himself.
Shouldn't have been shopping. As 400 gold is the approximate lead here for HLE in this early game. Definitely looking better than game number 1, and they won that game. So probably feeling very happy, HLE at this point.
I wonder how it must feel to be Duckdom in this type of scenario, because there's probably more things going on in his mind than like, I'm just laning in a pro game here, since Guma was the MVP who denied his team from winning a world championship just a few months ago.
Yep.
And that same man just shoots a rocket at him and delays his back, and he's like, ugh, this Guma guy is ruining my day.
Well, certainly going to continue doing so here if he lets him, as now Zeus going to get thrown out of his Between Worlds. Looks for some weirding here, but going all out is Dudu, finds the flash, but there is the blast cone. Dudu avoids it though, so he doesn't get further away, and he finds the Q! Max range, that's the Dusante!
Absolute insanity, and the timing of the all out during the Between Worlds almost feels unreal that he's able to actually pull it off.
I'm really surprised he even made that angle. I didn't quite even see.
Yeah, we'll have to watch it again
when the champions got into that position.
Because it's like during the slight like animation, I guess, of when the Between Worlds is happening is what it looked like. We'll see the replay, no doubt, but insane mechanical play there from Dudu, and is able to get the max range Q3 to snipe him. That's as far. He's like, I'm a range champion at this one specific moment. Just look at that.
Oh.
As he's trying to go Between Worlds, gets pulled in. Blast Cone helps him survive for now.
That sidestep was revolt. That was blind.
He's just like, how do you like playing against a ranged top laner?
Yeah, man, that was everything he did there was perfect.
It's actually crazy. Maybe it is the year of Dudu.
I think perhaps it's the year of Dudu and the year of Vikler at the same time. It has to be.
It was the year of Closer last year.
It was. And look, we haven't seen him pop up just yet. He's got his Malignance done. Maybe there's a chance for him to find an angle. As Dudu with his Rookern done, misses everything, but he doesn't have to hit it because he did the cool
He didn't have kill pressure this time.
Exactly.
You hit it when you have the kill pressure.
Well, he is going to be able to find Zeus here. Look, he just takes no damage. Now that this Rookern is done, he is just able to walk at Zeus over and over again.
And they're going to get Double Dragon again, potentially, here. Prio is Closers right now with his ultimate up. Very difficult to challenge this Dragon. If you're HLE, I think DNS are just going to get it.
Let's see whether Kanavi can do anything. The answer is no. He's just going to be backing in the Tri-Brush. Decides to cancel it. Let's see whether they can find an angle as Doctom. Oh dear, there it is. Cease and desist can come down, but he swaps targets to the clone. I'm not sure about that one as now Closer comes in, but there's a seismic shove. And Zeka is going to stop that one from happening. Wow, Kanavi. Was that what happened? I don't want to like throw him under the bus because it was very confusing, but it's almost like he had an Ezreal right there and decided instead clone.
Yeah, that was very peculiar.
We'll see in the replay.
Yeah,
Maybe
'cause
that's not what happened. I think that's what happened.
I was looking at Delight because I thought he was going to set up a really big turn with his ultimate, and then his ultimate hit nothing as they were retreating, but instead, you know, Kanavi just did not actually end up getting the pick onto Duckdom there. Duckdom did not flash or spell, or not spell shield, but a barrier in that moment either. Stayed calm and collected.
I'm confused.
Yeah, let's watch that one again.
I think we'll need to. As right now, DNS have gold advantages across the board, but it's only spelt about an 800 gold lead at this point in time. Not really the end of the world. We're going to have a look at this one more time. Okay.
So Kanavi...
There are a lot of clones for him to press the button on, and he actually did dive on top of the Pop Blossoming Nico.
Yeah, I don't really think there's anything weird that happened there that would have disrupted him.
Yeah. So it was, there are a lot of clones
besides a lot of fake clones,
yeah. So it gets a little confusing.
I mean, it's hard to click on the lantern when there's a lot of wards on the ground. You know, it's a thing.
Yeah.
Unless I missed something there, I think that may have been player error.
Perhaps. But still, no harm, no foul. No one really going down. But Double Dragon did come on through for DNS, and now it's a Hextech Soul.
I mean, I guess
if HLE do the same thing again, by the way. A Quadra Hextech Soul is kind of obscene.
It would be obscene. I guess you could argue maybe he thought that the follow-up wasn't close enough, so he wanted to kind of like use it as an escape and try to rejoin his teammates a little bit.
Yeah.
But I mean,
also just trying to go for the target that's closer to the rest of your teammates to maximize your ability to get a kill.
Exactly.
Something like that. I don't know.
Either way,
we're giving a lot of benefit of the doubt here, and we do like to do that.
It's Double Dragon and DNS are not as ahead as they were in game one, but the way this game has gone makes you kind of want to trust the individual play we're seeing, because it has kind of been some individual outplays across the board that really is the where we've led to in this game in terms of their position. It hasn't been big team fights or Ezreal or Corki sitting on their item spikes just yet. I mean, this is going to be a bit of a slower start here in this one until those two items do hit.
Well, Closer is going to get discovered here by Kanavi. Does throw out the charm, almost manages to hit Zeka there, as now looks to get out of the way of the seismic shove, and Zeka actually taking a lot of damage. Closer playing that really well.
Yeah, he was like, well, if I'm going to ult, I'm going to take 2 half health bars.
Maximize your ability to do work, as Zeka is going to have his back stopped. A little bit frustrating there.
That exchange is just Herald here for DNS, so, you know, there was a reason behind the collapse there, and when Closer used his ult, Piotr was like, let's see what we can get. They get the whole Herald out of this for free, basically, and they'll even get a Scuttle.
Oh, free crab on the side? Gorgeous.
Kanavi hates doing his own Raptor camp, but he's going to have to do that one here, sadly.
Thankfully, Piotr's Raptor camp is also coming up relatively soon, so let's see whether he can take that one down as well. Dash Cannon done here for Peter, as Doctor taking a lot of damage from Guma. Arcane Shift gets him out of the way, but looking a little worse for wear, as item parity between our 280 carries, and in fact sitting on almost exactly the same CS. Zeka will finally complete his quest, last one to do so here. Does upgrade his Boots of Lucidity.
Yeah, the mid quest sometimes just gets really slowed down.
And also doesn't really matter, it's not one of the scaling ones, so we're not feeling too worried about it, as, did he manage to get it? I think he managed to get it.
I could not see, actually.
Some money did pop up, so I'm not going to say that the zoom in was necessary here, as Zeus might be in a little trouble.
He did avoid everything so far. Let's see what he can do next.
Yep, going between worlds here as Closer throws out the Orb of Deception, and I think Zeus may be dead, as Rock in a Hard Place doesn't really tell the story, as Peter will take a lot of damage, but will be able to make it out safely.
A Rock Hard plays Charms, Pop Blossom, and Wukong.
Yeah.
No Cyclone in this case was not employed, but that is going to be the bottom turret going down. An interesting place to drop it. Well, in fact, it will be a Talia ult going down. Oh, no way.
Oh, he's going to reposition and still get the charge. Oh, no.
Right, this is going to have to be the first WA TV Talia wall segment of the year.
I think so. Let's see whether we will have Wadid there. Hopefully he doesn't talk too much about sheets, because that makes us a little bit nervous. As Dr.
He's going to start the next desk off with a clean slate, Atlas.
Yes, and I hope he does hold up a sheet to explain what he was actually talking about prior. And I hope it's a very clean sheet as well, because that's what he said.
Yeah, with nothing on it at all.
Yeah, I've got a lot of clean sheets here as well. We were given those. So Dr. just going to be clearing out some minions here in this mid lane as we have the dragon spawning.
It does not look like
DNS have a lot of control.
Does not look like we're dropping dragons after double dragon here in game 2 for DNS, as
they are just cruising this game.
DNS, by the way, actually good team.
Actually good team.
Actually good team.
I think not going to be waiting like an entire year for a win. I don't think that's going to be happening, as of course they've already won here in the LCK Cup. Okay, taking some plates down as Yoshik just by himself going to be securing this third Drake.
Zeus is going to get a turret for Hextech Soul Point. I guess that's all they can really get here is... we did supposed to do this one.
We're going to get Zeka TV.
Eh?
예?
Eh? Agreed.
아, 모션 먹어야 되는데.
Yeah.
Well, he wanted to stop it.
Yeah.
He did not. He was unsuccessful. I thought that was a very great usage of player voice.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's precisely what we need this feature for. As Pyoshik thinking about trying to find an angle here, as they do manage to successfully steal away the enemy blue buff, and out goes HLE.
I think League of Legends needs a little bit more stuff like Herald in it.
Yeah.
You know, that can create comedy on the Rift. Nice try, Zeus.
Yeah, very close. Down to 13 health there. Pyoshik is able to lock down his Grump. Very, very important. As Peter clearing out vision where he can. And we are ticking closer and closer to Baron time. But I don't think anyone's really going to be starting that one off anytime soon. Not a lot of like Baron damage. You know, we don't have like the crit 80 carries that want to be doing like massive amounts of consistent damage here.
Imagine if
Ezreal.
Otacon existed in this game.
No, I don't want
how easily this lead for DNS could just be.
Oh yeah, it could evaporate in a second.
We would probably because at that time we would know that Otacon could exist. We probably wouldn't even speak as if DNS was in the lead with 2.5k gold in 3 dragons.
I feel like now that Otacon is gone, every single professional League of Legends team just got 50% better.
Yeah, they're just way smarter now.
Yeah, everyone's so much smarter now. It's very,
crazy.
very cool. It's very, very cool. It's amazing that a patch can do that.
Like, you remember, like, when you think about where we are in LCK Cup right now in terms of team parity, it's crazy how close everyone really is. Like, Hanwha Life Esports lost to Nongshim, right? But DRX took a game off T1, lost to this team, who now might also beat Hanwha. Like, it's like we have a lot of good teams in this tournament thus far. The Rise group is going to be real interesting.
Oh, yeah. We don't even know who's going to be in the
Rise. I mean, the race to escape Rise will actually be such an exciting one this year, I think.
Do you know what the best thing is? Maybe Legend Group is just going to be another Rise group, you know? Maybe that's what it's going to be. Maybe our teams have all just, like, accepted that Rise Group is the way.
It's just Rise and Risen, we'll change the name.
Oh, there we go! All right. Well, Gumiushi did manage to soak the majority of the Mystic shots in lane, and so is struggling here a little bit. There's a cease and desist. They just blow up Doctom. Goodbye. That's what happens if you hit all of the Mystic shots onto Gumiushi. You just die. Kanavi just says goodbye to you.
I mean, if you put something in front of Kanavi's face, you dangle a carrot.
Yeah.
He will bite.
He will bite, yes. And if you're scratching your head as to why, then the joke's on you. As double ulti going to connect here from Delight between worlds, and down goes the Nico. Zeka just bouncing around his circle, and Dudu will survive, but he is looking a little worse for wear, and HLE just coming alive here in this mid game.
Yeah, it's just one overstep from the Ezreal, who has Flash and E. Does not matter. They're going to try to... Okay.
Yeah, Closer just pressing that R button, seeing what he can get done here, but that is a clone that's going to get thrown around. Closer still looking for it. True Shot Barrage from base. As Doctom just announces that he is back alive once again.
They really wanted to defend that turret, which is very important for this upcoming Dragon fight. And with the Ahri ultimate, use it this timing, should still be able to use it for this upcoming fight. But this is the real story here, is Doctom is like clearing a control ward and then queuing a Vi. I really can't justify this one in any way.
Sometimes you just want to, like, all red dots are red dots, Wolf. And that ward was also a red dot.
It's been 80 years, by the way. Like, please fix that quirky spectator. I'm just going to mention it every time it happens now.
Yeah, I remember my grandmother talking about it when I was born.
I actually think that's what triggered the stock market collapse right before the Great Depression was
oh, really?
a bunch of people just lost their minds to the sound of Gatling gun forever, and they just suddenly were like, we've got to sell everything.
It's so funny because you talk about that based on the Great Depression. I also saw it in The Big Short. That was the main thing about it. Yeah. They were like, the big thing was like, the big conspiracy was that actually was all based on a Corky Gatling gun bug.
Like, if they don't fix it, it could actually be what triggers World War III.
It could be.
Or the end of the Earth. So I think it's probably, it may be the most infuriating thing that exists on this planet. It may actually be the biggest plague in the esports industry.
I also think that it might have been why the dinosaurs went extinct.
Yeah, that's very likely.
Yeah, crocodiles survive because they have bad hearing. That's why. All right, HLE setting up to try and deny this Hextech Soul. Great charm connects onto Kanavi. He does manage to get Mikhails, but into the backline goes Peter. Finds 3 with the Pop Blossom, but the massive damage from this Aurora comes on through. Pioshik looking to try and find an angle, though. It's a magical journey, gets to light to safety. And Zeus now finds himself alone. Dudu getting thrown around like a ragdoll, but he is a very healthy ragdoll who goes all out onto Zeka looking for the angles here. Does get flung back, though, and will be taken out as Closer doesn't quite manage to find it. And the flash forward from Gumayushi. He sees his target's vulnerable, and he takes him down. As DNS, they do have a couple of members left alive, and it looks like we will have another dragon fight.
Yeah, it does look that way. No Kanavi for 8 seconds, and Pioshik having Smite and being Wukong means that there's just no way to try to start this one up. This fight is super broken up. Dudu comes in here a little bit late, but still ultimately with this charm, they're able to get the push onto Kanavi. Pop Blossom here ends up being insane value, but they're not able to hit the bio target in Guma. The shove is great, but Guma just sits back and does massive damage. And then Zeus here, a little bit optimistic, but it's able to help Guma again, continue to chip away at this health bar. It's a really long replay. We probably got to jump into Dragon now.
Yeah, I have a feeling, because we do have DNS coming back up, so... Oh, it's the steal! That's going to be Hextech Soul! As Pioshik finally shows up here at the perfect time! Takes out Kanavi as well! And DNS, I mean, they fell off the horse, but you know what you have to do, Wolf? You just jump back in that saddle and you start riding away. And that's precisely what they did.
We didn't get to the critical part of that replay because we had to jump out, but we also kind of missed the beginning of the setup there on the Dragon. But ultimately, Pioshik gets the steal, and that is all you need. Now we're starting Baron. Kanavi's dead.
Oh, God. Okay. DNS really looking to try and...
Ezreal
make use of this.
Pretty good with Hextech Soul.
Does find a Pop Blossom on Zeus. It's not the Hextech gate he wanted to take as he tries to go between the worlds, but unfortunately, DNS is on every side of the world.
Yeah, and unfortunately, even though they stopped the Baron, I don't know if it's really a positive net result here for the side of Hanwha Life Esports, as it can clear this wave and at least stop this turret from going down, but it's got Crystalline Overgrowth. One wave getting anywhere near it means it is going to fall. So technically, Zeus' sacrifice is not in vain, but let's go back to this fight here. It's just a 50-50 flip. There's no real secure. Delight he's not in position to really offer anything back in this fight. Kanavi, because the rest of the team just says, well, we lost it, we're not going to fight for this one, he just ends up being left to die. Zeus takes this Hextech gate to try to actually get a flank angle onto Duckdom. I think it's insanely good that Peter realizes instantly that he needs to Pop Blossom him and then turn the rest of the team back to focus him down. Hanwha Life Esports cannot follow the play. It was a really cool idea from Zeus there. On second look, it actually could have maybe even saved that fight for them, but the reaction from Peter is instant.
Yeah, Peter just sort of reading the play very, very well. 2,000 gold, the lead here for DNS. The problem is, and this is what I wanted to talk about just prior, it's Ezreal with Hextech Soul.
He's like the Hextech guy.
Yeah, it's disgusting. And the kind of things that you can do. Now has 3 items completed. And yeah, Duckdom is going to be scary.
He went Shojin's instead of the Endless Hunger 3rd item, which we have seen really popular, but Shojin's is stronger, and when you hit it on 3, Endless Hunger gets stronger the more AD you put together. And you know, he just wants to, I think, hold on to his lead in this game that he has. I mean, not him over Gumayushi, but the lead that his team has. Yeah. The current game state and the objective control they've had, which has been phenomenal.
And Guru is very strong in this game right now, right? He does have 3 items. Lord Dom's at number 3. Will still be able to cut through Dudu here, most likely. The problem is, DNS have Hextech Soul, and it's just kind of silly. 3 minutes on the Elder, by the way, guys, and it's only 27 minutes into the game.
That's what happens when you get a 4 Drake stack. The crazy thing is that because of the double AP, it's really important for Guma to be fed because the Rookern is there, right, for Dudu. You know, even the Verdant Barrier is high value here for Closer. Guma is going to really have to do a lot of damage. He is going to have to be very consistent with his output in this one. He does not have Flash. He only has Valkyrie to rely on, and the siege is real. Whoa. Look at the Hextech at work.
Oh, dear. Yep. Dr. is going to continue to do stuff like that as he zaps the minion wave over and over again. And just a little bit more of a minion wave, and they will be able to take down this inner turret as well in the mid lane. Things getting very dark on Summoner's Rift for HLE. And DNS have just kind
TP
of
flank.
Sidestep there as Dr. might be able to dive on over as Zeus gets on in. Does do a fair bit of damage there, takes 50% of the health bar of the Ezreal as Kanavi moves over. Pop Blossom to hold onto him. True Shot Barrage to do a fair bit of damage, but Peter now without an ultimate. Teleport does come in from the Ahri though as Closer looking for a flank angle. Dudu is a little worse for wear though, and this is an awkward fight as Zeus dives around the battlefield. Zeker in trouble though as Pyosik gets the Cyclone onto Gumayushi, who's down to 50%. Down goes Zeus as he takes matters into his own hands. And unfortunately, DNS have Hextech Soul, and it's just really hard to be a tricky Aurora in this game.
Yeah, in the scrappy fight, when you have the Ahri flank as well from Closer, it's really tough to be in Hanwha Life Esports' position into Hextech Soul. This is a very, very low health Ahri, and they are going to come over for a contest. Kanavi does have Flash. He's also Vi, but I think the timing is a little bit tricky.
Yeah, Dudu is at full health. He is so incredibly scary, but HLE, they could possibly get this one done as he steals it away! He might be denied an exit from the pit, but they get denied the Baron as well. Beautifully done here for HLE to try and hold on to their position in this game.
Baron worth a little bit less, but the denial here is massive. We go back to this fight here. It is very broken up. Peter zones Kanavi here. It's not the greatest start to the fight because now they don't have Pop Blossom for the follow-up. Zeus wants to go in, but Dudu is just so tanky. And then this flank from Closer really seals the deal with the Wukong engaged onto Zeka. And with Hextech slows, how do you turn this fight as HLE? You kind of just lose if you try to retreat slowly and kite back. You lose if you try to go in. And unfortunately, Zeus, who was flanking, is the one who dies. This timing on the steal is really, really tight here, and also the control vision in the pit is so incredible.
It wasn't that tight. Pyosik just needed to press Smite. It was like sitting at 1300 for forever.
I forgot about the fact that the Smite is upgraded. Yeah.
I don't know about that.
Maybe it was a little bit less tight.
Yeah. But it was like, that was in slow-mo as well, so maybe it looked a little bit more painful for us.
It's still an impressive steal, and Kanavi, who hasn't had his greatest game of the season here, is at least redeemed significantly from it.
And also, kind of ironically, Pyosik's lead was 1400. All right, Zeus is dead, ladies and gentlemen. Closer just finds him.
He's 0-6 in this game. He's trying to be a playmaker, but it is just not working out. This blind Aurora pick, and that might cost them Elder in the game.
Yeah, well, it's serious time, Wolf, and he's playing. That's the unfortunate part. That's all right. I know how this one goes. DNS, they have a man advantage, but they may not necessarily have a smite advantage. So let's just see whether Kanavi can do it again.
I mean, he's on the edge. He's got vision in the pit. Maybe they should clear that this time.
Yeah, they're going to have to go for the turn. There's the flash charm onto Zeus. He does get Mikhail's, but it does not quite work as Kanavi decides he wants to go in, desperately trying to save the play, and it does not work. Peter keeps himself alive. Gumayushi takes the magical journey, has to flash, as there is the Tempered Fate to try and buy some space, but the Elder is picked up. True Shot Barrage, and the Dragon descends from the skies to get some revenge here for Doc Dom.
Bit of revenge.
That is all she wrote, Wolf.
Bit of revenge there for Duckers, as you said. Took the words right out of my mouth. Feeling pretty good about that one. He'll interrupt his back in this case. As Zeus does respawn here, but is only desperately going to try to clear the wave to buy time.
Well, you'll see whether it won't work. The Dragon's angry, and Pyosik is going to
he clears the wave
on to the Aurora. He did in fact do that.
He gives them a second lease on life here, although I don't know how big the lease really is.
By the way,
bad analogy.
As far as negative Rebel Baron power plays are concerned, is 2,500 the biggest?
Probably of the season so far. I've seen worse though.
It's pretty impressive. Okay, let's have a look at this fight one more time.
A really great engage from Closer onto Zeka here, taking him out of the fight right away, and then they have the stronger front line with Dudu. And then this Tempered Fate buys some time, but the snipe is still real.
Oh, the Cosmic Binding from Delight was fantastic, but it didn't really matter. Zeus loves Hexgate.
So he is able to, despite being 0-6.
Yeah, he only wanted to kill the minions.
Yeah,
he only wanted to kill the minions.
He just wanted to clear the wave. He is successful. So that ends up stopping the Nexus from falling. They still have Elder, and they are killing the other things on the map.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to change the outcome of the game, but it did stop the game from ending right then.
It was correct. It just didn't really matter necessarily.
Yeah. Kind of cute. Let's see whether they have another team fight in them. As Between Worlds goes Zeus once again. Does do a little bit of chip damage as Dr. Arm taking a fair bit, as well as Gumayushi getting slowed down. Man, Hextech Soul is stupid. It really is frustrating.
It's really crazy when you have that and the Elder.
Yeah, they have kind of all of the things. Baron's going to be up in 2 minutes' time. They've got 30 seconds left of Elder. And Dr. Arm Arcane shifts over the Weaver's wall. And they were able to break open the base here.
Slow and steady. I mean, he has Sereldas on top of all of this. Like, this game should not be losable here for DNS.
Oh, you say that. But I was watching yesterday, okay? And where was this bottom lane from?
Berserker was also like, you know,
oh, no.
I once sat in that seat, Duckers.
Yeah, like this is DNS with an entire KT bottom lane, Wolf. Like, this is, never say that it's not throwable.
I kind of feel like this one shouldn't be throwable. KT,
I mean, yeah, of course it shouldn't be
had
throwable.
Akali, okay. They didn't have a lot of siege. They didn't have great engage to get into the base and end the game. DNS, in this case, only get one inhibitor, which is pretty insane. Like, Zeus is clearing the minion wave. We were like, oh, it might not necessarily matter. If they win this game, it will have been incredibly important.
Yeah.
Because they would have died 100% if he doesn't clear there.
He is one of the most useful 0-7 Auroras
Yeah.
I've ever seen.
I mean, now they might randomly win the game if there's a throw. It's possible. Like, there's only one inhibitor down. The inner in bottom lane is still up with full plates because this comp is a Cassante Ari comp, so they're not really split pushing a whole lot. But
yeah, the side laning is not necessarily the most dangerous. Well, it looks like HLE are actually able to get some Baron vision here as well. Might even be able to take this crab as a teleport in from the Cassante, but Kanavi successfully takes that crab away.
Zeka does not have TP, only has Weaver's Wall, so if they were able to get the Weaver's Wall out of him, it would have been a huge win.
Oh, and Closer doesn't quite finish off the death cap. That could have been a huge thing.
The timing of that play, unfortunately, doesn't really help DNS that much because the Baron wasn't actually up. So HLE are just kind of like, all right, well, you're obviously not doing Baron, so we can actually regroup and it won't matter. Zeka is clearing these top minion waves as quickly as he can so they can have a fair fight here. I think DNS are going to have to be decisive. They have all the tools to win this game.
And honestly, if they just play it out, you know, calm and collected, they should be able to take this to a game number 3. We'll just have to see. HLE, they have some tricks up their sleeves. I mean, that's 4 items on Gumayushi. Like, he's very scary.
If they end up getting like a huge Tempered Fate into massive shove, you know, there is a miracle win con or a Kanavi steal again.
Oh God, don't let it happen, DNS. Do not let him into that pit. As Voltbreaker getting charged, Zeka taking a fair bit of damage here from the poke out of DNS. As Pyoshik over the wall, Dudu just tanking up the Baron.
Pyoshik's positioning here really strong.
Oh, Pop Blossom finds Gumayushi and Zeus as well. Kuma goes into the Tempered Fate. Delight trying to keep him safe, but Dudu will jump on top of him. Goes all out to take him down. Closer is dead as well, though, as Pyoshik gets into that back line. And Delight looking a little worse for wear, but HLE, they are backing away. They have lost Guma, but they've traded 1-for-1. And if you're losing by this much, 1-for-1 ain't bad.
Yeah, Pyoshik actually doesn't end up getting that much value because the fight happens away from his flank. And he has Hextech Soul on the Wukong, and the Cyclone should be insane, but he actually only uses after the retreat is really in full effect. For HLE, you know, he's being zoned by Delight here, so when the Pop Blossom hits, the Wukong still isn't here. Closer's follow-up is immense. It is so quick, but the Tempered Fate actually buys a lot of space here for them to retreat out. Even though Guma dies, so much damage has been done to Duckdom that DNS have to play this really slow. The Cyclone value is relatively low. They end up only trading 1-for-1. Like you said, it's not really a one exchange for them. And a few more fights like this, and Hanwha Life Esports will have that inhibitor up. I mean, it's up in 80 seconds. This game is still somehow, some way playable.
Well, a second Elder Dragon, Wolf. Let's see whether that is going to be enough to change the tables, as Kanavi could be in trouble. Another Cyclone from Pyoshik. True Shot Barrage, a lot of damage.
And the slow.
Kanavi just barely survives. As it's a hot cup of cocoa delivered from Delight to help him out there. But now he has to go back.
Yeah, I mean, he's not
so
dead.
That should be free Elder.
He's not dead, but he's effectively dead because he cannot.
He's not dead, but he's dead?
Yeah.
Oh no. Well, Tempered Fate is going to make the Elder golden.
Buy time, buy time. Hexgate in, Kanavi, come on.
Oh dear. So that is second Elder Dragon for DNS. How many Elders does it take for DNS to kill a Nexus? Is it 2?
The last bro. They know the answer.
Oh dear.
That'd be a spoiler.
It's not enough. There weren't enough Elders in that game. There were not enough. This time there's at least 2, and let's see whether it's going to be when paired with the Baron. Like, this is Exodia. They're putting Exodia together right now.
It's Exodia with Hextech Soul and the 4 Drake to 0. It could only be more Exodia if they had 3 grubs to end these turrets' lives.
Oh yeah, true. Can't be true. No, but Exodia's 3, isn't it? No, wait. Isn't Exodia 5? I didn't play enough Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm not going to lie to you.
It is 5.
Yeah, we need
left.
I need
foot,
Kangas.
left
Where's Kangas?
arm,
he's
right
the
foot, right
Yu-Gi-Oh!
arm.
guy.
Yeah. And then the Forbidden One himself.
Yeah.
All right, well.
Oh, Doc Dom? I don't know about that. Doc Dom.
He doesn't get shoved, and he has GA.
He has a GA. But like, that was still very
Like I said, that was unlosable. Unlosable.
Oh, stop it, Wolf.
Unlosable situation.
I've seen the game in this position. Okay, Pop Blossom from Peter finds absolutely nothing as Gumayushi, he actually walked into the snare part of it and will be backing away. The Dragon almost takes him down as he gets back towards the fountain. Oh, closer! He will just get 1-2 punch, but Kanavi's going to get answered. Zeus goes down as well. First Nexus turret to fall. Doc Dom and Dudu now standing back, but that could have gone way, way worse.
I mean, they have the cannon minion here. The top wave is super far away.
I mean, I mean, DNS have Exodia, Wolf. They have that should be game over.
Yeah, I think it will be because Dudu shows back up.
That's a lot of health bar. My goodness, he has so much health bars. Okay, Peter almost dead. As Gumayushi's sitting at full health here. Doc Dom looks for the angle, has to flash to get out of the way of the seismic shove. Dudu is basically immortal in this game. Just hit the Nexus. Doc Dom, just hit the Nexus. As the Dragon comes down from the sky, Dudu almost dies to the fountain, but DNS bring us to 3 games.
They do bring us to 3. Man, Doc Dom was like, I am a Hextech Soul, Elder buffed, nearly full build on previous patches.
Yes, there is enthusiastic DNS guy.
Why is the most important fight of the game happening when the minions are spawning in front of me while I'm trying to hit my Qs? This is really annoying. As ultimately DNS won the game a while ago, but it took a little while for it to normally end.
That looked way too playable for HLE at the end there. I got very, very frightened that we were going to have another very depressing end to a game.
Kanavi on Baron, insane. Kanavi on Elder, dying before Elder is not ideal.
Yeah, that was
dichotomy of Kanavi in this one.
Yeah, he was like, there was a Raptor camp that was up, Wolf. That must have been what it was.
Zeus did an insane amount of damage.
He was
in a very suicidal way.
This was one of the scariest, like, 0-7 Auroras that I have ever seen. However, it was not enough. Doc Dom doing massive amounts of work in this game. But honestly, it was a little bit of funny business, a little bit of silly stuff. And DNS, they took control of the game from basically the very beginning, and this time, they never let go. So I want to say, hats off to the coaching staff. They told DNS, you know what, guys? Play it slow, cool, calm, and collected, and you can win. And guess what? That's precisely what they did. And they brought us to 3 games, which is exactly what we wanted here today. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, ladies and gentlemen, we did with a very clean sheet, ready to take you through exactly what went wrong for HLE. Then we'll have game number 3. See you soon.
노플.
그냥 끝낼만해.
나
피 채울게, 피 채울게.
나 중요도 있어. 나한테 그거 하지 마. 내 앞에 서줄게 기다려. 앞비전만 안 박으면 될 것 같아. 야 더블 받았다 코르키. 타워 쳐볼래?
코르키부터 뿌려.
바이키리 박으면 봐줄게. 바이키리 박으면 봐줄게.
이런 타워 치면서 볼게.
위에 박으면 위에 기대면서 해봐. 야 타워 칠래?
이거 각 보면서 해야 돼. 각 보면서 해야 돼.
다 보면서 해봐 이거. 더블 빠졌어 코르키 더블 빠졌어. 쳐봐. 살려 노플이야 살려. 끝내. 어우 야 빡세 나 나이스. 나이스.
전 세계에서 아마 이 매치를 주목하고 있겠죠.
올 시즌 첫 번째 소위문 빅3 대결이에요. T1과 하나생명 가죠.
보자 나 이거 뛰어볼게 앞템 타고 이거.
확인.
되거든 시간. 근데 판테온 이거 올 거다 아마도. 기다려봐. 내가 먼저 봐줄게.
다이브다.
나 오긴 했어.
오케이. 잡긴 했어. 빼야 돼.
나이스.
나 이제 무빙 안. 상태 안 좋아서 웬만하면 집 가긴 해야 돼.
나 직선 한번 뛰어올게. 이번에 괜찮을 것 같다. 거리 돼.
오케이. 가볼래? 탑 잡았어. 라이트 갔다. 이거 집 찍고 바로 뛰었네. 와. 둘 다 너무.
탑 계속 천천히 해봐. 밸류 좋아서.
바텀 빡대기요? 바텀 다이브 안 돼? 바텀 다이브.
바텀 다이브.
바로 할게.
해야 이거 하자.
아, 포개.
공 있어. 살려봐. 타워 오자. 네 살려. 나 가는 중. 바이 노플이야.
얘는 내가 잡았어. 루시안 노플. 형 조심해. 안 죽어. 나이스.
나 미드가 안 줘.
바이 위치만 찾으면 될 듯? 야 루시안 걸리면 내가 다 잡아줄만해. 살려 볼래 영원. 봐봐 한번. 봐봐. 보게. 가자. 야 호지 오게 했거든?
바이부터.
나
바이부터 볼 수 있나 우리?
나 바이 노플.
타냐.
탈리아 바이 노플.
타냐 내가 잡아 이거.
바이 잡아.
잠깐만 타이 못 잡아.
여기 좀
나 이탈. 볼 수 있나? 맞대. 나 죽어버 일단.
라이즈.
노플.
이거 많이 유리하니까 좀만 침착하게 하자. 침착해. 그냥 할 거만.
탑 라인 크다 이번에 가자. 거의 앉아. 이거 바로 없어서 궁 한 번씩 털어도 될 듯? 내가 궁 한번 막아볼게. 내가 궁 써. 다이브는 볼게. 다이브가.
이거 얘네 쪽 까본다. 이거 보러 갈게. 이거 빠지면 볼게. 빠지면. 다 빠졌고. 야 반대.
맞아. 빠져. 연기 안 됐어. 빨리 빼고. 탑 빼고.
야 근데 이. 야 좋아. 나 뒤에 탈게. 맞아. 지금 우리가 밸류 더 높긴 해.
바이봉 빼주면 내가 다 잡으면.
미드 천천히 나가보자 이거.
야 장로 땡기고 싸움 바로 보자 이거 형. 볼 거면 한 번에 잘 보긴 해야 돼.
여기서? 야 공 타봐. 아래로 나가면 일단 아래로 가야 되긴 해. 이거 치면서 싸움 봐야 될 것 같아. 우리 받으면서.
야 먹을래? 바깥에 걸어놨어. 아 먹어봐. 아 쌈 보자. 쌈 보자. 벽쳐.
오케이. 쳐. 야 라이트.
아래. 야 돌게.
얘네 잡으면 끝난다.
여기 있다. 야.
나이스. 나이스. 빰빰 잘하자. 나이스.
탑 뭐 나오냐? 개 무섭네.
탑 4인쪽 볼거 같은데.
아칼리 좋아 보이긴 한데.
아칼리 주세요.
오. 탑 아칼리. 결단 뭐냐?
이겼네? 이긴 했다. 개 무서운데?
파이팅. 잘해보자.
야, 이거 저 블루까지 할 수 있나? 미드 푸시랑 따볼래?
바텀 푸시대.
미드 푸시 따볼래?
이거 밀고 저걸로 싸움 보자 그럼.
대블로 오겠다. 천천히 오긴 해. 블루 봐야 돼 여기서.
진궁 내가 막 궁.
잠깐. 잠깐.
나 좋아.
상대 그지. 녹턴 상대 그지. 녹턴 아직 녹턴 얼었어.
얘를
어디
보내.
있어? 아지르 노플.
아질.
아지르 노플이야.
앉아. 나 사파도 되는데. 11에 있다. 마음 펴볼게.
나 큐하면 돼.
끝. 나 끝이야. 와봐.
야 잡았어. 나 끝.
나이스.
까비다. 아 이렇게밖에 안 되네.
탑전형 좀 볼게 일단.
밤라인까지 메고 하자. 그거
바로
먹고.
치네? 지인 집 못 가긴 했다.
스마 싸움 보는 거보다 그냥 이거 칠 때 그냥 탑방이 낫지 않나?
나 땅굴 들어가 볼게. 나 가볼게 한번.
노틸 땅굴 스머스 아니다.
이제부터는 탑
일세만
받을
하네.
수 있어. 먹고는.
해볼래?
야,
탑 와있어. 나도 와있어. 해봐. 궁.
아지르.
오리 도고. 녹턴 노플.
나 좀 빨긴 했어.
드리블 해봐. 좀 불리하다.
나 죽긴 했어. 전력 깔았어.
우리 11호 간다.
넥타이 풀 있는데 얘네 더 깝치면 볼게. 8초 뒤에.
세 3초. 뭐야? 나 뒤에 볼게. 던져 어떠니? 나 정말 때. 타워 나야. 해도 돼. 아직 돼. 야 타워 깰 수 있나? 타워 깨자.
너.
돌아. 야 노플 때 이거. 이런 거 할게.
아칼리 좀 많이 쳐다.
다 세긴 한데 딜이 말이 안 되긴 한다.
바로 끝내러 가면 안 돼요?
나 궁이 30초. 끝낼만 하겠다.
나. 나한테 빨렸어. 나한테 빨렸어.
타워 올릴게. 타워 올렸다. 아지로 존에 있다. 타워 조심. 야 카나비 좀 잡을게. 끝내줘봐.
한 10초 시간 있어. 캐리어 맞아 안 된다니까.
나이스.
와, T1 첫날부터 대한화전 승리입니다. 대장급 경기에서 승리로 연일점을 안깁니다.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Chijijik Law Park here in the space. Digon alongside Oxenwood did as the DN Automotive Supers tied this one up. And a little bit of a quiz here for you. When was the last time that this franchise beat Hanwha Life Esports?
Oh man,
Take a guess.
that's rough.
I didn't expect the midweek Digon's Fact of the Week.
I think 3 years.
I think. Oh, I was gonna say I'm gonna go 2023 summer.
Close. 2022 summer. And guess who was on that Hanwha Life Esports roster that took the loss in the top lane? That's right. It was Dudu on that team who's now trying to win for the first time since LCK Summer 2022. So in all competitions, a lot on the line here for him and for their group. Remember, this is the #1 seed of that group against the #4 seed of that group when the draft was done. But that's the state that we're in. It's all tied 1-1 here. Ox, what did you make of that last game?
Yeah, I mean, this game was chaotic, and I think there was overwhelming odds for DNS with some of the buffs they had, especially at the end, and still it felt like a lot of work had to be done. But I think there was just a lot of groundwork done, particularly with the Dragons. And we've talked a lot about how the game's a lot harder to end because Baron's weaker, Baron's a lot harder to take, and it's really emphasized Dragon stacking, and especially if you get a Hextech Soul, it really puts you in a powerful spot. And we ended up in a situation where, well, that's Dragon #1.
Yeah.
Okay, not a big deal. You know, sometimes you just get a free Dragon.
And this is the second Drake where they
They tried
tried
to
it
get it.
first and they couldn't get it.
Okay, so, I mean, 2 Dragons, not a big deal. We'll contest the 3rd one. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, they should contest the 3rd Drake, right?
Oh.
But what is happening? This is #3 Drake,
Okay.
and nothing is happening.
And see, this is where the problem arises, because once you give over 3, well, you can't let another one go from then on out. So now they're like, okay, we have to contest this one. And Pyosik slides in, gets the steal, and now they have Hextech Soul for the rest of the game. And what's really frustrating to deal with is you're against a composition where you have things like an Ezreal with a long-range poke, and they're so skill shot reliant. So you get slowed, and those charms are hitting, those mystic shots are hitting. And the thing is, how do we get here, right? We've just shown 4 Dragons going down. That's a long period of time. What was Hanwha Life Esports doing during the downtime?
So yeah, I mean, we were figuring out why they couldn't contest the Drakes, and I think whenever you think about their team composition, we already know Vi and Talia works really well together. So I think they should be able to make some plays by themselves because they have the priorities, they have Corky Bard, but what happens in game in fact is that they couldn't really make the clean plays. Yeah, here Kanavi didn't use anything because of the light he saves with the Tempered Fate, but nothing really happens. This is a moment where Vi wants to use the ultimate. Vi wants to do the skirmishes with Talia, but they have to back out. They had to like release the tempo, and here Talia tries to roam both sides without Vi, by the way, and nothing is gonna happen. So I think they tried to do something, but nothing really happened. I think that also comes from, I would say, like unsynced from their mid jungle, because I think Talia Vi should just work together.
And the fact you're not even getting the flash from the Nico here feels really bad. You know, into this composition, you have 2 champions who can summon clones, 2 champions who have dashes and Ezreal and Ahri. I mean, a lot of dashes on the enemy team composition. It's hard to find good targets, but here as well, you know, it ends up being HLE who are retreating. They don't find the engage they want, and every single attempt like this that goes wrong, it's just kind of killing their momentum and giving windows over to DNS to set up for those dragons.
Yeah, again, it's not like they don't have the champion for the playmaking. I think they should put the light on the easier champions, something like Nautilus, Leona, like click to engage. And I think that helps a lot because I think this kind of comp, you have to know like what plays you want to take to the fight. So I think it's a little bit harder for them right now at this point.
And obviously they did start fighting back towards the end, right? We actually had some more competitive fights despite everything. But I just think that looming threat of the Hextech Soul made it so hard to fight your way back into this game. And it meant that, you know, eventually DNS could rack up both the Baron and the Elder, and that's just enough to close out the game. There's nothing you can do. Even the game-ending push, there was some flubs from DNS, and it just didn't matter.
Yeah, we're focusing on that because the DNS comp seemed pretty straightforward, self-explanatory. You needed to make the plays early by Hanwha Life Esports. They were not able to, and it is no longer an opportunity for a clean 2-0. What it is an opportunity for one of these squads to go on a 2-game winning streak. Let's see who it will be.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 2. And it was, you know, weirdly more difficult for the DN Freaks to use Exodia to win the game than it would otherwise have been. However, a win do be a win. And now we'll just have to see whether they can do it again as HLE, yeah, looking to try and get back on the horse, right? But with a little bit of a bump in the road in this series could mean that that wheel has fallen off. Wolf.
This time
Horses
DNS
don't have
will...
wheels, do they? That's my bad.
Well, I mean, put roller skates on and see what happens.
Hey, that's a good point.
This time DNS will be on blue side. Hanwha Life Esports looking for first pick on red side.
All right, they'll have it.
And I mean, the draft here gets a little bit tricky because a lot of the safe picks are gone in terms of AD carry, the Ezreal, the Corki. The Ahri pick kind of throws us for a bit of a loop. I think the Ryze stocks are way up.
Oh, yeah.
We've seen Ryze into Taliyah so many times, but the Taliyah was picked and they just opted for the Ahri answer, which worked out. Like, Closer made some really big plays, but that means Ryze is still available. I think that will be where Hanwha Life Esports are looking here in this draft, especially with this Yunara ban, which would have been the other pick I thought might be first pickable. I know Guma has shied away from it in the past, but I think we've seen a bit of an evolution.
Yeah.
And on the side of DNS, they're just going to keep banning those OP jungle picks.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see the Ambessa ban. I thought that that would be the one that would be dropped in favor of the Ryze, because I think you still have to ban Rumble. That is just guaranteed. But with Ryze kind of looming, it is a little bit of a scary situation.
If Hanwha ban Ryze here, then something interesting is going to happen. Okay.
Now, it's Mup. We got Mup coming through as Pantheon is going to be taken away. Ja once again.
So Zeka on Ryze, not his best champion, but it is a pick that is incredibly powerful right now. Oh, just first pick Aphelios Lulu.
I was thinking that one could be the way to play it. It is Docked On. There is no Vi to worry about.
You probably have to get the Lulu right here.
I would agree.
Or they will take it away and try to outlane you.
Just have to see what the answer is going to be from Gumushi. We did see Taeun on the Caitlyn yesterday. That was something that was able to lane quite effectively as the Cassiopeia answer. You don't need to pick that here.
No, you really don't. If Delight takes a Lulu away, I mean, he'll obviously have to have a strong pairing with it to justify it.
Oh, okay.
Guma has been a bit of a Ziggs enjoyer as of late.
He has sort of, he jumped on the Ziggs bandwagon. He probably heard that Orcs was here and was like, how do I make Orcs a Gumushi fan? Well, this is one way to do it, as he will lock that one in. Could be just Ziggs Leona that we've seen many times.
The risky thing about picking Ziggs, though, is if you don't play well, you will become, he'll make Ox an anti.
Oh, that's true. That's dangerous.
Good old support LeBlanc for some extra lane pressure. That would try to pick Lulu into this.
Well, we'll see whether they do actually.
It actually could kind of work, to be totally honest.
That's too many mages, Wolf. They'd only be picking mages, as Nautilus is what's going to be locked in.
The draft got significantly less magical.
Yeah, it really did. But that's okay. It's still quite magical.
Well, now that it's the Nautilus, I suppose you still just can go for the Lulu here, and then they'll have to ban a lot of different jungle bruisers to make the Lulu value a little bit less. Or you can just go Rel instead.
That's not what I was expecting.
Peter right now is very much in the mindset of, I will engage on them.
Yes. And so playing Lulu is not going to allow him to do that. So an interesting thought, because now the Aphelios is going to have nowhere near the same amount of peel, and there is already a Nautilus there, right? So the depth charge will always go off. So
you can satchel after that. You can obviously drop your ultimate down as Guma on top of the Aphelios for free. It's kind of hard to avoid that in general. Okay, so tanking again in the top side. Dudu's like, I'm going to make a front line for this Aphelios since we don't have a Thresh or a Lulu.
Yep, Dudu really wants to play Renekton. I think that is what I'm seeing here is Lee Sin going to be taken away from Pyoshik. This is certainly one of his better champions.
That was the pick I had in my mind, actually, for how this comp might work out here for DN Supers.
Kiana. I think if your opponent picks Kiana in the LCK, though, isn't that a good thing? Oh, wait, it's Kanavi. Never mind. He is an LPL jungler. We have to remember that.
I think it might hint as to what they want to do with this comp. And it is very strong with the already strong setup they have with this Nautilus. Not a lot of easy engage champions left in the jungle pool. I'm kind of wondering if we end up seeing, like, Renekton here. I don't think we're going to see Nidalee, but some sort of other unique pick here coming out from Pyoshik. Like, even Sejuani maybe could work here.
Man, think about, like, the double horse.
I mean, Hecarim actually kind of good.
Oh,
now,
my
this
God.
really will need a front line of some kind. I don't think you can play the Kindred or the Graves without Dudu being on.
He wants to shoot. The man wants to shoot.
Hecarim!
It's Hecarim! The double horse! Okay, that's kind of fun. I don't know if it's good, but it certainly seems to be fun.
We can talk about it because it's been seeing some niche play in solo queue with the Endless Hunger, and it is seeming to be quite potent at the moment. And it is going to force a response here from Hanwha Life Esports, looking for the Trundle. Trundle normally is really happy about taking out a tank, which I think is what Dudu is likely going to be playing in this draft, but also can really disrupt Hecarim's kit by just putting a pillar in front of him to make it difficult for him to actually close the gap.
Can be quite annoying.
Let's see what Zeus has in mind here, because
it has to be blind.
It has to be. It didn't work out for him with the Aurora pick last time around.
And yeah, well, blind Aurora, it sounded dangerous to me. Let's see what he is going to be locking in here.
Just blind Vayne.
Oh, God.
Don't do it, please.
It'll just be
That's
Renekton.
the safest aggressive blind top pick, and it's easy setup or follow-up for the Nautilus engage. Pillar makes it a lot easier. Makes a lot of sense.
Pikachu, I choose you. What do you reckon?
I still think he wants a tank, but with the Trundle here, it's really awkward. They don't have a front line in this draft really at all. The Rel doesn't count, especially if she goes Unsealed Spellbook, which I think probably is illegal in this draft. Aatrox, that's a
He could have been playing
pseudo
new
front line.
Aatrox, and he decided he just wants to play the old one.
A pseudo front line here. Very skill-based matchup on the top side. Can be quite volatile. Jungle attention might have to be paid up there. And if Guma takes teleport, which he definitely should, you know, it's going to be hard to punish there on the bottom side. So I think we'll see a lot of jungle attention top and mid, maybe even pathing up to the top side of the map, which is quite unusual. You know, we're seeing a lot of jungle attention, obviously, on the bottom side of the map right now with the AD carry quest being as strong as it is. Zeka on Rise, I don't trust it necessarily. Like, I don't think he has. When you think about our big mid laners that have been in the LCK over the last 5 years, he's on that list, right? But Rise is iconic for so many of our mid laners in the LCK, and I don't think we could say that about Zeka. He's kind of the odd man out in that regard. But he needs to be able to do consistent damage in this draft because their Ziggs does not have necessarily that same sort of damage output. The Aphelios, later on in the game, especially with Duckdom's, I mean, it's his best champion in his career. When you think about all the way back to when he first joined the LCK, the Dynamics days, he needs to pop off. But I think he can. He's going to be such a consistent win con here in this game.
I'm really looking forward to seeing how this one's going to go. It's eclectic drafts on both sides. Game 3s are really fun for that reason. Let's get under the rift here for game number 3.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what happens for game number 3. Pioshik looking pretty cool with that particular skin. Has no change-ups as far as what we're expecting out of the Keystones. Phase Rush, pretty common. But when that Endless Hunger does come in, that's when we're going to see a little bit of deviation from the Hecarims that we've seen in the past. A little bit of fun there. As Closer doing a bit of work up against Zeka. Obviously, this Cassiopeia into Rise has been like the classic counterpick. But these Noxious Blasts landing in lane, kind of what you need to do to make sure that that one does happen.
This matchup here can be
We've
so
seen this one
volatile.
before, I think, Wolf.
Yeah, we certainly have. Obviously, the lifesteal and healing output of both of these champions makes it, if you're not a master of this matchup, difficult to judge when it is correct to trade and when it is correct to try to back away. The Renekton has the opportunity to look for really nice trading patterns into the Aatrox, but often just wants to cue the wave to heal. I think this lane feels very nice to play as Guma. The initial levels here. I don't think Zayas took a turret shot there. I'm not 100% sure, actually.
Seems a little worse for wear. Otherwise, should be fine. As Dr. Very well known for his Aphelios play. Kumyushi, though, himself, a little bit of an Aphelios aficionado and has played it already so far this season. Once again, him and Carrier did make the Aphelios Thresh pretty famous here in the LCK. Dr. has always been pretty good. That gun control, always something that he has been praised for. See whether that is going to continue here, as he has had some more difficult Aphelios games more recently. We do know that he has it in him to really be a hard carry on this champion as Delight. Looking for a bit of an angle here very early on. This is some Andal stuff that he's up to here.
Yeah, this is a very aggressive roam here, but it does not look like it's necessarily going to come to pass.
There's the flash, immediate flash away. As Max Range Hook is going to connect. They're looking for Closer, who will survive. Delight didn't actually use the flash to make that one happen, though.
But Zeka
will also...
Yeah, both summoners on that.
Yeah, that's a big deal. And a teleport will get Closer back here, so he's not going to be punished that much.
Yeah, it'll take him a while to get back, but he will still lose a few of these minions. Or we'll still get most of the minions, is really what I'm saying. We'll lose some, but won't lose all, as you were basically saying. And Kanavi is going to try to level 4 Trundle gank and Aatrox with Flash. Okay, it looks like he was going to. That would be a very Kanavi thing to do, as Zayas is kind of trying to bait dude a little bit here, but I do not think this is going to, is actually going to complete the gank.
Yep. Leave. And meanwhile, here towards the bottom side of the map, as Delight had vacated, obviously Peter and Dr. are going to be feeling a little bit better. Let's see how this combo is going to go.
Pioshik has
the third one. As we'll land the Infernal Chains. Okay, it is Grasp for Dudu and
so
Conqueror for Zayas, so if he had have kept fighting there, it could have been a little bleak.
Especially with Zayas getting more of that Fury, I think it's the right call to step away once that Conqueror sound effect is heard. As Closer knows that this Rise has no ghost.
Oh god, yeah. Closer just looking for it, finds the Twin Fang, and that is just a solo first blood for Closer.
I didn't need a roaming support to get this one.
What is it, 2025, Wolf?
Yeah, this is interesting. That was just a lot of damage coming out. Really good trading pattern there for Closer, knowing Zeka didn't have summoners.
That is a big lead that he's put together now as well, 400 gold.
And, I mean, this is comfort, like across the board. Closer's been a pretty good Cassiopeia player, right? It's Dudu on Aatrox, you're looking at Ductom on Aphelios here, and they're starting this early game off really nicely.
Let's check it out one more time.
Just as like, if you're going to try to be aggressive here, let's play that game, sure.
Yeah, he just walked at him and did Twin Fangs.
Yeah, he was like, all right, when I press W, I'm going to kill you.
Yeah, and he did that. He's now got 2 red rocks, but I believe he had that before he'd even got that solo kill, so a lot to be purchased as he makes his way back in. Teleports for our top laners, making it back to lane.
Has his ultimate, and it's a combat ultimate, as that's a miss.
Yeah, well, Infernal Chains are broken here by Zeus, as the third Q is going to connect, but World Ender not quite available just yet here for Dudu. We'll have that one very, very soon, as it's 1 minion away.
Like, Closer can just keep trading with Zeka right now.
This is the problem. It doesn't get easy.
Yeah, and like, because he has an ult and Zeka does not, and I'm not talking about level 6, like, when Zeka has level 6, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
He can't really have any prio ever, and that's going to be Dragon. Started up at least.
Well, Zeus having to deal with Dudu, who's having a bit of fun on his Aatrox. Actually, some of the best Dudu moments that we've had. Obviously, everyone knows the Dusante that we did just see, but his Aatrox as well has been something that he's really found great success on. I remember him on a red buff killing 3 people.
Well, it's crazy,
really
too,
one of the scariest things.
That Kingen and Zeus obviously have a lot more fame on this champion, but it's still fun to watch the matchup into Zeus, as we keep kind of zooming in on it. As mentioned, it's volatile. I think the observers agree.
Well, Kanavi and Zeka both up here towards his top side, but Pyoshik is going to join, and he just says, please leave, everyone, and they won't. They'll just kill him instead. Kanavi almost dead, though, as Dudu looking for some knockups. Closer here just a little too late, and HLE will be able to strike back.
It's a big win here for Hanwha Life Esports. Get this Renekton ahead, take the Aatrox off the map. He will have to back eventually.
One thing to be said, though, is Pyoshik did what he wanted to do. Dudu didn't die.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, well, there's a flash crash down here from Peter as Doctom has red-white guns, but he's hitting the wave and not quite doing damage here to HLE as the flash out from Gumayushi as he finally decides that he wants to kill them. Let's see where the Shattering Strike is going to come on through as Chakrams have really built up here for this Aphelios. He's scary, but HLE use both of their flashes and get themselves out.
Yeah, Doctom has ult, so this is really scary. I don't think they want to extend this play any further, HLE, that is. And in fact, Dudu was able to, because he didn't really take that much damage there, stay and finish clearing the wave. I thought that they were going to stick around a little bit longer and force him to back, or maybe try to look for a redive, but so much damage was done to the Trundle there that they do not actually opt for anything further.
It's going to mean that the gold has been evened up by that kill towards the top side.
Yeah, this game is incredibly close.
Yeah.
And we've seen, you know, in both games, a little bit of errors in the early game, but not really coming to pass in this one. Just some really aggressive play from Closer and a successful gank there on the Aatrox top side. I mean, it was in exchange for Dragon, right? Like, they were able to get the Scuttle top side and then come over, and Pyoshik wasn't there fast enough, nor was Closer. So it kind of feels like they got a cross map, basically, in the end.
Yep. Peter now just going to be using some stacks of his World Atlas and heading probably back towards that bottom lane, but Delight's going to show up as well, so a bit of a 2v2 here in mid.
The support's kind of got to get involved to keep this Rise relevant, as, you know, Peter comes over. Oh, a bit of a whiff.
Moonlight Vigil. It looked very cool. Didn't do very much. Zeus moving over here to help take down these grubs. Kanavi should be able to munch these ones.
It's tough.
We'll be able to secure it.
Tough to dive bottom side here as a cross, especially when they're on control vision here. It's going to take so long to actually set this up. Guma does not have flash. They are going to try to do it anyways. I mean, Delight has ult. He is Nautilus, so he can root them.
Yeah, does also have Aftershock as in goes Peter. They want to kill this Ziggs. Let's see whether they can actually find him. There's the Onslaught of Shadows, but down goes Peter. And Pyoshik now at full health. Does have to deal with Zeka rotating over, but Closer is right behind him.
I think it's worth. Zeka had to ult there, or I mean, didn't have to, but opted to, and isn't able to really impact the play. Closer crushing mid this hard has made the rest of the map really feel quite strained for Hanwha Life Esports.
Yeah, I'd agree. But it's 1-for-1, sort of all over the place after, you know, those first couple of kills did go down. And so if that continues, then this game is going to stay pretty close.
It's a kill for the Aphelios versus a kill for the Nautilus, but
that's a good point.
At the end of the day, I mean, they still got grubs too, right? So it's not just that play there. That play was forced because they gave grubs on the top side. So Pyoshik was like, we have to get something back, and they were able to at least get that BF sword put together here for Doctom.
Zeus just going to not really care too much about these chains. So we're going to have a look at this play one more time.
Yeah, Guma doesn't have flash. The Calirum shot does miss, and Delight just ults Peter to make sure they get the kill, and that is all they are going to get. But pretty self-explanatory there. Like, not much Guma could have done. Delight did the right thing, and it ulted the turret aggroed target.
Yep. Satchel placement was just a little bit unfortunate. Didn't manage to walk over to the right angle. and so therefore wasn't able to save his life.
It's so hard in that moment with the ulting Hecarim and all that.
There were a lot of bad guys.
Kanavi is a bad guy.
He is. And he's going to be able to throw down a parking cone here. There's a subjugate as well, and Dudu is just dead. Sliced and diced, turned into sushi.
To be clear, I mean, from Dudu's perspective, I think Kanavi's pretty great. Like, I don't think he's a bad guy.
Yeah, true.
You know.
Don't get it wrong, everyone.
Please don't misunderstand.
Yeah.
He's ex-LPL. It's fine now.
He used to be a bad guy. Not anymore.
There was that arc where he played for Team Korea where I was like, he's good again?
Yeah.
Then he went back to the LPL. But now he's on our side. Well, this is going to be, looks like another potential dragon take here for DNS. There's a contest, though. Peter on the flank.
Yeah, Moonlight Vigil does go down, but there's the hook on to Darkdarm. Has to flash out of the way of the Mega Inferno Bomb. The bouncing bomb's flying forward as well, but it's Delight to go down first. Petrifying Gaze, and it's a double here for Pyosik. As Zeus has eyes only for Darkdarm, but he's not able to get up to him. And Pyosik is now just moving forward. The flash from Dudu as well doesn't find the Q, but Pyosik pounces on the Crocodile. And Zeka and Gumayushi, I don't think they're going to have enough to be able to take them down, although these health bars are so low. Infernal Chains, not going to be enough. And that's the kill over to the Rel of all people, as Darkdarm needs to try and fight this dragon, as there's the satchel. It gets a little bit distracted, does the dragon, but Pyosik smites it down. And Gumayushi just being frustrated. No one really wants to fight him right now, as it's a Hextech Soul once again. I think Peter is just dead. Gumayushi will finally be able to take him down, I assume. But the crashdown comes on forward. Oh no.
Hextech Gate.
He takes the Hextech Gate to safety. Wow, I was sure that was going to be a kill.
Nah. You know, technology. We've moved past supports dying randomly like that.
I guess so. Wow. Technology really has come a long way.
Darkdarm does not have his summoner spell.
Yeah, what about AD Carries just dying? That could be a thing that happens here, as he's got Infernum and Severum not really helping out here, and it's just going to be a bonk to the noggin to take him down. Kanavi going to grab some plates from this turret as well.
So you didn't get Peter, but you got the next best thing. In fact, the even betterest thing.
Yeah, the betterer thing.
Bestester.
Yeah.
So in this fight, Peter's flank here looks like it's going to be the main thing, but really it's just the setup for everybody peeling for Darkdarm and then the Petrifying Gaze just being the cherry on top here. Guma pressed his buttons and he's like, I'm not an AD carry. You know, I know Zeus, you want to get on the back line here, but Darkdarm's keeping him at arm's length, and Guma just cannot offer, unfortunately, enough damage. He's putting it in every time his cooldowns are back. He's trying to put a few autos in there, but the Aphelios is always going to be more powerful in this type of skirmish if he lives.
Oh, Dudu. Great angle. And is able to cut him down. Peter stealing the kill away was a little bit sad, but still, this Aatrox is going to be pretty scary. Darkdarm does have red-white, but I don't know whether that's going to be enough to actually do anything here, as he's just eaten by Kanavi again.
So the question we had was, will they be able to kill this Aphelios? They did not on the Dragon fight, but they have repeatedly done it when he's trying to farm in the bottom.
They got the memo. They were like, you know what? We should kill this Aphelios. And you know what they did? They killed him twice. So really good work.
Kanavi is taking the enemy red buff now.
Yeah, I don't think Pyosik's going to be able to stop that one from going down, as Gumayushi also has a red buff as well.
Raptors have not been as successful for him.
No.
When you take the Aphelios off the map like that, you can take even more. You can take the jungle.
Oh, dear. Zeka he was almost out, but now he's pretty dead.
Yeah, it sounded...
as the horses just canter on top of him. Oh, no.
It sounded like he was going to be able to complete the recall, but
that's what I thought, too.
I guess not.
Well, Dominus, World Ender, we've got ultimates coming out here from both of our top laners, as Dudu is just thinking that maybe no is going to be his answer for whether or not he wants to fight, as there are a lot of people making their way up towards his top side. As Hextech Minefield goes down, and Dudu, I think, is just dead. Depth Charge might be enough to finish him off, but Gumayushi, he has the damage and is able to take down the Aatrox.
This is going to be an exchange for a bit of crescendum damage here on the mid turret. Kanavi does not know that Darkdarm is not alone.
Well, it's 2 plates immediately taken down here as Pyosik might be in trouble as he takes about 1 billion turret shots. Onslaught of Shadows to try and get him to safety, but he gets smote. The Magnet Storm is not enough to save the horse, and Darkdarm, oh dear, he is once again the target, and he is once again dead.
Delight is having a game.
He is.
He is everywhere. He's hitting these max range dredge lines. He was almost able to get Zeka ahead in the lane. He is omnipresent, it feels, in this game, and it pays off in a big way here as Darkdarm still did not have his flash there.
And it looked like DNS were actually in a good position and have since just kind of been at the mercy of HLE in back-to-back plays. And despite that team fight going well, they're now behind 3,000 gold.
Yeah, it's really, really quite rough. As this looks initially like it's going to be a really successful setup here. Gosha gets him taking a lot of damage. The cone here actually makes him really take a bunch of extra damage. They just focus him down. And then DuckDom is like, maybe I could do something to get dredge-lined. He was going to die no matter what, but, you know.
Ghost not really helping him.
Not very
in that
helpful.
moment.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Ghost is on his previous team and not this one. As HLE looking to take down this Rift Herald, they should be able to do so pretty comfortably. Kanavi with the King's Tribute gets full health immediately afterwards. Feels pretty cool there as Moonshot discovers Gumayusi and Delight.
Going to be maybe a turret going down for Closer if he gets some additional time. Not going to be around to defend this one though, so could just straight up be a trade. It looks like that is going to be the case. Yep, it takes him a little bit of time to clear that wave, but I think he should get it there in the bottom lane. The mid turret incredibly more valuable though.
Yeah, not actually going to be able to make his way towards it because there are a lot of bad guys moving down towards that bottom side.
Really unlucky for him. Wow.
The minions almost take it down. And I mean, that is just kind of standing gold waiting to go over to DNS. But still.
They are now having their eyes on this dragon, which would be Hextech's sole point. If there's a way back into the game, that is absolutely it. That's additional peel for the Aphelios. All those slows are going to feel amazing if they can secure it. And when you look at the setup here for this fight, they have full prio. They have Ghost and ult for Pioshik. So this is, I think, the last stand here for DNS. If they mess this fight up, if they cannot win this one cleanly, it might just be all downhill from here.
There's the minefield. Pioshik taking a bit of damage from that as Dudu now looking for that flank angle as Pioshik's running real quick.
Zeka just wants to ult in.
Yeah.
He can both clear this wave and then ult in. And DNS are not being decisive. They want to either push Zeka or start this drag, and Dudu's trying to collapse the other side.
This
HLE.
ward is getting so much value. It is absolutely ridiculous. Onslaught of Shadows does come in, but Zeka was ready for it as they saw exactly what they wanted to do. Pioshik's running real fast with that Ghost, but Zeka used his as well as the flash. But now no Onslaught of Shadows, and Dudu in the back of this Dragon Pit does have to get himself out with that Umbral Dash.
I mean, basically, HLE have checkmate here with his position. I mean, Zeka lost his summons, but they lost the Hecarim ultimate, so I think they're pretty okay with the trade, because Zeka could just use his ult to get into this fight at any moment here. DNS are going to have to find an angle with Peter, or just leave, question mark? I guess they're just going to say, look, I mean, this is just not viable. It was checkmate. Nice try.
And Rift Herald is piloted here by Delight. I don't know whether that's exactly what they wanted to do. Kanavi really likes putting down the Rift Herald so that he can get into it in a team fight. But that is not going to be the option. However, it's just one Hextech Dragon. It's not the end of the world here for DNS, but it does show that HLE really did put themselves back in a much better position after that initial loss team fight around the last Dragon.
There's a lot of ways to look at this. I think Hanwha Life's positioning was phenomenal there with Zeka dealing with the minion wave, had it exactly where he wanted it, so he could both safely clear minions and Realm Warp in. They tried to push him. He got away, used his summons, but they're like, all right, use Hecarim ult. We just go back to the same setup. Dudu's collapse there felt pretty muted because they just could not actually stop the Rise from coming in and doing insane work. So Zeka was basically in two places at once there. I think the call to just not go for that fight feels painful, but because you have the scaling of Aphelios and you already have Double Dragon, if it was Hextech's sole point for a DNS, you'd probably just send it there, right? Because you have the Double Dragon there, you're like, let's just scale. You know, maybe DuckDom will get it done. He almost got it done on the Sivir in game one, so perhaps he's going to be our win con again.
Looking for an Infinity Edge. Should be coming in pretty quickly. Only needs about 1,400, something like that. And then he will be ready. Red-white guns put together now, but not really a fight to use them on just yet. As Gumayusi able to farm at range very, very comfortably. 2 items done here for Pioshik. Does finish off the Black Cleaver as item number 2. Spear of Sojourn was the first choice. Still yet to have that new one. But we'll see whether he puts that together next. As he does have a possible angle. There is the Onslaught of Shadows as he gets on top of Gumayusi. He flashes away. Hextech Minefield is there though, and down goes the horse with 0 response from DNS. As Dudu now looking for it against Zeus here. Hits basically everything that he wants to, but does still have to get himself out as Peter crashes over the wall. That is going to keep him safe.
It looked like a huge opportunity for Pioshik and crew. There's just no follow-up.
Yeah.
Guma flashed, and that was the end of the story. Very valuable flash, but ultimately nothing comes of it. If this was a different scenario where the follow-up was ready, it could have actually been what gets DNS back into this game. I mean, the gold lead has kind of ballooned up to 5,000 here.
Yeah, this is the thing. HLE are just taking incremental advantages.
And it's mostly turrets. You know, they're actually getting significant real damage onto the map here. As Peter is blast coning away when this happens, the cone blocks Duckdown from red
was
light.
So good.
They just cannot do anything here to follow up, and the engage is wasted. And similarly to Pioshik's attempted save on the top side, he's just like, I did the thing! And then he promptly dies.
Yep. Unfortunately, just wasn't able to get too much done. He does have 4 of the team's kills out of the 7, so he's not exactly super far behind, but he has died quite a few times.
So many of Pioshik's iconic wins in the LCK have been with this champion in late game scenarios where he saves the game. Dudu.
Yeah, there is the Umbra Dash flash, but unfortunately there's a cone, and sometimes a cone is all you need. And that is what takes down Dudu yet again. 0-3 now on the Aatrox as Closer here towards the top side. Will be able to take some plates here and does have a minion wave conga lining in, so might be able to get even more. We'll see. That turret is still pretty healthy, and this Cassiopeia doesn't do a massive amount of damage to them. Does have the first 2 items completed though. Those scaling ones are now done. But HLE are just taking an inner turret here towards the bottom lane.
Yeah, I think that this is not really the trade that DNS wants, but it's the only trade that HLE will allow.
Yeah, and they're also going to take an inhibitor turret.
I will receive an inhibitor turret and possibly an inhibitor. You will receive almost a top lane turret.
Well, that's another minion wave coming in. So they are going to back away. Duckdown does move down here, but if they knew what we knew, then they probably could have almost killed Duckdown and still managed to take out that turret.
Yeah.
It doesn't actually occur there, as they didn't have enough information about who was on the map.
Well,
and does make a lot of sense.
Playing safe is not always the MO of this team, but in this case, I think it is the correct call.
I would agree.
The dragon spawns in 30 seconds. It's the same sort of Hail Mary. If DNS lose this fight, it's over, but it feels like this fight is just impossible. They had the checkmate position last time. Zeka's got his sums back up. I mean, they need a miracle here, and it's going to have to start with Pioshik somehow.
Yep. Duckdown has 1 shot left on this Gravitum. Let's see what he's going to use it for. He might just use it on the wave. Yep. Does just want to get towards Severum now.
And Fernum could be decent in this fight, but
Red and White is very close to being set up, and Infernum Ultimate could actually be very dangerous, though. So let's see.
It's going to require Pioshik to make something happen here. He's flashless, so he has to get over the wall manually before he goes in. He doesn't want to ult that. Wants to get on top of the champions with that ability.
Well, DNS not turning their attention towards this mid lane. Wanted to get control there as the Dragon going down lower and lower. Zeus and Dudu just fighting off to the side. Minefield is put down there by Gumayusi. Zeus gets into the pit. Mega Inferno Bomb on top of DNS as they look for the angle. Dragon is secured here by HLE, but now the fight is on. Down goes the light to start it off as red white guns have been put together by Duckdown. Zeka able to hold him in position with that Rune Prison though. And so it is just a kill and trade for the Dragon, and I think HLE are pretty happy with the outcome.
HLE setups on both of these Dragons have just been kind of unbreakable, infallible. There's no way for DNS to make a play here. And when it comes down to the Smite fight, that's when they look for the engage. And look at this, Closer is the target. Delight uses the Aphelios to taxi his way in. Closer goes super low, so he can't offer damage. It's only Duckdom who can do that. Delight sacrifices himself to guarantee they get the Smite, and also to prevent Pioshik from really getting into a position to actually set anything up there.
Yeah, Pioshik almost just died to a minefield alone.
Yeah.
Like, it was just like he just cantered around the minefield and almost died.
And like now, Duckdom has IE, but Guma almost has Death Cap. And it's not equivalent what these items breakpoints mean, obviously, because it's an 80 carry that's doing consistent damage versus Guma doing big burst, but we have as much control as Han will have and continue to remain in control of, and you get a bunch of ability haste from these 2 Hextech Dragons. You're feeling pretty good if you're the Death Cap wielder, which he will be very soon.
Why is Pioshik a level ahead of Zeka? Well, Kanavi is
Zeka,
as well.
he didn't have the greatest time in the lane.
Yeah.
He died 3 times. I suppose there could be some digging we could do, but
yeah, I think we could probably figure that one out.
I mean, he almost has 200 CS.
Oh, Peter does have a Shattering Strike to offer back here after the dredge line does connect. But DNS standing their ground. Closer is pretty scary, but he's been pretty quiet over the last little while.
The Baron Pit is the scariest place to be into a Hecarim composition. So
but also, there's a Ziggs.
Yeah. I kind of... okay. I kind of think that this game's going to slow down to the next dragon again. Because, like, the side lane that we've seen HLE do, there's a limit to it, right? Like, they can't actually push any further. It's not safe to do so. They are going to start this dragon up. I'm a little bit surprised by this, but they have insane vision.
Yeah, there is a ward down, and so DNS do know what's going on. Doctom, he's got the long-range weaponry this time around.
They got the TP out of the Aatrox.
Yeah. Ouch. Yeah, so Dudu is just going to step on a minefield.
Stepped on a Lego.
Big old shield. That's called wearing shoes before you step on the Legos.
And now DNS are going to try to threaten something here? I don't think so. So like I said, we're going to have the next fight on the dragon.
Yes. It's what it is looking like, 26 minutes into the game. But this one, I mean, it's still 5,000 the lead for HLE. They still have a lot of control.
Closer almost level 16. You know, he is a big secondary threat in these fights.
That's a cool hat for Gumayusi.
All that DNS need to win a fight, even 5,000 gold lead here, be damned, is some setup here with Closer and Peter. Or maybe if the Hecarim can actually do something this game, it would be great.
Yeah, Peter is in trouble, does crash over the wall, has to flash to avoid that one. Mega Inferno Bomb comes down, and Peter is so close to dead. Zeus will be able to get it done as there's a Realm Warp. Petrifying Gaze onto 2, and the Onslaught of Shadows comes through as well. Doctom trying to get the damage down as he flashes out of the way. Good use of the Graviton there to peel for himself. Zeus just makes his way out. And Moonlight Vigil, I don't think that's going to quite be enough there. Zeus is pretty tanky. Still, it's a lot of things he can do from a very long range, but still not able to kill the Crocodile.
Is it enough to stop the Baron? I don't think so. Zeus needs to be careful, though.
Yeah, Kanavi is so incredibly healthy as well. He can tank this for days.
There's no engage. There's no way to get on top of Guma. He can actually stand in the front. He does not care. And I think that is just finally going to be the Baron going over here for Hanwha Life.
Yep. And they also got the flash out of Doctom as well as the Ghost. So next fight is going to be even easier on this Hextech Dragon. Quadra Hextech Soul could be coming in here for HLE if the game lasts that long.
This feels like same story as game one. Early game fine for DNS, lose control, and then HLE get every single dragon. And sure, you got the Scuttle. But was it worth it? Was it worth it, Peter?
No, they didn't get the Scuttle.
Oh, actually, I thought they got it. Well, you almost got the Scuttle.
Yeah.
Was it worth it, Peter?
I would say no.
I mean, if you look at how this fight could have gone if there was just one little extra bit of CC, you know, HLE probably wouldn't have chased them through a choke point if Peter was alive and had ult at that moment, but a lot of damage on the Zeus.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, now as DNS, you're like, well, that's it. We don't have any engage. We can't get them. We can't get the bad guys.
Well, this inhibitor turret is not long for the world. That's just going to blow up thanks to a satchel. Inhibitor is going to follow as well.
I mean, there were 2 in top lanes. They can just get this for free.
Yeah, teleport flank angle for the Cassiopeia of all champions as they take out 2 inhibitors.
They are kind of in an awkward spot here, though, with Closer's angle.
Yeah. As the Hex Gate for Zeus, he's on a pretty good flank angle as now Kanavi dives on top of the Snake Lady. Mega Inferno Bomb goes down and she will die. Onslaught of Shadows a little bit late in this one as Doctom is the target and he's swept up by Zeus. And HLE, I think, will now just parade towards the enemy Nexus and take it down. DNS, it was a decent start. They had that one good fight, but it's been all HLE the entire time since. 10,000 gold the lead, and they will be able to pick up the win here and make it 2-0 on the week.
HLE bouncing back strong. It was not the most convincing series from this squad, and if you're having trouble picking POM, just vote Delight. You're welcome. I made the choice for you. It's really the right call. He was the most consistent performer across his team.
Gumayusi's going to win it though.
Yeah, but if you're having a moral quandary, if you're having an uncomfortable conversation with your fellow analysts or Chijijik chatters, and you're not sure if actually any vote is morally correct, just know that Delight is the right one. No one will ever be upset. He had a great series.
I would agree.
Every other player had amazing amazing moments, but had less amazing moments as well.
Yes. I think Delight just over the entire series was definitely the most consistent player. His Bard game also actually had some decent moments, even if they did lose.
And
his Rakan was so good.
In Guma's defense, his Corki was pretty good even in the loss. His Varus was amazing, and his Ziggs was good enough. I mean, the whole team really just kind of won that one hard together in the final game. He was the one who hit the satchel onto the Aphelios at the very end on that final fight.
He was also using Ziggs, you know, and that is evolution here for Gumayusi. I know that even on T1 towards the end of last year, had definitely had some great games, but
the bad
still
news,
not a pick that we associate with it.
The bad news, Atlas, I have to tell you the bad news.
Oh, tell me the bad news.
So we've had this trend. If you guys weren't here for the beginning of the broadcast, we have 5 game days and the teams tie up. So if you're a D+ fan, about to get 2-0'd.
Wait. Or are they going to win 2-0?
No, because it's always, because then it would be both
right, it has
of the
to be
elder
tied.
teams would have won. So
so now it's the boring timeline.
It's a 10, and it's 2-0 Genji. Sorry, guys. Unlucky.
Well, Group Elder move up to 9 points here, and like you're saying, if Genji managed to win this next one, then we have tied up groups. Let's have a look at some of the highlights here, as unfortunately, Pioshik on this Hecarim didn't exactly get as much done as he really wanted to, but this was the good fight for DNS.
It's hard to play from behind. Yeah, this was the fight where Duckdom really did pop off, and obviously had a lot of help, right? Like, when DNS has been playing today, if Duckdom has frontline, he can shoot. It works really well. But when you fall behind, and Hecarim is just kind of watching the team fight and or stepping on a lot of Legos.
Yeah, there were a lot of Legos.
He's got 4 legs to step on them with, so it's really painful. This was a bit of a disaster, unfortunately. Duckdom also just a casualty of this play. Delight, really good performance. I know that was the funny thing everyone was talking about with the Rakan in Game 2, but I think for me, he was the one who deserves it.
I think he played a very, very good series, but I also think that Gumayusi had a great one. His control with the Ziggs was absolutely fantastic. Very frustrating for DNS that they were never able to get on top of him. And like this minefield here, for example, meant that Closer was unable to do anything. And so even though this Cassiopeia was relatively fed at the early stages of the game, what did he do later on? Absolutely nothing.
Yeah. And then in this final moment here, Closer is a bit ambitious with his flank. They read it really well. And then watch Duckers. Guma's like, don't stand there. Yeah. Oh no! Zeus got him too. The XT1 players get him. 1-2 punch.
Yeah, a little bit of revenge.
He just lost to T1 in the World Finals. He hates that team.
Well, right now you can see Dudu did a fair bit of damage, but Duckdom wasn't quite able to. Gumayusi able to layer in a whole bunch of those bombs and minefields and made life a living hell here for DNS. But I do want to say, DN Supers made him work for it, and this is a team that didn't do very much winning in their last year of play, and so now looking a little bit better, you have to say.
This comp was a little bit tough to pull off here for DNS.
Man,
Closer had a great lane,
not a whole
and then
lot of
didn't do anything after that. Look at he has more lane damage than he has in the rest of the game. I think this will come as a surprise to literally 0 people who have ever watched the LCK.
Indeed.
And I think it's deserved that Guma picks it up. I think he was probably the second best option in my mind. His Varus was absolutely insane in Game 1. You practically could have voted for him for that performance alone.
Yep.
And then was pretty consistent across the next 2 games. And after having an abhorrent performance against Bro at the very beginning of the week, it feels really nice if you're a Guma fan to just be reminded that on his best days, the guy is out of control good.
Yeah, he looked absolutely fantastic, and also playing towards his style, right? Which is a lot of like poke and sit back and kite and make things work that way. It looked quite frustrating for DNS to deal with, but it was a masterclass on his side, and being able to make the Ziggs look that incredibly good is something that not many of our players can do. So hats off to Guma, a fantastic performance there, but like you say, definitely needed a bit of bounce back here, and hopefully this means better things for HLE moving forward, but it's that lost game in the middle that really might cast some doubts. What you need to do is be very selective when it comes to your memory, and everything looks fine.
Yeah, I'm hoping that the trend of the tie groups might end. I'd love to see an upset. I'd love to see D+ do well to disappoint us later. Like, they shouldn't disappoint us today. It's too early. And would we really be disappointed if they lost to undefeated Genji? Not really, but if they play a really close series and bring us to 6 instead of 5 and still lose, and we still have the curse that way, that's kind of cool. I'm hoping the next series is going to deliver, because it's one of the most hyped series of the week. And maybe D+ can finally end the loss streak against Genji, it has been immaculate.
There is a
streak.
possibility that D+ are the only team that remain undefeated by the end of the week. It does involve BNK beating T1, though, tomorrow. That would be what needs to happen, because, of course, Genji and T1 are both undefeated at the moment in their group, and DK, the only ones undefeated in theirs. So in order for Group Elder to remain with an undefeated team, they're going to require DK to win, and we'll see whether they can actually do that after this interview with Gumayushi. And it's really good to be able to hear from him after his transition over to being an HLE player. And so now we'll be able to have a bit of a chat to him. And there he is on the stage right now. So let's throw it over for the interview.
LCK CUP 그룹 배틀 17번째 매치. Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Gumayushi on the side of Hana Life Esports.
선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
Congratulations!
오늘 정말 중요한 매치였는데 풀세트 끝에 승리를
In today's pivotal match, you were able to close out a 3-game series with a victory. How do you feel?
그래도 2승
You know, yet again, today was a very not an easy match, and I'm just really glad that we're able to close it out today.
이제 바텀 메타라고 많이들 하지만 LCK컵에서 바텀 POM
They say that it's bot meta,
상황입니다.
but we haven't actually been getting much bot POMs in the LCK. So
바텀 메타지만
after the POM ruler god, you're the second bot player to take this POM. So how would you explain this?
아니었던 것 같고요.
아하.
I guess it wasn't bot meta after all.
공짜로 벌리니까
네.
좀 셌던 것 같은데 확실히 대회에서
You know,
원딜 메타가 되게
I think it's really the
대회에서는 바텀
the
메타가
gold income that makes that supposedly theoretically makes bots strong, but I don't think it's the same on stage.
했는데요.
And DN Supers today were quite gritty, making the match super close. So what gave you the most trouble?
이제 작년 월드 결승에서 붙었던 듀오였어가지고
First of all,
그때도 좀 잘한다 생각.
You know, it was the duo that we had faced in the last World's finals.
팀들이 다 전체적으로 상향 평준화돼가지고
And I feel like overall,
열심히 잘
all the
뛰고
teams have upgraded, and I think they're all really, really good. So we were expecting it to be a difficult matchup. And as expected from a Varus skin haver, we witnessed a phenomenal performance from you in Game 1. So did you check your DPM?
일량을 못 보셨군요. 그러면
You know, I know, but I didn't get a chance to check.
끝나고 나서 오늘 POM
Well,
먹겠다 이런 생각.
You had contributed a lot in that game, so did you expect this POM after that?
뭐 전체 경기를 보니까
네.
그한 경기.
You know, just looking at the overall big picture, I don't think it's really enough to get a POM just from a single game.
다음 패치 때 바루스가 상향이 되면서 다른 포지션에서
You know, Varus is actually getting buffed next patch, so there's a higher chance that he will be played in other lanes. So he is being considered a must-ban champion. So what are your thoughts?
그렇게 좋은 픽은 아니라고 생각해가지고.
So lately, I don't think that Varus is a very good pick.
맞아요.
And yeah, I noticed that he's getting a pretty big buff.
벤이 될 것
So
같아요.
yeah, I do expect him to be banned pretty often.
픽으로 나온 아펠리오스를 상대로 라이즈
And in Game 3 against the Aphelios, you guys took Ryze and Ziggs. So Ziggs seemed very effective against Aphelios. So can you walk us through the matchup?
하면은 21년도 4강전
Aphelios versus Ziggs.
오세트에서 이제 아펠리오스를
You know,
했다가
in the 2021
기억이 있어서
finals in DK, we had lost against
아펠 상대로는 직스가 매우 좋다.
the DK
생각하고 계시는군요.
in the same matchup. So I think, yeah, Ziggs is actually really good against Aphelios.
1승을 가져가게 됐는데요.
So today, your Ziggs took the first win out of
직스
the stats. He actually had 0 wins so far. So do you think he's actually a pretty good pick?
때문에
Yeah, I think so. But it's only effective when it comes to like getting a good angle to actually pick him up in a comp.
궁금한 점이 있다면 하나생명이 최근에 이제 메타적으로 티어가
So question about your draft. Lately, Hana Life Esports has been prioritizing high-tier meta picks, and it looks like a lot of times your comp looks quite difficult to execute. So what are you guys focusing on the most?
좀 뱀픽 어려웠던 거 맞는 것 같고요.
So in game 2, yeah, I think it was quite challenging. It definitely had a high difficulty. I feel like we usually though try to take bot prio, and that's how we build our draft around. So it's still earlier on in the season. Perhaps there are also challenges building synergy, and as you guys play out the group battle, what's something you guys have been discussing frequently about?
팀합을 맞춰 나가는 단계이시잖아요.
Just to repeat the question, what is the process of trying to get your synergy up. I think team chemistry really does have like a definite thing that you have to focus on. So I think that's just something that we try to focus on the most, like the key in terms of building our synergy. So next week is Super Week, and you'll face Baron Group's leader, Gen.G, in a best-of-5 series. So aside from the 2 points on the line, you cannot lose as the Elder Group leader. What mindset do you have? Obviously, we cannot lose. You know, although we are the leader, we have 2 wins and 2 losses. But despite that, we want to make sure that we can show that we are not an easy opponent to take down either. And that's the end of the interview with Gumayushi, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Unbin and Deer, for that translation, as it was a victory for Hanwha Life Esports, not done the easy way, a 2-1 with Gumayushi getting the POM. But before we talk about that last match, we have to talk about the beginning of the week. We all have predictions, and yesterday, Wolf was able to be the one man that went against the grain and got his prediction right. We had the same thing today. Wadid was calling his shot. He had the opportunity. No.
I tried. I tried my best.
Sometimes you gotta be bold, you know?
Almost.
You gotta be bold and brave, and I think it's a good prediction, right? You know, it was close.
Yeah, it was almost Year of Doo-Doo, but it didn't happen. But yeah, I mean, it was really close, you know? The series was like, it went to Game 3, so I'm happy.
And think of the payoff if it had come true.
Yeah, but you know what? Ox, yours is pretty glowed up. Mine's glowed up, but it's not glowed up this time.
Yeah, we're just knowers.
Yeah, we're just knowers. All right. Well, we appreciate the vote there, we did, as we take a look at the votes for the POM. Gumayushi picking this one up. Could have gone multiple different ways. Kanabi getting a vote from the VN cast.
I mean, I think for the Game 3, I think he deserves it. You know, he was like everywhere, you know, ganking top, ganking mid, and ganking bot as well. So I respect that.
And then Wolf going with Delight. We'll see what he says about that one. Let's get to your comments. Let's start with what did? Let's start with you.
Oh yeah, I mean, king of the bot priority. I mean, he even said it's not the bot lane meta, but I think this meta fits on him because I think he is really good on the priority AD carries, like something like Varus, Corki, or Ziggs, and I think that definitely helps the team to have an easier game because I think many teams try to play like something like Yunara, Aphelios in the earlier of the season, but I think they figured out, yeah, bot priority is just so important to stack up the Drake, so I think they're slowly getting there, you know, with the bot priority.
All right. Hawks, what do you have here for us?
I mean, I feel like the big game in this one was his performance on the Varus, and yeah, it makes sense why he has a skin on that champion. You know, I think there was a lot of games before this one where it was very obvious, but this one, yeah, reminded us of that fact.
And much needed because, again, the losses that these squads had, or this squad had at the beginning of the tournament last week, and then 2-1's not clean, but making sure you get the series win, that's what matters here for this squad, the first time that they've been together. Let's see what else we have. Wolf, always a delight for Delight. Again, Wolf was begging for it. I'm not sure if you heard at the very end of the cast when they were tossing the interview, he was like, if you're having any moral quandary,
I hear his pitch. I heard him pitching. He was like, if you're an analyst wondering, and I was like, I hear you, Wolf. I ain't listening.
All right, the rest of the votes went Guma's way, so let's see what the Korean side had to say. Helios going, Gumayushi weaponizes his range advantage. Yep, again, using the Varus, using the Ziggs, Corki as well. Had a decent game there. Yeah, that was a good one there by Helios. Got SSR Gumayushi from Hanwha Life Esports Gotcha. Help me.
Yeah, I mean,
help me with this Gotcha, man.
Yeah, I mean, in a Gotcha game, when the rarest rank that you can get is SSR normally. So yeah,
there's S, SS, and then SSR.
Yeah, SSR.
All right, thank you.
Learning a lot about Prince and we did. Comment.
All right. Then Go going with Gumayushi's Varus is built different. Yes, it is. All right, well, you can catch what did maybe building some factories later on. Obviously when we're not working. All right, that was it for our comments here. Gomyushi getting this one, and Hanwha Life Esports getting a much-needed win. Now, 2-game winning streak here for them, which was a big deal, right? We were like ringing the alarm bells after those losses, and even after the win against the Bros, still ringing the alarm bells. Maybe still ringing the alarm bells because this wasn't a clean 2-0, but the DN Automotive Supers are a better team, and getting the win is what matters.
Yeah, and I think starting to claw back, their record is important. And it is still the group stage, right? HLE last LCK Cup didn't have the strongest start. They have had a weaker start this time, but there's still time for them to really solve things and compete for the title, the LCK Cup, and go to first stand. So, it's getting better. There's still things to work on. But right now, Group Elder pulling slightly ahead, but it's been so close throughout, neck and neck, throughout Group Baron and Group Elder, keeping it very tight.
Yeah, I still feel like there's many things to work on, especially about the meta. I think every week we have different champions getting high priority in the draft. So I think it's really hard, but it's a good opportunity for the team who's really struggling. At the same time, it's really good chance to bounce back with the new ideas. So I hope HLE can bring something for the Group Elder.
Well, 9-8 Group Elder versus Group Baron. Again, our group standings going down to the wire so far. And if Wolf is correct, that means there's a pretty strong chance that Gen G might be closing this one out against D plus Kia, which is our next match. You can go up and down these two rosters here, Ox, but what matchup are you most excited about between our group leaders?
Let me speak out first because I feel like Gen G, they are trying so many new stuffs, right? I feel like whenever you think about LCK Gen G, they're like, low-key boring because we all know Gen G is gonna slowly win by their macro, right?
Yeah.
Chobi's being Chobi and Roller winning the lane, Keen being steady on the top side. But this time around, they're doing circus. Just like T1, they're trying many stuffs like Chobi going down, just dashing in and dies for no reason, but they are still undefeated. And I think maybe this is the new color, new version of Gen G. So.
The thing is, I still feel like last year, even though they had those big undefeated streaks, there were games where in the game you're like, oh, are they going to lose this? And then they brought it back. But I think if there's any team in current form who's going to be able to take down Gen G, it's probably D+. So, if D+ can't take them down here, I don't know which team's going to do it.
Did you predict the DK?
No.
I think we have full Gen G predictions across both sides, but we don't have to wait long to see how it all pans out. D+ versus Gen G after the break. See you in a bit.
제가 이거를 똑같이 따라하라고요? 진짜 현타 올 것 같아요.
제 성대모사에 재능이 있는 것 같아요.
아 근데 이거 진짜 저만 듣기 아까워서 한번 들어보시면 안 돼요?
단합력은 10점 만점에 몇 점 정도일까요?
저희 선수들끼리 너무 친해서 7점, 8점.
3점 정도 되는 것 같습니다.
왜 이렇게 낮은가요?
이제 올릴 일만 나. KT는 원래 올라가는 팀이기 때문에 30점? 네.
단합이 모르겠네요. 그 단합의 중심이 제가 되면 그거를 100으로 만들 수 있지 않을까.
평소에 단합을 맞춰본 적이 이게 잘 없어가지고.
자, 그러면은 저희가 이제 챔피언 성대모사 문제를 들려드릴 건데요. 녹음을 해주시면은 이제 다른 팀원들이 와서 맞히는 거예요. 영혼을 담아서 똑같이.
부담감이 상당하네요.
화면은 안 나가죠?
카메라 안 나오게 이렇게 살짝 숙이면서 해도 돼요?
저희가 가려드릴게요.
아 근데 그건 못 믿어요. 당한 게 많아가지고 제가 못 믿거든요.
진짜로.
진짜로? 진짜 믿을게요. 아 이거 못 믿는데.
보고 이건 좀 아니다 싶으면 잘 좀 부탁드릴게요.
눈 감으면 훨씬 더 잘 보인다고. 예쁘게, 귀엽게, 유쾌하게.
눈 감으면 훨씬 더 잘 보인다고. 예쁘게, 귀엽게, 유쾌하게.
따로 녹음을 한 거예요? 성우분이 해주신 거예요? 성대모사가 아닐 것 같은데.
잘한다.
아, 룰루입니다. 무조건 룰루예요.
룰루
정답입니다.
맞죠?
어떻게 유추할 수 있었어요?
쇼메이커 선수와 싱크로율이 좀 좋네요. 진짜 이게 프로의 자세인가?
많이 힘들었겠다.
눈 감으면 훨씬 더 잘
어떡해.
눈 감으면 훨씬 더 잘 보인다고. 예쁘게, 귀엽게, 유쾌하게. 아니 이게 말이 안 돼요. 아니 너무 잘한다. 룰루? 너무 잘하네.
룰루네요. 우연히 형 이런 것도 전문이니까.
눈 감으면 훨씬 더 잘 보인다고. 예쁘게, 귀엽게, 유쾌하게.
만족하세요?
네, 만족해요. 넘어가 주세요. 눈 감으면 훨씬 더 잘 보인다고. 룰루?
룰루로 하겠습니다.
정답입니다. 어떻게 유추하셨어요?
찍으면 안 돼. 당연히.
찍으신 건가요?
네.
네, 지저분하게 놀아볼까?
네, 지저분하게 놀아볼까? 진짜 이거 싱크로율 한 90% 이상 못 맞추면은 그건 문제가 있어.
기인형 아니면 건부형? 이형 이거 분명히 맞출 수 있어.
건부형.
왜요? 평소에도 좀 잘 맞추는 편인가요?
그것보다 기인형보다는 신뢰가 더 갑니다. 기인형은 왜 아무것도 못 맞출 것 같지? 네, 지저분하게 놀아볼까?
앞에 느 뭐 이런 게 힌트인 것 같은데 이게 뭔지? 정답! 그레이브즈?
땡! 정답은 자크입니다.
아 맞네 자크. 대사를 알고 들으면 챔피언들의 톤이 들리는데 지금 뭐 느 이런 거는 솔직히 진짜 몰랐어요. 네 그냥 대사 맞추기.
아 근데 잘하네 성대모사. 자크? 자크 특유의 목소리가 잘 따라했어요. 확실히 그건 진짜 인정하겠습니다. 야, 지저분하게 놀아볼까? 진짜 현타 올 것 같아요. 근데 진짜 심각한데?
이거 누가 한 거예요?
오너 선수가 문제 내고 갔어요.
오너요? 오너요? 문도?
어때요 오너요?
성대모사라 그레이브즈? 오너 선수가 그냥 열심히 했다는 거는 알겠습니다. 뚜루뚜 빠라빠.
아니 왜 다른 대사를 하시는 거예요?
자크는 이게 공놀이에요. 자크는 이게 맞아요.
야호. 잘가. 바이바이.
예?
아 이런 대사가 있다고?
와, 이런 대사가 있구나. 제가 원래 챔피언의 대사를 웬만하면 잘 아는데 일부러 좀 어려운 걸 넣은 것 같아요, 대사를.
대사가 한 번도 들어본 적 없는 것 같은데. 다시 들어봐. 야호. 잘가. 바이바이. 트리스타나?
노노의 성대모사.
틀렸습니다. 정답은 징크스예요.
그렇네. 맞네요. 알고 보니까 맞네요, 역시.
구만지 선수가 또 징크스를 되게 잘 다루셔서 알 줄 알았는데.
너무 성대모사를 못 해가지고 너무 누누처럼 해가지고.
야호! 잘가! 바이바이!
야호! 잘가 바이바이 그런 느낌인가?
징크스가 좀 우울한 것 같아요.
아 좀 톤이 높아가지고 제가 톤이 낮아서
한 번만 더 해볼까요?
네 만족한 것 같아요.
야호! 잘가 바이바이. 예? 진성이 열심히 하네. 저 직스랑 징크스 고민하는 것 같은데 저 징크스 하겠습니다.
정답입니다.
이거지.
징크스?
정답입니다.
뭔가 그 까불까불 하는 게 징크스인 것 같아서.
누가 더 보는 거?
기존? 뭔가 톤 같은 게 그런 것 같아요.
네 마음속에 공포가 보이는군. 마법이 날 부르고 있어.
네 마음속에 공포가 보이는군. 마법이 날 부르고 있어.
이거는 BDD 선수가 평소에 하던 성대모사예요. 내가 너였다면 너에게 어떤 잡이 없었을 거라고 한번 알아둬. 베이가입니다. 이거 저랑 맨날 했었거든요. 농심 때 많이 했었던 것 같아요.
이런 건 약간 보통 막내들이 하는데 이게 28살이 되니까 쉽지 않네요. 마법이 날 부르고 있어.
이건 베이간 것 같습니다. 이런 거 안 할 것 같은 형이 하니까 신기하네요. 갈수록 뭔가 텐션이 떨어지는 것 같은데.
네 마음속에 공포가 보이는군. 마법이 날 부르고 있어.
왜 이렇게 잘하세요?
그냥 했습니다. 얼굴 가려주신다길래.
네 마음속에 공포가 보이는군.
진짜 이건 무조건 알아요. 확신합니다. 베이가. 진짜 딱 시작하자마자 느껴졌어요. 베이가라는 게.
와 근데 진짜 잘한다. 베이가 하겠습니다. 약간 베이가 룰루 좀 요들쪽 잘하는 것 같아요. 네 마음속에 공포가 보이는군. 마법이 날 부르고 있어. 미치겠네.
이거 아까 들으셨어요? 아니 얘 성대모사 하다가 웃는데요? 근데 이거 진짜 저만 듣기 아까워서 한번 들어보시면 안 돼요? 이거 베이가 이거 같습니다.
잘 따라 했나요?
진짜 저 처음에 그거 루블랑인 줄 알았어요.
생선 냄새? 고기 물고기다.
생선 냄새? 고기 물고기다.
와 미치겠다. 그냥 성대모사가 아니라 대사인데요? 고기 물고기라고 하는 거 피즈밖에 고기 물고기는 어디에
물고기 하면 피즈밖에 없는 것 같은데 그냥 아예 그냥 글을 읽는 느낌이었던 것 같아요.
팀원들한테 꼭 맞춰라 한마디를 하신다는.
못 맞추면 그냥 밥도 먹지 마라.
성대모사에 재능이 있는 것 같아요.
잘하는데. 한번 녹음시키죠? 새로운 챔피언 나오면.
본인 성대모사는 만족하시나요?
아니요. 많이 못한 것 같긴 한데 형들이 잘 맞춰주길 빌겠습니다.
와 얘 진짜 재앙이다 근데. 왜 저런 애를 저한테 시켜줬어요.
대사를 글로 봐서 다 맞췄을 것 같아요.
한마디 해주세요.
밖에서는 안 했으면 좋겠습니다.
자신 있는 챔피언 성대모사 하나 부탁드려도 될까요?
저 직스 해볼게요. 직스. 간다고.
럼블 죽는 거 할 줄 알았는데.
뚜루뚜 빠라빠라.
세상을 불태울 준비는 되었나?
얼마나 연습하신 거세요?
사실 연습한 건 아닌데 이 챔피언을 롤 시작할 때 처음 했었거든요. 그냥 자신 있었습니다.
그래
거의.
람머스. 네.
네 맞아요.
문제가 낸다면 시청자분들이 맞추실 수 있어요.
긴 한데 대사가 없지 않나?
따라해주세요.
클라스피아 파이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the LCK Cup once again. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf once again, as we are ready to dive into our final series of the evening, and probably the one that you've all been waiting for in Gen.G versus DK. This one, historically, has just been really, really good.
It really has. It has been really awesome to watch D+ Kia almost beat Gen.G for the last 4 years.
Yes.
They nearly did it because 9, I'm looking at the stats for BO3s, right? 9 out of the last 14 have gone 3 games.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous.
6 of those were Gen.G's win.
Yeah.
3 of them were D+s though, and that was before the streak.
Exactly.
Started, which has been, unfortunately, a downward trend for D+, but maybe tonight they could make history.
Exactly.
But the curse says no, it's 2-0 Gen.G.
That is often how it goes because, of course, Group Baron needs to now win an extra series in order to equalize the scoreline. That is how things go this week. We just have it be equalized at the end of the day every single time. And Gen.G winning would not shock anyone, to be perfectly honest. So it does kind of go that way, as go easy on me, please, please, this time. The matchup between Showmaker and Canyon, of course, who were playing alongside one another for quite a few years, picking up a world championship together, things like this. But a matchup after 266 days. It's kind of ridiculous that it's been that long.
2021 was the last dominant D+ year. I think people kind of forget that and don't want to necessarily admit it. It feels like it was just last year where D+ only had their first tough year. You know, it was a little tricky. They didn't go to Worlds, but actually they have not been in the LCK a top 2 team since 2021. And so, as it turns out, since Gen.G took their spot, they won every time. Well, we've seen the games go close. Even in D+'s worst days, they usually play this team close. So that's why this matchup is so exciting. It feels like there's a rivalry between these two, even though the results say Gen.G basically always wins.
Yeah.
The bottom matchup is going to be really exciting. Ruler and Duro versus Smash and Korea, the veterans versus the rookies.
The experience meets youthful fire, Wolf.
Yes, sorry, that's what I meant to say. Because Duro's like, you know, he's not that experienced, but he has significant experience over career.
And I think that there is some youthful fire left in Duro especially. You can see big grin on his face as our teams make their way out into Chijijik Lol Park here for our final series of the evening. Some fist bumps, a lot of respect here as, Showmaker and Chovy not making eye contact. Maybe that's a thing that we could dig further into. But Showmaker has been performing extraordinarily well here in the LCK Cup, and we'll see whether he can continue it here against Chovy, who has just been performing really well. Like
D+ have had some very dominant games.
They have.
They have, however, not played against T1 or Gen.G yet.
No.
And they will be doing that first one today against Gen.G. And so this is the first massive test. Like we said the same thing on Nongshim, like Nongshim is the first test, but this is the first real test, right? Especially with what we know about Nongshim now. We were kind of starting to get the idea about, but as we got further into week 2 here, we do feel that it is very clear that Gen.G is a much stronger team than Nongshim.
Yep, although they did almost kind of lose a game to DRX, kind of almost.
Yeah, but I think DRX is a stronger team than Nongshim. Although I was the one who predicted that, and I'm a little biased. But it was yesterday. At the end of the day, they did win, but it was pretty unclear.
That was somewhat narrow.
It was somewhat unclear. But we digress. I am most looking forward to Lucid versus Canyon because I think
that's a banger.
We have a world champion, a world's MVP, up against a player who has really, I think, earned veteran status this year so far. Had a tough start to his career, bounced back the next year. Now, beginning of this season, even though Showmaker has definitely been the shining light of this team and has the flashiest, most explosive plays, I think Lucid has quietly been an insane glow-up this beginning of this year, and even as far as back as Kespa Cup. So Canyon, I don't want to say he's in a decline, but I don't necessarily feel like he's at his peak form again. Like, he had a bit of a slump at the end of the year. He's looking better than that now, but it has an opportunity, I think, for maybe a bit of a turn of the tide, so to speak, between these two.
Yeah, some of the youthful exuberance could reign supreme here, as of course, Showmaker and then a bunch of kids. It's pretty much how DK kind of works.
Showmaker's daycare center.
Yeah, that's pretty much how it goes. CBMax right there on your screen, trying to take care of them. As Genji on the other side, certainly a lot more veteran talent here with Duro there as well to try and keep them a little bit grounded and youthful, as we said before. But we'll see what Ryu has in store for us at the same time, as DK have actually decided to choose the blue side, as they do like to do. Is this like, are they still only blue side? Has that continued?
I think that is all of their picks have been blue side, if I'm not mistaken.
So let's have a look at it again. Yes, they have only played on blue side.
Yeah, they're the only team that this is true for.
And they've lost one game, but otherwise we have no idea how they're going to do on red.
I think that, like, Genji will not pick red side, so they can continue to do this. So the only way they could take it away from them is if they did that. Genji, by the way, do pick second pick. So it's just normal drafting.
I guess so. It's just as if DK had first pick last year. But it's not kind of the way, as the Jace Rumble, we've got Junior taken away here, as well as the Malphite and Azir. Orianna still something that's probably looking at a bannable status, but the Yunara are going to be taken away instead. And one final ban here from Genji. Could be something like a Nico, but we'll just have to see. And Bessa, still a big one as well.
Orianna, pretty good pick.
By the way,
here.
DK just banned Mao. Chronicler has officially been banned.
I think they banned Mei.
What?
I think Yunara starts with a Y.
Oh, dang it.
I mean, the sound is a U.
Yeah. always
trying to bring Chronicler back.
I just wanted it I wanted them to have banned Mao. And it's a Yunara. Maybe you could just change the spelling, you know? You're American. You guys do that all the time.
Atlas, it's the
You took
rise.
the U out of color? Can't you take the Y out of Yunara?
We did. We certainly changed the order of a few of those ER and RE words as well. It is looking like it's going to be Rise Talia. But maybe it's Rise Talia Vi, which feels better. Nope. Canyon says he's playing Xin Zhao.
Well, it's not exactly awe-inspiring. However, it'll get the job done, as Ruler has been a pretty dangerous Varus player over his career. As Lucid thinking about a Jarvan. Jarvan Rise feeling like the DK flavor that we've gotten used to.
Now, the sacrifice that D+ will have to make here, I mean, they have to make a choice between splitting their bottom duo or going for a blind top laner. See what they decide to do. As playing into Varus can be really annoying when you split your bottom duo, and it means the enemy team can really mess it up with the second ban phase.
What about Ambessa?
Ambessa feels quite strong here, but we don't have the Lulu to empower it just yet, and there are a lot of matchups Keen, I think, would feel comfortable playing into it. They're going to split the bottom duo, though, and play the Ezreal in... Oh.
Corki instead. That's going to be the answer to the Varus.
Corki does feel like the pick right now that pairs with so many supports incredibly well in matchups like this. You know, Corki Nami, Corki Bard.
Has been doing a lot of winning.
Nico.
Oh, God. He's thinking about doing it again.
He will actualize this pick.
Imagine if they had picked Nautilus instead of Corki. It would have been so sad, but there is the Anivia one more time. And last time Chovy played this, the game looked unplayable for his opposition. We'll see whether he does that again here. As all right, into the ban phase now. Probably some supports that are going to hit the deck, as there are
Nico,
still a lot of dangerous ones.
I think is the one you are most afraid of.
Yep.
I don't think Alistar really empowers this composition that well on the D+ side. You also don't have your own support, so you could just try to, you know, basically kind of cut the supports in half, or leave the supports here and say like, well, you can have one, but we'll leave everything open so we can have a good answer. They take the Nautilus, so they're not banning a range support at all. And I mean, with Varus into the Jarvan, just having that extra point and click to kill the AD carry, or even the Anivia, is a wise choice, a wise ban.
Yeah. And I think the Nautilus ban is actually kind of interesting, given the fact that Nautilus just hates being into Anivia in any way, but wanting to avoid that trouble in the laning phase, as the Renekton going to be taken away here as well, focusing more towards the top side are DK. As you say, I mean, they have the first choice as far as supports are concerned, so probably not wanting to limit the pool too much.
Yeah. See what the ban is going to be here, because the Renekton ban doesn't tell you too much. That's what I expected to see. The Nico, which is the scariest of the champs to face with Corki, does go away. Renekton is banned. Says they probably want to play something that's a little bit less aggressive in lane and wants to just be a front line. Poppy is taken away now as well, which
kind of interesting one.
I think Poppy is not very good at the moment.
But does certainly do a number to Jarvan. Jarvan doesn't really like the Poppy very much.
That's true. And the ultimate can just warp team fights, especially when you have already a lot of zoning control here. So now we're going to find out what that support pick is going to be. You have to imagine, I don't know if they necessarily want to blind here. They'll get the Bard. They ban the Nico, they leave the Bard. They have pick priority, they get the Bard. And so in response here now, you know, their options are Nami or play some engage with this Jarvan. Like, they could play Leona, it will not be a fun lane. This was, I think, not really on the cards for me, because I thought they needed a little bit more oomph in the lane, oomph out of the lane was something that can impact team fights more. But if they go for the Ambessa, that kind of solves that problem. Works well with the Jarvan. They have Realm Warp, and the Karma wins lane. I can kind of get behind it.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I actually like the idea of like going for a little bit of lane control towards this bottom side. With the Corki, you already have a lot of power, and LeBlanc support would certainly be one of those options.
It is kind of a thing. We saw it hovered in the last series.
Yeah, it was something that Showmaker, in fact, played in the season opening, if we remember.
I don't like it that much in this comp, though, because it is so risky.
It's an army.
Okay.
This is something that has been rising in popularity, but wasn't normally what we'd see picked last year. Tidal Wave can certainly help out, though, as Keen is thinking about playing something weird, but double circles is probably the most scary, and that is going to be coming through here.
We talked about the blind Ambessa earlier. My first thought was going to be Keen just playing Gwen into it. He opts into this choice almost every time he's given the opportunity to. He really likes this matchup, and it is a strong one for the Gwen. A lot of magic damage here on the side of Genji, but not a lot of options to itemize against it for D+, so it doesn't really matter, I think, in this scenario. Really strong side lane pressure here for Genji. Insane wave clear, and also range. On the side of D+ Kia, you really just have to get into the back line and kill Ruler. That is the game plan. The Corki feels really good in comps like this because he can Valkyrie in to follow up. It is insanely powerful. It's kind of like budget Kai'Sa to a certain extent with this type of draft. Has a really strong 2-item spike. The Nami can both help pile on to the engage. Works well with Cataclysm, but also can be used as a peel tool to keep Keen at bay, for example. So I think both drafts are really good here. I'm very scared of Chovy's farming late game Anivia. There's a bit of a big bird.
The Baron with Duro Horse at the head.
That's
so
too
good.
Cursed. That's too.
Oh, that is phenomenal.
That was not appropriate for broadcast.
We're going to need a zoom in on that next time we're loading into the Rift for game number 2, but we still have game number 1 to go as Genji with Chovy's Anivia. Let's see whether it works out once again as we get onto the Rift. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift, and already into a little bit of fighting here towards the bottom side of the map. As Korea with the ebb and flow is not necessarily going to be winning out, but Smash is at least able to do a bit of damage back to Duro to try and even things out here. Potion going to be drank here by Korea, and Duro holding on to his. As Cosmic Binding just thrown at Smash, and Smash not even dodging it a little bit.
Yeah, he's just like, all right, well, you're going to take another auto, and we'll call it a day.
Yeah.
Barrier versus teleport, which tells you what Ruler thinks about this lane.
Yeah.
That's like, when you see the teleport on the Varus or on the Ziggs, you're like, well, I don't know what he thinks is going to happen.
He is pretty keen to try and be non-interactive.
Yep. And so far, that's how it's going.
Yeah. Smash and Korea with a fair bit of control of the wave. But that is kind of what they picked for, right? That's what this one, as we like to say, says on the tin.
Yes. Doesn't have to necessarily be made of tin. Could also be a package of plastic or even paper.
Yeah, I imagine a lot of tins are probably made of steel now. You know?
Well, I mean, that could be a bit wasteful.
Wait, or is that a... Do you have to call that a can? Have I been calling tins the wrong thing this whole time?
I think a can be a tin at any point, and a tin...
But wait, a tin can is a thing.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
like
you're right.
At any point, yeah, it could be a tin can, yes.
So
not all cans are tin, but are all tins cans?
Yes.
I think so. I think we can...
I'm very
reasonably
confused
say.
now. I would prefer it if we just spoke about something else. Talk about the game casters. That's what I'm going to go for
like
here.
the rhombus of containers?
Please don't say rhombus. I don't like rhombuses. I'm already like a little bit confused because I decided that Yunara's name started with a U because I was so excited about Mao being banned. Still there. That's the position I'm still at. As Chovy looking a little worse for wear, but Showmaker actually ghosting back to lane after putting his tier together. It's a bit of a cute one, making sure that he can start that stacking as quickly as he possibly can. And Lucid now moving over towards this bottom crab. Top one will be going over to Canyon most likely. As we can see, he is just rotating up there as the slide does come on through and Lucid goes back home.
At this level of play, we don't have any 3 to 5 minute scuttle shenanigans.
Not this time.
No levels 3 ganks.
Ooh, Showmaker wanting to deny his former jungler a crab.
You know what?
Will succeed.
I mean, the rotation over for Lucid is coming. We're going to have a bit of a 2v2 here.
Wow, that Gatling gun sound was really cool. If only that
I liked it when it turned off. When it was finished. It's okay when it makes the sound while it's shooting. We had a really good discussion with the one of our observers, Kisun, about that during the break.
Former Pog Lab extraordinaire.
Yes. Well, who's to say he's former? He could just be inactive.
That's true. Inactive Pog Lab extraordinaire as Duro has to use his heal to avoid dying. Cosmic Binding does go wide as Ruler tries to offer some damage back, but Smash and Korea feeling pretty happy about how this one's going so far. And Duro may actually have to leave again. A little bit unfortunate here.
Oh, double scuttle. Quick little start here for D+ in terms of getting the jungle farming underway. You can see he's half a level up on Canyon.
Yeah, Lucid actually having a very good time at the moment on the Jarvan.
Teleport from Shiu to come back in to match Keen. Close game. Ruler stops his back. We'll look for an extra wave. And he has TP, so he can opt for things like this.
Yep.
Oh, slow TP. Chovy hates slow TP.
The turtle port. Oh, it's the worst.
People were like, you can play Ghost. He's like, I would never. Not a chance I lose any farm.
But maybe if he was reminded that turtle port's really slow, then he'd prefer to Ghost. But maybe not as a Nivea, whose movement speed is not often a selling point.
No, despite having wings and flapping in the running animation.
Yeah.
It's not really catching the air. I suppose because they're kind of fragmented, they just don't have a lot of lift to them.
Yeah, it just doesn't quite work.
Quite heavy, perhaps.
Maybe because she's made out of ice.
Well, this skin looks like it would have a little bit of extra movement.
That's true. Maybe you should get extra movement speed. I remember that skin used to be banned because it gave you an unfair advantage, considering for some reason. But it has been fixed since. I don't know whether it's like it was an unfair advantage or whether it was just like the auto animation was just that little bit too clean. Like it was barely an advantage, but it was.
Could be.
I remember that skin was illegal though for a while. As Lucid goes in, gets a knock up onto Canyon here, audaciously charges and avoids the Aqua Prison. Now it's a Cosmic Binding for Lucid. The Korea should be able to keep him safe. Gets over towards that control vision as Ruler is being held in place. Smash, massive combo. Does come on through there as we've got Showmaker and Chovy fighting towards the top side, wanting to come down and join this 3v3. Not to be the case as Showmaker does have his ultimate available, but of course can be stunned out of it by a Flash Frost.
Very, very slow pace in this game. Both junglers just kind of babysitting. When I heard about the changes to bottom lane, I thought this was how every game was going to look. The junglers were like, well, I'm going to watch you. It's like the Spider-Man meme across the river.
Yeah.
You're here to babysit your bottom lane. Well, let me tell you what I'm here to do. The same thing.
Yeah, they've just both got 2 kids, and they're both just at the playground, and it's just...
They're at the kids' cafe, yeah.
They're just playing on the other side of the rooms from each other, and no need to intervene.
Every time the supports get a little bit feisty, they go push them apart from each other.
Yeah. It's like, all right, don't be silly. Don't embarrass your parents. You know, there's a lot of onlookers. Can't be.
Please stop getting Smash's barrier. He doesn't like to use it like that.
Well, he hasn't, so he's probably okay for now. Oh, public execution towards his top side. She's looking for the solo kill. Keen, couple more autos, but Keen turns it. Never mind. Showmaker comes in and saves the young man in the top lane.
And that really looked like it was not going to be close until Keen stacked it up.
Yeah, and then it was looking like Keen was just going to win.
If Keen actually just killed him and Showmaker wasn't there, like if Showmaker was like, oh, I guess you got this and started walking back down.
Oh my
that would
God,
have been
yeah.
so sad. As we'll watch it again. It's really just about the ult here from Shu, getting a lot of value. Not to mention that needlework missing. Second one also. Third one hits.
Oh.
That stacked Q is kind of insane.
Yeah, just ludicrous amounts of damage, as well as the Conqueror really putting in a little bit of work towards the end there, which allowed Keen to survive that one extra hit. Man.
Showmaker had a small CS advantage before that happened, so even though Chovy got the plate and pushed in, he is only like a wave ahead, and Showmaker obviously has the gold lead because he was able to pick up that first blood, so...
Oh, Korea is getting exhausted as Duro just wanted to press a button.
Feels better. Take a rest, man. Just walk back to lane.
Yeah, well.
Walk it off.
He's certainly a bit sleepy now. Oh no, oh no!
You can tell Chovy is upset.
Did you also see how sheepish the zoom in was? Like, even the observers are like, that's Chovy's CS, man. Should we even do it?
Yeah, might have like wanted to do an alternate pan there.
I'm proud of Jonah Strong that he did commit to it, because of course he is the man who does zoom in on cannons being missed.
You know,
it was Kisan that did it, but I don't think so. I think Kisan's on replays today.
The way the Anivia flies, kind of bizarre, you know? She's so close to the ground, you would think she'd want to rest.
Yeah.
On the ground.
And often you don't get much of an updraft when you're that close to the ground.
Exactly.
It seems a little bit weird that you can sort of glide.
Is going to start this. Chovy is in the area. They're looking for a play topside. They cancel it, though.
Yeah, Keen actually has the needlework back up, and Shiu doesn't have his ultimate, and so he's just dead. Solo bolo over to Keen. Very nicely played. And now Genji, Chains of Corruption do go wide, but they still manage to take down that dragon. Duro now magically journeys his way out, but Lucid not going to get stunned up here, as there is the boat flying out. The tidal wave not really going to connect, as now Showmaker in a very unfortunate position, does have to flash to get out of the way of Canyon, as now Lucid, he's looking to exit. DK looking a little bit uncoordinated, but not punished too much for it, but this is the problem. The fact that Keen just gets a solo kill on the Gwen, he is going to become completely out of control.
Yeah, and they're not even done here on this bottom side. They want to push further advantages here. The big issue is that there's two ultimates missing for D+ in this exchange. One is Shu's, and Showmaker knows the cooldown. He knows he needs to probably help him out there. It's faster cooldown for Gwen's ult. Ends up going up to the top side, but doesn't have his ult, so can't actually realm warp to save him. And then the dragon is being lost on the bottom side. Showmaker shows up there. He's like, well, I got to try to impact this play on the bottom side, and then is just promptly engaged on and has to flash and ghost, and then does nothing, sadly for him. So it's a big loss here. As look where Showmaker is on the minimap. He's like, I can't get there, sorry. They knew me on the dragon. But he doesn't have realm warp, so he's trying to get to the dragon fight.
Oh, man.
And he unfortunately is unable to save the dragon fight.
And Keen there just pressed buttons really good, and Shu just died. Just nothing really more to it. Shu does manage to get his Eclipse together, so that's certainly good news. But a 400 gold advantage for the Gwen is going to be a difficult thing to mitigate outside of the fact that there is an item completion here for Shu as he makes his way back up. So Keen probably wanting to go for a bit of a reset before he does go for any more of these jewels. But in 6 seconds' time, he will have more needlework available. You can see, certainly respecting Shu now that that item has been purchased.
Gotta say, the Goddess would cry if she saw this composition. 4 tiers, man.
My goodness.
There could even be up to 8.
Yeah, what about Fimbulwinter Ambessa?
Oh, I mean, I suppose it's even possible to get more.
There you go. All right.
Chovy is just, he's having an Anivia time now. Got through some of the more awkward parts of this lane, got a tempo advantage around that dragon, and he's like, all right, well, I'm just going to clear waves and not interact with you.
Look at the bot lane and mid lane. Like, everyone is on basically the same CS. It's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, it's crazy. That's the tier effect.
Yeah, there we go. Well, Smash with a Tide Caller's Blessing is going to take that and use it to destroy this minion wave. needs to get all of them if he wants to stay in touching distance with all of these other farmers on the map.
The top lane doesn't look too impacted by that play there from Keen in terms of the control over the wave. As we're having a bit of a scuffle.
When Becomes Lightning goes wide, so does the Cosmic Binding. So DK, a little bit of a cooldown advantage for a moment, but I think that is going to not last too long as in goes Lucid, in goes Canyon, Cataclysm, and Flash out from Lucid. And Smash takes so much damage there. Chains of Corruption held onto here by Ruler as well. So Gen G looking dangerous right now. Keen throwing out the needlework once again. Misses a bunch of those buttons as now Shiu looking to try and turn it. There's the public execution. He's got one last one. Let's see whether Shiu can actually fight this. The answer is no, as he is going to back away, respecting Keen, even if he hasn't actually completed his Rift Maker just yet.
He has the item advantage, but there's just no way. He doesn't have enough damage to kill Keen there. And learned a lot, I think, about that last Q in the first kill that he helped Showmaker get.
Yep, would agree.
And decides, okay, you know what? That's the best I can get. We're trading ultimates here. Does have to opt to use his ultimate to make sure that Keen does not get a superior trade, so I think it was the right choice. But kill pressure, but off the cards. Could try to get this Crystalline Overgrowth, but it's too risky. In fact, not going to get it, and also possibly going to be too risky.
It's Ambessa though.
He has
just dash and then do more dashes, as there it is. There's a knock-up on a Canyon as well, who's delivered backwards. Duro throwing down the Tempered Fate, locks up a couple. Shiu not quite able to answer too much. Is out, he will go. Showmaker makes his way in though, as now Canyon gets his Triumph proc and actually keeps himself alive to flash forward from Shiu, but there's the Cosmic Binding to hold him in place. Big ol' shield thanks to that Eclipse, as now Showmaker realizing with Trophy making his way in, he is probably dead, and tells his young top laner just to save himself.
It's a really rough exchange there from D+. It looked so good at the outset. But because Duro is up there, Ruler is left alone down here on the bottom side of the map. So it's not a freebie here for Gen G by any means. They had to use a lot to get this win on the top side. And so at least on the other side, Smash is a big benefactor. As Shiu is buying a ton of time, look at the run up here from Lucid. His buddy is going to show up just in time. This Tempered Fate, it's hard to say, really quantify the value of it because obviously Lucid is in stasis at that moment in time. That really helped them kill him faster, but it buys enough time for Showmaker to come up. The problem is it takes so long, especially with that extra sidestep there by Canyon, that Chovy then gets involved. They wanted to clean it up faster before Chovy got here. Keen survives. And again, they get plates on the bottom side, and some farm is denied from Ruler. But at the end of the day, a big win, I think, for Gen G, who also have control of this dragon for the moment.
Yeah, Lucid is going to walk up, though. Let's see who's going to be able to win the Smite fight. It is just going to go over to Lucid there. Locks up the Cloud Drake as into the bubble goes the Xin Zhao. As wall is put down, Lucid in a lot of trouble. He's just dead. Does survive for quite some time and actually gets a lot of his health bar back, but still not going to be enough to save him.
This is a huge win, though, for D+. Like, the pendulum swings back because they get this plate up here, maybe even a second one. They got the dragon to even things up.
And it was a 1-for-1.
And it's just an even trade. They also got the teleport out of Keen. Like, Keen teleporting there is why this set of plates is going over. Shiu gets to keep his, and this means Chovy has to go clean it up there on the top side. So a lot of tempo gained back here for D+. Gold lead still Gen G's, albeit slight, as the smite timing here is, okay, hold up.
Yep, meanwhile in live, we have a very dead Chovy, or at least a very egg Chovy, until he's a dead Chovy. It's going to take a little bit of time, but there it goes, and that is a kill over to Shiu. The Ambessa being able to pull back that gold advantage that Keen had over him as well, as we're spawning some voidlings and taking down some plates.
The Shiu Ambessa timeline, was kind of the same thing, and it was his best pick early on in his career, and it's looking really good in this game, despite the fact that he miscalculated that one time. Ends up getting some resources here, and they're playing through him. As speaking of Shiu,
yeah, he might be in a little bit of trouble here, I might add, as Canyon does go in. He just wants to get out of the way. Yeah, dashing is something that this Ambessa can do. Tempered Fate will be able to hold him in position, and the attempted juke is actually going to work to his detriment, as gets a bunch of shields, but still snip, snip, and down he will go. Turret falls on the top side of the map, though. That is going to be first turret blood over to DK.
Yeah, I kind of feel like this doesn't really bother D+ all that much. Showmaker is also going to try to get this first initial plate here on the inner. It is a Gwen that does have a strong split push here on the other side, so it's not just going to be that first hit that is the big one. I did not know that's how this started. That is very sad for Chovy. He just wanted to know what was going on. He knows, though, now, so I guess mission accomplished.
Just wanted to try and stop the back, but unfortunately had to get in range of that public execution. Really nicely played there by Xiu. Thought they'd caught him shopping, but he had not. Showmaker now picking up the wave towards the bottom side. He's 1,000 gold in the lead, actually, on this Rise. So the race towards the Seraph Rod of Ages is being won by the Rise for now.
Yeah. The gold lead for Keen, and also now he's going for this Dusk and Dawn build. We're not seeing this really at all. Now we're seeing it every time for the Gwen. I think is very strong. I think people are starting to realize how powerful and how potent this item really is, but he is going to continue to, without any intervention, take the turrets off the map. He got 3 plates on the inner and the bottom lane, representing a lot of the gold. Really, the only massive gold lead here for Gen G is his. So he is the most important member. Try to use side lanes to get this Anivia to a safe and stable spot and get the Varus to be more relevant.
And Chovy actually finished his Rod of Ages first, so he's stacking that one up a little bit faster than Showmaker, but Showmaker does have now 1,000 gold lead, as Chovy behind on levels just a little bit. Lucid is making his way forward, seeing whether they can actually put some pressure onto this turret. Some Crystalline Overgrowth has started to build.
Showmaker does have his Seraphs completed and transformed, so gonna feel good about this as we're bringing everyone.
Is just gonna get flashed on. There's the ulti to try and keep them at bay. Is Duro tanking up the turret nicely, and that should mean that the Ambessa does go down. Duro able to move out of the way of the angry turret and keeps himself alive. And so now another one going to fall down in exchange for an outer on the bottom side. But Chovy is going to survive as Realm Warp is just gonna get rid of the Rift Herald, who just crashes into a wall on the other side of the map.
Nice try, get him out of there.
Yeah, that was, I like the theory.
The Rift Herald he's made up his mind.
Yeah. Or her mind.
Or her mind, yes, excuse me.
Yes, Shelly does just end up dying to the turret on the bottom side of the map, or dying to Chovy or someone. So it was a cute little theory, and then didn't quite work out in practice.
So the trades here, pretty good macro-wise for Gen G. You know, we keep trading on opposite sides of the map, but Gen G are getting the better end of this over and over again, and this Gwen is such a threat so early that it's really hard to imagine that D+ will be able to continue to keep pace with her later on. And this Ambessa, which is a big threat, is a whole level down. So, I mean, in terms of what this composition is trying to do, so the threat maybe a little bit less big is what I'm getting at here. And this win for Showmaker in terms of the mid-race might not necessarily matter all too much when we get later on into the game, as they'll pretty much have parity.
I'm interested in how this fight's going to go. The first Ocean Drake of the game, as it is another Ocean Soul. We've had a fair few this week. But Gen G in position, they will start this one up, and it's going down pretty quickly, as Duro possibly stunned up here, and in fact he is, or at least snared by, okay, flash forward from Lucid. It is Canyon that locks down the dragon, as now Lucid is in the back of the pit, having to deal with Chovy, and Canyon wants to be able to flag drag his way out, but it's not quite going to work. Yeah, just taken out by the Xin Zhao, as now Xiu finds himself alone in the back line, and it's just Lucid that goes down after attempting a steal and not quite making it work.
Yeah, this time it's not worth, you know, last time was able to walk out, get the TP, get the steal for his life, loses his flash. But Jarvan doesn't necessarily need his flash because he already has so much mobility, but the extra flash button can sometimes make that engage range so insane that the Varus, who thinks he's safe from a million miles away, can actually be killed. This fight is really awkward because they clearly want to make something with Xiu here. And then the Crescent Guard comes out and Xiu's like, what's my target? I don't really have one. The rest of my team can't get into the pit if we went on to Chovy, who has Egg anyways. And so Xiu just kind of stands on the other side of the fight and doesn't press his buttons until he presses them to run away.
Wasn't actually able to do too much of anything at all, as it was kind of Lucid going in a little bit prematurely. And what that results in is a 2,000 gold advantage for Keen alone. And that's almost the whole gold lead that's on the map right now. So this Gwen, a big problem.
Quite large. We keep mentioning it because it is the thing.
It is pretty, it's an important part of the game to keep our minds on. And so we will continue to remind everyone that that's what they need to focus on.
So the Rod of Age is going to complete here for Chovy. Showmaker's ahead in experience right now, and will eventually get a ton of value out of his late Rod. But the moment in time where Gen G have this lead feels really good for Chovy. Is going to get the transform to 15.
Yeah, he's actually, I think it's going to tick over. Yeah, there it is. Right now, got a full level from that one.
Feeling
as that's kind of how it works anyway, but it feels good when you just fill up the entire bar.
It takes longer, obviously, the deeper levels you get into, so Showmaker will technically get more value, but he doesn't have it right now. And so Chovy feels really good about this moment. And I think with the lead Gen.G have, you're very happy to take any fight now for the rest of the game, or at least until you lose control, but that's the expectation, is they will maintain it. As we get to the slow part of the game here, right, with Baron's up, but it's not really a viable objective to take at this stage for either team. 2-item spike for Corky's hit. Varus has Edge of Night, so Ruler very safe inherently. The AD carries have been not a big part of this game, just it's been a lot of scrapping around the side lanes.
Yeah, it's actually kind of surprising that Smash, even though he has made it to 2 items, hasn't really been much of a part of this game. As Tempered Fate is going to connect here, that the Flash does get Korea far enough away that Duro and Keen are unable to engage with Smash and Lucid coming down.
And with no objective to fight over, I think using your Tempered Fate like that in a Vision fight makes a lot of sense. Not really a big trade-off in this scenario. Getting the Flash out of career is a big win.
Yep.
That will not be available for the next fight, so...
Smash only a few more stacks before he does make that Mura mana. And as Ruler's back is going to be denied.
I think part of the reason why neither of these AD carries have gotten a massive lead, which is how most of our games go, is because the junglers babysat well. Like, these Damwon junglers, Canyon,
just
former D+ and his successor, just were like, no, not going to have any disasters down here.
Definitely got jobs as babysitters after this, if they would like them. Really looking good. Strovie going to catch this wave towards the top side. Showmaker shoved that wave towards him. We'll be able to pick that one up. As Duro going to once again just get his way out of here. 0-0-5 on the Bard and has been very slippery this game.
CV Max is calling.
Okay.
That's what it says on Showmaker's phone right now. I don't know what it means.
Oh, I wonder whether it means that Keen is going to be okay or not. As Flash out of the way of Canyon, and Shiu, unfortunately, is going to be the one that dies. Get off the phone. My goodness. Is Korea moving down towards this bottom side. And that should just be this inner turret going down. And it is. Gen.G secure that one, and it's... Everything seems to come back to this Gwen being a massive problem. And Keen somehow is a top laner with 100% kill participation.
I mean, they played only through top lane. Besides when they stopped Lucid from playing through bottom lane. Otherwise, Canyon is like, I'm going to get Keen ahead. He got the counter pick Gwen that he always picks into Ambessa. We're going to take that lead. We're going to kill the structures.
Yeah.
That is the game plan. Our Anivia is also scaling. And now they're poised to set up for Soul Point here. Lucid has his flashback, maybe another steal on the cards potentially, but Showmaker's Rod completed. He hits level 16, even with Chovy now.
Actually a huge deal that Cloud Drake was stolen away, because this could have been a soul that they would be fighting for. Is okay, there's a public execution right on top of Ruler as Shiu, still pretty healthy, is now Keen. Diving on forward, they get rid of Shiu though, and Ruler is going to survive. So it's not exactly working out here for D+. As now Showmaker running around trying to avoid the skill shots, but he can't do any damage. The Gwen will finally go down. Showmaker lasts a lot longer than I think a lot of people expected, but that's 3 dead for 1.
That's Baron. They're just going to take the magical journey straight to it. They had control vision in the Baron. They'll remove it and put it here in this banana brush. And Gen.G, in one swift swoop, I think have pretty much put the final bookend on this game, as it's not unplayable for D+, but it just gets so hard from here with the wave clear they have.
Yeah, the playability is low.
And like,
that's absolutely true.
The follow-up for Shiu's engage just was not there at all, and he went so deep, and basically maximum range on his ultimate, that if you try to chase Ruler there, it's not going to work out, as they will eventually take this dragon down. A little bit tankier on this patch, but it will get taken out nonetheless, as we'll see what CV Max had to say. Yeah. So they're basically like, this is post the scenario that happened moments before. Talking about the dragon.
Yeah, trying to see what the setup is going to be. As we'll check out the replay here. This was like a decent attempt from Shiu to get on top of Ruler.
There's just shields go up. Ruler has so much damage. The rest of the team peels for him. And then for here, like, Keen is kind of difficult to take out, right? Like nigh unkillable, and Showmaker's on the wrong side of the fight. The fight is just so split up.
Yeah.
It's a good connection on the engage on the Varus, but maybe a bit optimistic otherwise.
And the crazy thing is that that was a big one from Smash, and if that hadn't have like been available, Keen actually gets out, and then it's even worse for
Yeah,
DPlus.
no, 100%.
It could have been just, 3 for nothing. Showmaker does finally actualize. He's going to be able to find that item spike, but I just feel like it's too little and potentially too late for them to really get too much done as the Glacial Storm goes up.
I just don't think this is the kind of game you can win unless you win a huge team fight swimmingly to get enough map control back.
Yeah, well, public execution on top of Canyon here. Does have the Crescent Guard to keep himself alive. The Baron is going to help take down this inner turret, though. And in the meantime, you've got Keen running amok and taking down this inner in mid at the same time. So Gen G just splitting the map, making things real awkward for DK.
The realm warp for Showmaker as well. Gen G were like, oh, are they taking that? Please do. They like all turned around when they saw it. They were like, ooh.
Wow. That's a lot of damage the turret takes.
That was big damage, but I don't think they care.
Oh, another Flash Rush coming in there as the Tidal Wave knocks up Chovy, but they just cannot get close enough.
Shiu doesn't have ult, so they're like, yeah, okay, you're going to dash over to look at us?
And this is the problem with being a short-range composition into an Anivia. You just can't really do anything.
No, and Showmaker is just trying to clear the minions as fast as possible. I mean, there's only 30 seconds left of this Baron. They want to have a successful defense here of their inhibitors, but eventually something's got to give.
Yeah, Smash gets out of the way of the wall, and Valkyrie.
Keen is
useful here.
Is going to require more than one person to deal with, and this siege is real on the top side. The next wave is coming through, and once that turret's gone, Gen G have really put the screws into these inhibitors.
And Ruler has been so frustrating. He's just always too far away for DK to do anything about. And every time they try and look in, it's a piercing arrow to the face. It's a hail of arrows over the top as now Canyon goes for the engage. Didn't really want to, I don't think, as he does have Crescent Guard available. Doesn't have to use it, although maybe could have to keep himself a little bit more healthy.
Shiu's getting closer to having his ultimate back, so they need to leave. 10 seconds on that one. Maybe this could be the first angle that DPlus have had in a while here to maybe get something done.
Good vision available here for Gen G, though, to know exactly where they are. Cosmic Binding does go wide. DK still wanting to get something done here as there's the public execution on top of Canyon as Lucid dives forward as well. Great use of the Tidal Wave as the bubble is going to come through there. Chovy able to flash out of the way and Showmaker into the backline. Wants to try and kill Keen, but he's so incredibly fed on this Gwen. Chovy finishes him off in the end, and Gen G, they're just like an impenetrable fortress.
They just played it so perfectly. They left no margin for error. Now Lucid,
I think he's going to be okay.
Yeah, it's going to take a little bit longer to go home than it would have liked. We'll be okay. When you look at the engage setup here, like the wall, look at this wall. It's like, I can't join. You know, Smash is like, I got to just try to do a little bit of damage to this tanky Xin Zhao. Okay, bubble goes on to Chovy, who has Flash, and he has Egg. So even if he did end up going down to Egg there, they just don't really care. They just left no opportunity to D+, no angle, and then the vision you mentioned made it super easy to predict how that was going to go, and it was Canyon who started it all off. He has a GA now.
Oh my god. 4.2 thousand gold is a large amount of gold to be in the lead of your opponent with.
I don't think it's fair to say that Shiu did not pass the Keen test. I think it's fair to say that D+ Kia did not pass the Keen test.
They did not.
All 5.
I would say that, I mean, they passed it at the very beginning, but unfortunately they then forgot it. You know how like you do like a first aid course, that is so that you then know first aid. If then someone, you know, has like trouble in front of you and you can't do it, then that's called failing, even though you have passed first aid.
Yeah, you have certification.
Yeah, it's like you're certified, but then you forget how to do CPR. It's still a fail.
Kind of feels like they read half the book, and the questions they knew all those.
That's why you don't cheat on the test. Don't cheat on the test. That's all right. DK back out onto the map now, as teleport is very short here for the Gwen. As Shiu goes in, so does Lucid though. Great Cataclysm as Tempered Fate to hold Gen G in position, buying time for Keen as best they can. But Chovy gonna go down as the Ambassador dancing around the fight. Canyon so close to dead, but Korea can't do anything about it, and he's gonna get taken out. Into the backline goes the Jarvan, but why is Canyon still alive?
He's super, super low, but does survive there. And they end up getting the Dragon here. It's gonna be Soul Point. Showmaker did a ton of damage. He and Smash were trying their best. Chovy was blown up early, and Nivea needs a little bit of time to actually maximize her damage, obviously. So that was the best, most favorable condition for a fight I think that D+ were ever going to get for the rest of this game, but it's still, unfortunately, just not enough. The wallets are quite heavy, as you have often said. As Shiu ends up getting the lifeline here as he goes in, this Tempered Fate buys a little bit of space, but then watch Chovy just instantly blow up, and Showmaker does massive amounts of damage. Baron being taken by Genji and Live.
Look at Canyon's health bar!
Yeah, and he may be sundering the sky a little bit on those final hits.
And Genji are just going to take Baron by themselves. A couple of members there as, Canyon and Keen, pretty good at doing that one.
When they end up living with Canyon, or Canyon ends up living there, with his GA, by the way, it's like, well,
he had a GA anyway. Okay,
I guess that's it. So I guess we just leave.
Well, Showmaker, speaking of leaving, does get out of the way of the Tempered Fate. Cosmic Binding going to connect there. Nice work from Duro, but there's no one else here. So Duro is just being annoying. Succeeding, absolutely.
Yeah.
This is looking like it may have gotten away from DK. Just
well, I mean, we knew the curse was going to just be 2-0 Genji. It was kind of interesting at the very beginning, though, you know?
Yeah. And I mean, it's not over until it's over, but it's pretty close to being over.
Yeah, I mean, the Nexus and all inhibitors are still alive.
There you go.
Maybe nothing else, really. The turrets, the mid-turret, argue is alive.
You could say that it's a matter of time, but also maybe it's not. Smash hasn't died this game.
You think it would take 2 or 3 autos from Keen to kill that turret with Crystalina for
Yeah. Well, there's a public execution as Shiu dives in. They're looking to time it here as Canyon in a good spot right now.
Showmaker.
Chovy trying to dance his way out of there, but Showmaker gets a big old shield and it's just not enough. Both of them lying on the floor as now Keen taking matters into his own hands. Smash still trying to do the damage back as Keen will look a little bit low. But yeah, in trade for Lucid and Showmaker's lives, I don't think this is going to work because the teleport back in from Chovy is just going to net the end of the inhibitor turret in mid lane. And in very quick succession, most of these structures are going to be disintegrating right before your eyes. And Genji, I feel like this entire game was just about preventing DK from being able to play. As Smash will finally die for the very first time this game, right before his Nexus follows suit. That is going to be the delayed ace, and it will be completed. Nexus dies as well, and Genji, man, what a frustrating comp to play into, but beautifully, beautifully navigated by them.
They had a plan. They executed the plan. The plan was to save counter pick for Keen, play through Keen, and then just take all the turrets away and explode the gold lead. And it worked. It was a very good, crisp Genji macro game.
Yep. And Genji, let's go. They can indeed do it.
They can do it.
And they did it. That is exactly what happened. You can see CVMax probably not too psyched about what happened in that game. But the game just kind of did get away from them. And the Anivia was just a beautiful pick in this game. Even though Chovy didn't do a massive amount of damage, the way that they utilized this composition to keep them at arm's length, the fact that Gwen and Xin Zhao require you to be in melee range, and then Varus and Anivia and Bard make it really hard to get into melee range.
It's very
a frustrating comp to deal with.
Very, very annoying. Not to mention Canyon had a phenomenal game.
He did.
He was very much a brick wall himself. So Ruler ends up getting 33k damage because he has so much protection. Side lane threats were real, and Genji just keep Genjiing.
They are Genjiing so much, Wolf. And maybe this will mean that indeed, Group Baron versus Group Elder is just going to equalize at the end of the day. Unless DK can find a way to win game 2 and get a little bit of a reverse sweep happening. Now, though, it is time for us to take a short break. When we get back, the Space is going to break that one down. Then we'll have game number 2. We'll see you soon.
코르키 플래시 있는 거 생각해야 돼.
너 코르키한테 빨리면 나도 좋을만 할
그냥 타워 치면 끝날 것 같아. 천천히.
코르키. 야 발키리 끊었어. 발키리 끊었어. 이거 봐. 네 건명?
아 이거 나 이거 못 참는데?
이거 못 참는데? 네, 따닥 됐는데.
나이스.
그렇지. 다 뺏겨. 좋아요.
전 세계에서 아마 이 매치를 주목하고 있겠죠.
올 시즌 첫 번째 소위 빅3 대결이에요. T1과 하나생명 가죠.
보자. 이거 뛰어볼게. 앞템 타고 이거. 확인. 되거든 시간. 근데 판테온 이거 올 거다 아마도. 기다려봐. 내가 먼저 봐줄게. 다이브다.
나 오긴 했어.
오케이. 잡긴 했어. 빼야 돼. 나이스. 알지 무빙 안. 상태 안 좋아서 웬만하면 집 가긴 해야 돼. 나 직선 한번 뛰어올게. 이번에 괜찮을 것 같다. 거리 돼. 오케이. 와볼래? 탑 잡았어. 라이트 갔다. 이거 집 찍고 바로 뛰었네. 와. 둘 다 너무. 탑 계속 천천히 해봐. 밸류 좋아서. 바텀 빡대기요? 바텀 다이브 안 돼? 바텀 다이브 하자. 바로 할게. 하자. 이거 하자. 아, 포개기. 공 있어. 살려봐. 잡아오자. 뒤에 탈려. 나 가는 중. 바이 노플이야. 얘는 내가 잡았어. 루시안 노플. 형 조심해. 안 죽어. 나이스.
나 미드가 안 줘.
바이 위치만 찾으면 될 듯? 야, 루시안 걸리면 내가 다 잡아줄만해. 탈려 볼래 영원? 봐봐. 보게. 가자. 얘 꼬지 올게 했거든?
바이부터.
야.
바이부터 볼 수 있나 우리?
나 바이 노플.
탈려.
탈려 바이 노플.
탈려 내가 잡아 이거.
탈려 노플. 바이 잡아.
잠깐만 탈 붙자.
여기 좀 나 이탈. 볼 수 있나? 맞대. 나 죽어버 있다. 라이즈. 노플. 야, 많이 유리하니까 좀만 침착하게 하자. 침착해. 그냥 할 거만. 탑 라인 크다 이번에 가자. 거의 앉아. 궁 이거 바로 없어서 궁 한 번씩 털어도 될 듯? 내가 궁 한번 막아볼게. 내가 궁 써. 다이브도 볼게. 다이브가. 이거 얘네 쪽 까본다. 이거 보러 갈게. 이거 빠지면 볼게. 빠지면. 이거 빠질 거. 야, 맞대. 한대부터. 연기 안 됐어. 빨리 빼고. 야, 근데 이. 야, 좋아. 나 뒤에 탈게. 맞아. 지금 우리가 밸류 더 높긴 해. 바이봉 빼주면 내가 다 잡으면.
미드 천천히 나가보자 이거.
야, 장로 땡기고 싸움 바로 보자 이거 형. 볼 거면 한 번에 잘 보긴 해야 돼. 여기서? 야, 공 타봐. 아래로 나가면 일단 아래로 가야 되긴 해. 이거 치면서 싸움 봐야 될 것 같아. 우리 받으면서. 야, 먹을래? 바깥에 걸어놨어. 야, 먹어봐. 야, 쌈 보자. 벽 쳐. 오케이. 쳐. 야, 라이트. 아래. 야, 돌게. 얘네 잡으면 끝난다. 여기 있다. 야, 나이스. 나이스. 빰빰 잘하자. 나이스. 탑 뭐 나오냐? 개 무섭네. 탑 4인쪽 볼것 같은데. 아칼리 좋아 보이긴 한데. 아칼리 주세요.
오! 탑 아칼리.
결단 뭐냐? 이겼네? 이긴 했다. 개 무서운데? 파이팅. 잘해보자.
이거 저 블루까지 할 수 있나? 미드 푸시랑 따볼래?
바텀 푸시대.
미드 푸시 따볼래?
이거 밀고 저걸로 싸움 보자 그럼. 블루 오겠다. 천천히 오긴 해. 블루 봐야지 여기서. 진궁 내가 막 궁.
잠깐.
잘하면. 나 좋아. 상대 그지. 녹턴 상대 그지. 녹턴 아직 녹턴 얼었어. 얘를 보내.
아질 노플.
아질.
아질 노플이야.
앉아. 나 사타도 되는데. 11에 있다. 한번 펴볼게.
나 큐하면 돼.
끝. 나 끝이야. 와봐.
네 잡았어. 나 끝.
나이스. 까비다. 이렇게밖에 안 되네.
탑전형 좀 볼게 일단.
탑라인까지 메고 하자. 그거
바로 치네? 지금 집 못 가긴 했다.
스마싸움 보는 것보다 그냥 이거 7대 3번이 낫지 않나? 나 땅굴 들어가 볼게. 나 가볼게 한번. 노틸 땅굴 스머스 아니다?
이제부터는 탑
있을만
받을 수 있어? 먹고는.
해볼래? 탑 와있어. 나도 와있어. 해봐. 공.
아지를.
오리 도공.
마텔.
녹턴 노플.
나 좀 빨긴 했어.
드리블 해봐. 좀 불리하다.
나 죽긴 했어. 전력 깔았어. 전력 깔았어.
11을 간다. 맥사이 풀 있는데 얘네 더 깜치면 볼게. 8초 뒤에. 세 3초. 뭐야? 얘나 뒤에 볼게. 이거 천천히. 나 정말 때. 타워 나야. 해도 돼. 아직 돼. 야, 타워 깰 수 있나? 타워 깨자.
나.
뭐야? 야, 노플 이거. 이런 거 할게. 아칼리 좀 많이 쳐다. 다 세긴 한데. 딜이 말이 안 되긴 한다. 바로 끝내러 가면 안 돼? 나 공이 30초야. 끝낼만 하네. 나.
나한테 빨렸어. 나한테 빨렸어.
잡죽이야. 타워 올릴게. 타워 올렸다. 아지르 존나 있다. 타워 조심. 야 카나비 좀 잡을게. 끝내줘봐.
한 10분 시간 있어. 대리야 맞으면 안 된다니까.
나이스.
와, T1 첫날부터 대한화전 승리입니다. 대장급 경기에서 승리로 1점을 안깁니다.
And just like that weekly mic check, where a Bard took over a game in this one. Gen G up 1-0 in the battle of the group leaders against DK. Digon here alongside Ox and Wadid. And yes, there was a couple of picks that kind of popped up and we're like, okay, seeing a solo kill on the top side of the map, Anivia in game one, but it was the Bard that really drove this one home.
Yeah,
Ox.
you should have heard what did. The focus was all on the Bard. He was saying, why couldn't my Bard be this good? Why can't I play like this? That's all he was saying all game long.
I mean, look how happy we are right now. Like, we're just so happy to see have this kind of Bard player in the Rift, and like, oh my god, that was impressive. That was like, he was making all the plays, and also he made the snowball from the early game, especially like he was hunting down Shiu on the side waves, and that was insane snowball as well. Like, holy moly, like it's from the early game, he was ganking top, and also like, as Bard, it's really important to know what's going on the map, and also sometimes some Bard players knows where to be at, but I think it's about the skill shot and also the timing. I think he executed really well, like almost perfect.
Yeah, I think timing is so key, and I feel like he's one of these champions. I mean, when Bard was even introduced, people talked about how he's a champion where you can actively just brief your team so effectively, and the line that having the right timing can make such a big difference, right? You can really hamstring your team, or in the way Duro was using it, just finding play after play where he was setting his team up for success and really just making Shiwu's life difficult. You know, this is the feature of these highlights. He is being targeted again and again and was already having a bit of a rough time into Keen.
Yeah, and also, especially whenever you think about this matchup, I think as Ambessa, you want to do something in the early game against Gwen before Gwen gets an insane amount of value in the late game. So I think this was really crucial for DK side because they couldn't really do anything with the Ambessa here.
Yeah, I think the big thing was early levels, you know, Keen was actually having an advantage, but on the Eclipse spike, that's when Shiwu wanted to say, hey, I'm strong, I can start to take over the matchup, and was just never given the room to breathe.
You know, it's just plays like that where it's just so fun to watch, and what Wadid was saying, just it's why we love watching League of Legends. And so when a player on a champion has a game like that, gotta give it the props there. Duro making the game very, very easy. And then with that lead, D+ were trying to find angles. They were waiting for the actualizer to get done by Rise, but at this point, you could just constantly see how ready Gen G were every single time they looked at it in highlight number 2. This wasn't the only fight that didn't go their way. There were a couple more afterwards, but this was the one we wanted to show.
It was not the early game roams that he played really well, but also in team fights. So look at Duro's skill shots. He denies Ambessa here, and then he looks for another target with his ultimate, and that makes so simple for the team fight. I think he already knows what's happening, and I think most important thing with Bard is target selection, because I think if you are not good at targeting down the enemy team, then I think you are completely useless. But I think this time around he had insane game, and I think especially when they had the Nashor on the bot side, I remember they tried to engage on Anivia, but he portaled the bird in, and I think that save was also an impressive moment as Bard player.
I think also with how that fight started, you could see, the Varus in mid lane looks so tempting.
Oh yeah.
all of Genji were ready, and even as the Ambessa went in to go for the play, you could see Genji had already started to move. I think it just kind of showed how D+ are a bit desperate to try and make things happen, and we're in a bit of a dire position already in that game. And I think the bot had just already set things so much in motion. They needed a miracle to get out of that position. Weren't able to find it, and now we're in game 2 to try and bring the series back.
Well, will the prophecy come true? Like Wolf said, it has been a trade of matches between Group Elder and Group Baron. Genji up 1-0, trying to get the tie for Group Baron at 9-9. Let's see if they're able to do it in game number 2.
It's looking like that could potentially come true, and I tell you what, it's pretty fun when the space has 2 support players on it, and then all of a sudden it all becomes about the Bard. And it was kind of all about the Bard, but I do think it's kind of interesting that that's the exact people that we had for a game like this.
Yeah, it makes sense. I think the Bard plays were really cool. Wasn't just Canyon who was getting the attention to Keen, but also the play there from Duro to just constantly push the Ambessa out of the game.
Yep, it was very, very cool stuff. And now we'll just have to see what's going to happen here for game number 2. As big zoom in on Keen, who had a great game in game number 1. We'll see whether Xiu can actually fight back here in the next one. Won't be the same matchup because, of course, we're fearless. But we'll see what they are going to be playing as Ryu setting up for his battle against CV Max.
I think we'll probably see something a little bit more playmaking potential for Showmaker, as D+ will pick the R5. You have to imagine that will be Genji picking blue side. No craziness like we saw in the last series. And so, see what they end up getting with this.
Yeah. All right. Here we are onto the Rift for... Oh my goodness, the very first D+ red.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, very cool. Okay, let's see whether they can pick up a victory here or whether it's just going to be Genji with a 2-0 on the day. They've been pretty good at winning in 2-0 fashion so far. We'll see whether that continues.
I'm wondering, you know, will we see... We've seen so many teams just ban Showmaker's LeBlanc. They're like, I'm not dealing with that. I'm just not going to allow it. I'm not going to play around that. I'm not going to deal with the lane dominance. Genji, I think, are saying, it's Chovy. We'll be fine. I wonder if you could test that. If you test that theory, though, and Showmaker is ready to throw down the gauntlet, what could happen? Because LeBlanc is not one of our top meta picks right now, but it is a pick that Showmaker has showcased better than anyone else since the iterations of all these teams came through at Kespa Cup. And I wonder, is that the kind of game D+ need to play here to steal away a win from our favorites here in Genji?
We'll just have to find out. As Genji, one final ban to come on through here. As it's kind of cute because now we just have exactly the same thing happening with first pick on blue side and then first pick on blue side again for this game number 2. Except it does feel a little bit like Genji got side selection for the second game and the first. But happening one more time. Sorry, DK seemed to have side selection for the first, and Genji have it now for the second with the old theory, but now right of first selection does mean that we will have Genji with the second option, but with second pick being selected here by DK.
Not a
red side.
Lot of hints here.
Yeah.
Nico is banned, right? So you could just go for an early Yunara pick if you are Ruler and Genji. In this position, feels really safe.
Yep, Talia is feeling like a decent pick, but with Showmaker...
Oh, Rumble's up.
Oh, never mind, Rumble's up.
And they banned Aurora, so...
So wait, why does Keen get Rumble? That doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem fair.
It seems like that guy was kind of important in the last game. He played really well, he did a lot of things.
Was it Keen that also played the Rumble last? I wrote Keen instead of Rumble on my sheet. It's a little bit of a fumble there, but that's okay. Yeah, it was Keen that was like printing money with his first strike Rumble, if I remember correctly. Really just kind of melting everyone. And we decided at that point that it's probably not okay to give Keen Rumble.
Vi, Ari, is that what we're doing here?
Ooh,
or are we just going to go Vi Yunara and then grab Talia on 3 if it's left available? I suppose that could be the game plan here for D+ Kia. We know how much CV Max loves his Talia.
Well, It is
No
a
Pantheon
Wukong
this
angle
time.
here potentially for Canyon. As all right, yeah, the Pantheon is another thing that they could have gone with. And honestly, like Rumble, Pantheon, Talia,
Yeah,
that sounds like a pretty good
I kind of
choice.
feel like that is just too strong. They could just go Wukong, Rakan here, and feel pretty good about that as well.
Could be one of the angles. But they are probably staring down the barrel of a Yunara Lulu. And so maybe you don't want to have a Rakan who doesn't necessarily have quite as much power in the laning phase. But it looks like it's Chovy that's making his decision right now.
And it looks like he wants to just play through being a front line and being aggressive on top of this Yunara.
All right. And now with Wukong Galio, I mean, the Gargoyle delivery system is pretty scary. This is a bit of a no-brainer, though, as Vi Yunara Lulu is pretty powerful because you keep your solo lanes hidden. Showmaker's a little bit more difficult.
Showmaker will be the one who has to feel the pain of this pick being prioritized over a counter pick in the mid lane. But I don't know how much that matters because his pool is so huge, and like I was kind of alluding to before this draft even started, maybe his plan all along was to do something a little bit different here in Game 2. And now they can protect an already incredibly oppressive lane and the Yunara Lulu. The Nautilus is not good in the lane, but at least you can lock that Yunara down in a team fight.
Yep.
With all the other CC they have, so that makes sense. We're seeing
Ban
Nautilus
depth
look...
charge. That's what they wanted to do.
Yeah, they're seeing Nautilus look a lot stronger right now here in Week 2 of LCK CUP. A lot of people are picking it up.
Well, let's see what the bans are going to be here on Gen G's side. I expect them to, aim it towards the top side of the map. Just trying to make sure that Keen can really run away with it. Cassante has been a pretty popular pick into the Rumble recently.
Yeah, we haven't seen as much Ornn counter pick. That has kind of fallen by the wayside. I don't think we've seen him even a single time here in LCK CUP.
Nope.
Blitzcrank is one way to just cheat the lane and pull that Lulu in, and they will not allow it.
Andro is a pretty scary Blitz player as well.
We could end up in a world where it's a Kalista Renata lane, but that is really a all-in draft from Gen G in terms of what the late game will look like if they do not get a pretty significant advantage through the mid game.
They'd have a lot of power, though, and I feel like Kallista's been doing randomly well in the later stages, as there's that Ornn you were talking about. It's still going to be banned away here.
I think it's either that or it's a Lucian lane of some type, right? To try to battle this Lulu. I suppose you could go Ezreal Karma, but then you really have quite a janky composition. And it's just going to be Sion here, it looks like, for Shiu. Just stem the bleeding. Yep, be a front line. It fits the bill. It was the third tank. You only had 2 bans in the second phase, so...
I found it interesting that Ornn was banned. I know Ornn was like originally the pick into the Rumble, but Sion, I feel, has been picking up a lot more steam in that category. So she is still going to have access to that. It's still not going to be a great lane, but he should still have a fair bit of control. As Ashe is an interesting choice and some extra engage.
What if it's Ashe support? No.
Oh, Ashe Seraphine. If you ever just decide that you really want to win a lane, this is a way to do it.
It does have a lot of power, actually, with the Seraphine Encore extensions, with the Wukong and the Galio. And they already have so much CC, and the arrow on top of it feels great. As this was not really what I had in mind when I was talking about Showmaker's eclectic pool. It is very strong, but it is not consistent damage, and it is very conditional CC in a lot of these fights. Great for peeling with the getting into the Wukong, and is going to be amazing in the early laning phase to just chunk the Galio out and constantly have prio. But it comes with a lot of trade-offs, and it is very immobile into a composition that has Wukong, Galio, Ashe, Seraphine.
Yeah, it does lack a little bit of the ability to get out of the way of all of this stuff that's just going to be thrown at you. The wombo combo potential here of Gen G, like everyone can CC you with a skill shot. It's kind of ludicrous. Canyon, not necessarily as much with a skill. He spins around on top of you. But it still does work kind of the same way as the Gargoyle can just fall down on top when you have an arrow come down, the Encore over the top. Yeah, DK need to be so incredibly careful because their composition feels a lot all in. And then the answering CC barrage is going to be so difficult to deal with. Feels like Gen G have, sort of drafted themselves the answer unless something really goes wrong.
If they had just picked a scaling damage mid laner, like I mean, it's not very popular right now, but even something like a Victor, I would have felt like this comp has such insane late game with the Scion frontline that it becomes so easy to win even from behind. But now it just feels fragile because it has only one true damage carry.
Yeah. Well, there's one of the...
It's his birthday next week, and he wants the D+ bros to get it done for him.
Well, let's see whether they can. As happy birthday, little man. I think that's one of the youngest people I've seen here at the Chijijik Lol Park. But let's see whether we can get him an extended series and a very late night. Let's get into the Rift game 2. All right, D+ fans, very loud. As you can see, the Genji solo laners hanging out together in the grub pit. Seeing whether there's any shenanigans to go on. Looks like nothing at all. Neither of them with much of an ability to get over said grub pit wall. Outside of the flash.
Yeah, it's not going to be anything too crazy.
Ooh, first strike here from Showmaker wanting to just put some money together.
Yeah, this is the Syndra versus Galio where you're like, I'm going to throw stuff at you, and you're going to get hit by it, and I'm going to get points.
Yeah.
It's like that, you know, game in the carnival where you press the button and you have to shoot as many basketball hoops as you can in a time limit.
Yep.
And what you get done, you know, then the next person has to compete with you or you compete with them directly. But in this case, it's kind of Showmaker trying to get a high score in terms of winning this laning phase so he can take that into the mid game. Because he is the one who gets the most value in the mid game if he is online. As Splinters obviously will get him stronger later. But he is the only way they can really set up mid-game fights. Vi, Lulu is relatively strong engaged, but this is not a insanely strong mid-jungle synergistic duo at the moment. And in a lot of matchups it can be, but in the Galio it's a little bit tough to completely dominate here. But the Syndra is just going to continue to hit the Galio and annoy him.
Yeah, that is seemingly what's going on. He's hit a lot of these Dark Spheres as well, as Scat of the Week is going to land at the same time.
He's basically saying, your health bar is my bank, and I'd like to make a withdrawal.
Yeah, and Chovy is using a lot of his health bar in order to stay ahead in farm, and is actually doing a great job at that. But as you can see, the gold is not necessarily in completely his control. As DK doing okay here towards his bottom side at the same time, although Ruler does have a decent little advantage. But Ashe Seraphine pretty good at generally winning the lane. As, all right, Chovy could almost just be dead here. Force of Will goes down and not quite able to get in range for another sphere.
Almost overdrafted the bank account.
Yeah, a little bit. But we've got a Ghost here for Showmaker and Teleport for Chovy, so wanting to make use of the Teleport for Chovy to get himself back to this lane. As there's the beat drop, connects onto Smash, fair bit of damage there. As now Lucid and Canyon fighting one another. Canyon looking to try and fight back, though, as we can see. Mid lane is trying to get into a position where they can move over, but it's Duro that gets first move on the bottom side, and that's going to mean that Canyon gets first access to this crab.
A bit of a loss streak here for good old Yunara.
Yeah, she's not having the greatest of times. We'll see whether that is going to get mitigated here by Smash and Korea, or whether it's going to be once again the tale of woe. Lucid does manage to even out the crab count, and he is now looking for a little bit of a reset. Might be heading back towards his Krugs to continue that clear once again.
I am pretty impressed with how much Xiu has done in this top lane matchup as hold up.
Yeah, another beat drop. Slurkle not really doing too much here, as Duro is really helping win out this lane. Landing everything.
Xiu has a 5 CS lead.
There you go. That's some early game Scion stuff right there.
Yeah, he's got the wave where he wants it. And unfortunately, Keen with his prio got the ward up there, so I don't think Lucid can turn into anything.
Cannon! Cannon! Oh, no, it's a disaster. His career's almost dead as well. That's another bad thing. As now, with this wave crashing forward, they'll take a plate. And man, this Ashe Seraphine thing is just not looking very playable here on the DK side. Another beat drop connects, and high note on top of that.
The cool thing about this, though, is unlike the Karma lane that they could have opted into, this Seraphine has so much utility for this draft and is such good engage and setup. When you look at the Wukong and Galio go in, the ultimate is going to be so powerful. There's just a really cool idea here in draft for Gen G. I think they really hit the nail on the head with this one. And it feels like there's no consequence to this pick. You know? It's like, okay, we win now and we will also win later.
And look, get another plate. And Smash had to go back, has completed his shoes, so being able to walk out of the way of stuff is probably a good thing, but still not really going to help you that much because volley is a difficult one to avoid. At least then when the beat drop comes down, he'll have a little bit more of a chance to escape that.
I didn't realize, although I should have expected, that Showmaker would go Ghost here as well, but that is potentially going to be a huge, huge drawback in this game because getting back to farming, that's one thing, right? Like getting back to farming is really easy, but getting back to a team fight if you get caught in sides because you have no mobility as Syndra in this game can really hurt you when we get to the later parts of the game, setting up for Barons and things like that. As Canyon is coming down here.
Yeah, Korea is in so much trouble. Doesn't have level 6 just yet, but with Lucid in the area, they are able to back away. And one thing that we do have to remind everyone of is this is Lucid's Vi. Like, this is the guy that was winning every single game on this champion in Challenger. We'll see whether he can channel some of that. As now Korea is in a very awkward spot. Needs to be extraordinarily careful. Is able to at least get out of here for the moment. But the Crab once again going to go over to Gen G. As Lucid looking to get himself the heck out of there. Understandably so as well. Phaelite set up once again for Gen G, who retain full control over this bottom side.
And I mean, Chovy had ult. There's just so many different things that could go wrong for D+, so they just have to concede the point.
Understandable.
I think the best thing for D+ is that Korea was able to get out without flashing. That was like the only good news. And the rest is all Gen G in this early game. Shu is going to run back to lane, but I was going to say pretty slowly running back to lane, but in fact he does pop his ultimate.
Yeah, just going to drive his way up there. Running towards these minions. Nails the cannon. Beautifully done.
Ult for cannon.
Gorgeous. You love to see it. And Keen is once again just trying to print money with his first strike, but has yet to be able to get too much together. Is a couple of CS in the lead, and actually 200 gold lead with that minimal of a CS gap is pretty impressive as far as the first strike value is concerned.
Can't say the same about Showmaker, unfortunately down on farm, so only a small lead for him.
Arrow going to connect here onto Korea. Doesn't have that level 6, as we mentioned before, as taking a lot of damage back, though. Smash, only level 5, but still able to deal with it relatively well.
I think
Shield's coming out from Korea, actually helping a lot in that exchange.
Yeah, without level 6, he cannot continue to do the damage he needs here. I think he pressed tab and remembered Ruler's got barrier also, and he does not. So trying to play that one out would have been a misplay, I would say.
Yep. Couple more minions there, one more, and Smash does hit that level 6, so at least now he has his ultimate up and available. Lucid moving over, looking for both Ruler and Duro, as there's the Arc of Ruin. Underneath the turret goes Lucid, as Ruler is going to go down. That is first blood over to Smash, but the answering kill does immediately come in. Canyon looking to try and get his way forward, as there's the flash out from Korea, and the flash immediately answered there by Canyon. He wants to get in with another Nimbus strike, but doesn't quite connect. Duro's there, though, and locks down the Yunara. Yeah, 1 for 3. I think we'd say that that one's worth here for Gen G.
I think the real big issue here, I mean, things might have transpired similarly, but the fact that the Arc of Ruin misses is really rough for Smash. He needed to hit that one to be able to lock down the kill before getting under turret. Ruler does not get hit here, and so the Vi ultimate has to be employed, and Lucid takes that extra ramping turret shot, and then Canyon here with flash and ult. It's just able to follow flash. The flash timing for Career is great. They both flash, and yet still.
Yeah, Duro able to pick up the kill there. Canyon tanking up the turret.
It's those little things, right? Like if you hit that, maybe you get the kill faster. Vi can help you peel when Canyon shows up, and then you can get away, and you end up alive with Ruler dead. But instead, it ended up being really rough there for them. They had to commit further, and Gen G just further their lead.
Yeah, and now this Infernal Drake going to get taken here by Canyon. At the same time, I don't think that Lucid's going to be able to do anything about that, especially with the fact that this bottom lane is without too much control at all. Blackfire Torch is now done for Showmaker, so first item is going to be coming on through there, as the Equalizer is put through this top lane from Keen, just to make sure that he creates the tempo that he wants.
And they want to set up for Grubs here very soon, and
This is frightening. There is Wild Growth and the ulti from Smash here available, but there is the Gargoyle's heroic entrance. The arrow's going to come down there as the cleanse immediately stops that one from happening, but there's the Encore, and there is just CC for days, overloading the bottom lane 4 versus 2, and there is nothing DK can do about it.
Yeah, Showmaker gets a plate, and Lucid gets a Grump. All right, cross-mapped him.
Yeah, that is that was just kind of absurd. Gen.G really are not allowing DK to play the game.
They did not play the game, and they did not get the grubs either. As, you know, when we saw Lucid up there, Canyon's bottom side, I thought, okay, well, they're going to get grubs in exchange. But again, both of the bottom duo go down. They're not farming. The exchange they get on the other side of the map is pitiful in comparison. And now you're looking at a pretty massive gold lead. This Echoes of Helia build here coming out for Duro. It's going to be really efficient. And like you mentioned, already done. Going for tier next.
Wow.
And I just don't know how D+ are going to be able to function in this game at this point with the Yunara that's this significantly put behind. It's not like Ruler is massively ahead, it's just that the Yunara is behind. And for Gen.G, the Ashe is kind of utility. Like, she's going to have great follow-up for all of the insane engage. The identity of Gen.G's comp is very clear, whereas D+ is a little bit more flexible. But the Yunara is the only damage, right? Like, the only consistent one who's going to be doing long-term damage in team fights. Feels like their win cons are so far away now. Grubs and Dragon going over to Gen.G as well, because Lucid didn't get the cross-map Grubs.
Yeah,
feels
and
bad.
now Canyon looking for Showmaker here. He immediately flashes, not wasting any time on that one. You can understand it, but it is still looking a little rough. As now Smash, taking a lot of damage, misses the Slurkle. As Lucid trying to get in here, but Ruler without Flash is still pretty safe, given the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. And so DK still just not really finding too much. Everywhere they move, Gen.G just seems impossible to take down.
Canyon is maybe even giving, at this point, with his influence in this game, keen to run for his money for leader on Palm at this point. Like, he has done so much work in this game. He has been incredibly impactful. And he is still even keen by himself. He's like, this is about me.
I mean, there's also the Duro factor, right? Had a fantastic Bard game and is now 100% kill contribution on this Seraphine.
It's those guys.
2-0-3. My goodness.
And okay, let's see. Lucid can find the angle.
Lucid dives in, finds the Vault Breaker, and down will go Canyon before he can do anything. Wild Growth onto Lucid to keep him alive as now Duro desperately trying to get out, but Lucid saying, this is my buy, and we will find a win here in this mid-game, and Lucid, they do manage to get something done.
Lucid says, my palm.
Yeah, I think so.
Gets arrowed here.
Yeah, arrowed
randomly. I think they were trying to hit Showmaker so that Chovy could get something there, but just kind
Lucid Vault breaks into the arrow. That was very
totally intentional. Was definitely not trying to get the Scuttle Crab. The Scuttle Crab just happened to be in the way of him saving Showmaker from getting arrowed to death.
And actually, like, I think he did just save Showmaker there, potentially.
I think so.
Very funny. All right, let's have a look at this one more time. As, Lucid's just like, we are winning.
This is so well coordinated, though, because look at Showmaker's follow-up as well as the Arc of Ruin from Smash with the ultimate procced. There's just no time to Cyclone. Cannot actually even press the R button before he's dead. And there's just no way to play the fight without that core there. Chovy doesn't want to ult into 4 waiting members, so he just ultimately decides not to go for it. The arrow attempt there from Ruler would have maybe given Chovy something back if it had hit Showmaker, but it didn't. And the top laner is just not in this game. And Keen doesn't need resources in this matchup, so he's like, yeah, I was your, attention. Like last game, I was the main character. Let's play through bottom lane.
Well,
this time around.
He might get a little bit more important later on in this game, as right now, Shiu is still, he's starting to bear the brunt of a difficult matchup. As you can see, close to 600 gold the advantage. So much of that is just first strike here for Keen, who is just printing money.
Showmaker printing a little bit himself, 2 assists on top of some of his first strike gold.
Yeah, actually a similar lead for him against Chovy. The Blackfire Torch doing a fair bit of work.
He does have cashback as well, Showmaker, so is going to be pretty economic in this game, and I think he really needs to. It's pretty big that Smash is able to get kill back in that exchange on the bottom side because he needs so desperately to rush to his 2-item spike and then be able to be at a playable game state when he gets 3. I think if D+ are going to come back here.
Yeah, this is still a dire position, but Lucid spotting some vision here, but Canyon down here at the same time. Chovy there with the heroic entrance available every time the Canyon goes in. they have to be pretty scared, as now the Drake being looked at.
Showmaker could try to join this fight, but I think they just have to give this up.
And giving up Double Dragon always feels bad, but Lucid's in base right now. Does have Sundered Skies building very quickly towards the Black Cleaver, but doesn't quite have it just yet.
They just don't have any way to say, let's get in there quickly and shut this down. It's not in position. They don't have the champs to do it either. And I mean, you know, this Dragon just goes over for free. Chovy's free farming in the bottom lane. And Lucid is going to try to start up this Herald. I don't even know if there was a contest here, they might be able to deny this. They're going to clear this wave real quick. I mean, he's doing it solo. And in fact, you see he just pulled off of it. Cannot actually get the cross map on the Herald.
Yeah,
well, at least not without some help.
Yeah, he does get even a little bit of a tap there, as well as Chovy will just comfortably take down this bottom outer turret. That is going to be first Turret Blood over to Gen G at the same time, so even more money going over their way, close to a 2,000 gold advantage, as that one is going to fall. And yeah, 2.2 in fact.
Yeah, I mean, he gets the bottom turret. They drop the Herald. They looked like they were going to group to contest it, but they decide not to, so Chovy just gets that for free. Doesn't have to TP into the fight. Doesn't have to expend his ultimate.
And so that's 3 grubs over to Gen G. They've got both of the dragons.
And the Herald.
Yeah, and
is potentially going to be theirs. I mean, they are grouped for it now.
Yeah, so DK have just not really been able to do too much of anything at all. Not able to get too much pressure onto any of these turrets either. A couple of plates have gone over to Showmaker, but I think the value has been there from Chovy on the cross-map plays. As Korea running pretty quickly as he home guards back towards this mid lane. But it just feels like another day in the office here for Gen G.
Yeah, Lucid is not really smiting the really big jungle things this game.
No, not so much. And also probably not going to be taking this Rift Herald either.
It's just another one on the list.
Yeah, well, let's see.
Duro can deny them entry easily.
Lucid is level 11, so he is pretty scary. And now Shiu is ulting his way forward. Duro might be his target, as there he is, able to crash his way in. That is going to be the steal over to Lucid, but is he going to pay for it with his life? That's the question. The Cyclone comes down. Scatter the Weak is fantastic as Lucid. He can flash the wall, but he's also got a Vault Breaker. Shiu is going to die, and I don't think the eye is going to go over to DK. Zombie Scion could have tried to get there, but instead, he is just going to be taken out. So it is just going to be the Rift Herald, just not allowed to play today.
D+ just not able to get these objectives secured. Sure, they smite it, but cannot actually secure the objective itself. And this engage is onto Duro, by the way, from Shiu. Watch the rest of the fight. What's happening that's relevant. Shiu's like, I'm keeping the Seraphine at bay.
Well, Korea sort of just exploded.
If Shiu perhaps had been on the right side of the fight, there might have been some leeway there for Smash to play through, right? Like, he might have actually been able to kind of, you know, use his auto attacks right with the front line there and maybe try to get through the front line of Gen G and maybe make that a little bit more playable. But, you know, Shiu just is unable to really impact that that fight at all with his ult in.
So this is feeling a little bit rough here for DK at this point in the game.
It certainly is.
I just want to I want to see some signs of life out of them. You know, I want to see like an idea of a play. There was, you know, a decent idea of, you know, Shiu get in there with the ultimate, try and make something happen around that Rift Herald. They did manage to at least secure the smite on it, even if the eye didn't come down, so they don't have to worry about Shelly running into any of their turrets. I mean, but it's still a 3,000 gold lead with Gen G making every single play so far, is what it feels like.
If Lucid ults somebody and Showmaker's in position to follow up, and the Career's in position to follow up and smashes there, like we saw when they killed Canyon, that can work, but it gets tougher and tougher the further you fall behind. And when you don't have map control, making plays like that feel like pipe dreams. I mean, you can see here, Lucid tries to make one now.
Yeah, here's another drive from Shiu, but this time, unfortunately, just crashes into the wall. Cyclone out from Canyon, not exactly getting too much value, as Lucid able to Vault Break his way out, as the Enchanted Crystal Arrow doesn't exactly get too much done. Korea Wild Growth himself just to peel. And then Keen getting into the back line, but Shiu is there as a brick wall. So DK, good defense, right? Unfortunately, a defense doesn't necessarily win you the game as Ruler almost dies. The Arc of Ruin, not enough though. And Showmaker avoiding the Winds of War quite nicely. And DK will be able to get away with their lives intact.
It's really going to get harder and harder in this game. And
Chovy! Chovy gets in there. Taunt is going to connect onto only Lucid, though, as everybody else able to flash themselves out. There's a teleport in, though, as Duro is going to die to the turret. Keen might be doing the same thing, but actually the turret hasn't got mad at him yet. It's Chovy that comes down on top and starts tanking it up. Shiu gets the knock up there, as Duro in trade for Lucid is it right now, but Ruler now trying to get a little bit aggressive. Slurkle comes on forward, but the Ashe pretty good at generally kiting the members of DK around.
Yeah, this is a... I mean, it's a sticky situation, I think, is maybe an oversimplification of how D+ are going to try to come back in this game. The fact that they're the comp with the Vi, right? And it's a Galio blast coning in. It's a Mega Cone. That's the engage here for Gen G, because they don't have their ults. Like, I think that's why D+ were like, yeah, we can stand up and try to defend this turret. They just didn't expect a Galio to fly into the back line. And, I mean, yes, Chovy gets knocked up here, but where's the follow-up? There is none. There is nothing they can do, really, in this situation.
Yeah, and Shiu actually flashed for that. It's a little unfortunate that nothing really came of it.
I just don't think this Syndra is working out from behind. They needed to be in control the whole time. They had that one cool play on the bottom side, but that has really been it. It's the composition that left me scratching my head a little bit, but the execution has also not really been inspiring just yet outside of the laning phase.
And now you've got Lucid on a bit of a flank angle, and Shiu able to at least stand in front and be frustrating here as he gets a big old shield with the help of Korea. Ruler will still make his life very difficult. And Smash takes a lot of damage from Volley. Circle though doing some work. The Scat of the Week just barely missing onto Ruler. That's all right, Lucid off to the side. Dragon is angry at him momentarily.
And it's like, who do you engage on when their follow-up is on the other side of the fight, though?
The problem is if you do engage, then you've got a Galio. Although Heroic Entrance is on cooldown, maybe this is an opportunity for
the
DK.
Seraphine peel, though, as well as Ruler having Flash. I mean,
as the equalizer, Arrow is going to go wide. And so DK now not having to worry about very many ultimates at all, although there is an Encore and a Cyclone. But still Gen G with control of this area.
Now, as D+, you really have to try to find a target and commit all together.
Well, Keen's going to get knocked up. Let's see whether the Smash can help take him down as the Heroic Entrance does come on in. And that is going to defend the Rumble, and they take down the Dragon. DK just not really able to answer anything that Gen G are throwing out.
And Gen G's comp just is so good defensively, and they have map control, they have prio. Lucid wants to flank, but I think he should probably think twice.
Yeah. Think twice. Rotating over. There is the taunt, and I think Lucid's just dead. There's the Encore. Beat drop comes on down, and yeah, Scat of the Week is there from Showmaker, but that's all he really offers, and it's just a dead Lucid.
This composition is so oppressive here from Gen G. There is no angle in. You're like, I'm Vi. Surely there's someone I can find. No, there really isn't, because the positioning is good and the defensive tools are there. This, I just don't even understand.
Yeah.
That was some Kanavi-like behavior right there.
I think it's just a bit of frustration here from Lucid, wishing that he could affect the game in some way. Wanted to come on over there and smite away a Raptor camp, and it just didn't quite work out. So unfortunately, he's up to 3 deaths in this game. Black Cleaver is now done, but as you can see here, it's once again a pretty linear gold graph. Yeah, there was that little spike in the earlier part of the game, but otherwise Gen G are just building this lead incrementally. And Cosmic Drive is now done for Showmaker, so 2 items have been put together by this Syndra. Just don't feel like he's keeping up in this game.
He just
Maker's done here for Chovy as well.
What he can do in this game state is so significantly, like there's so many less options for him, there's so many less plays to make than what Chovy can do. He can aggressively look for a taunt play, he can walk up and absorb damage. Ooh. He can follow up. Okay, this is kind of tricky. This could work.
Yep, there's a cease and desist as Smash has thrown down the ulti. Flash out from Ruler though as Shiu makes his way in, but the ulti's blocked by Duro. His Q is interrupted though as everyone on Gen G is going to show up to help, apart from Chovy, who is just smashing down an inner turret in the top lane. And now the rest of Gen G are trying to come on over. The flash forward from Keen. Scat of the Week is good there from Showmaker, but he does have to flash as well to get himself out of there. As now Lucid trying to deal with Chovy. In the meantime, there's a knock-up out from Shiu, who does have to flash as well to avoid the beat drop. Lucid still fighting here as Chovy just gets out. Heroic Entrance to join the rest of his team. Shiu going to die as well. Oh, never mind! He gets a big old shield and survives. But what's the point of surviving if you're just slowly losing the game? Oh, and there's the Cyclone. Maybe it's a bit faster than I would have otherwise thought. Both of the carries dead in the blink of an eye. And Gen G are going to turn their sights towards the inner turret and possibly everything else.
Canyon having a phenomenal Wukong game here. This just feels like what it always has felt like for D+ and Gen G since 2022 is D+ is out swinging their fists, swinging their arms, and Gen G is the older brother that's holding the head.
Yeah.
And D+ just can't quite reach Atlas. As hard as they may swing, as much as they may struggle, they can make no dent in Gen G.
They need to buy some like Wolverine claws or something like that. Because, yeah, okay, Lucid's going to go in and doesn't manage to get the steal, but he got pretty close. Canyon does not early smite this time around as the arrow is going to connect onto Korea, who is very, very dead. Shiu is also very dead. And Showmaker and Smash are just kind of left wondering what the heck they're supposed to do this game. It's a 10,000 gold lead at 25 minutes.
You know when your clothes are wet and you're going to hang them up, but first you got to take them and squeeze the water out, wring them out to dry?
Yeah, you're not supposed to do that. You can really affect the shape of the clothing.
Well, I think the clothing is D+, and I think they want to affect the shape of it, Atlas.
Yeah.
I think they want to leave some wrinkles in this game.
Oh, God, Canyon.
Look at this. And Career has to flash where he is dead here as well with the follow-up Seraphine ultimate, the Encore. We talked about it in draft. It works so well with Wukong. This is just a phenomenal draft. I think this is a draft gap. As far as I know, there was no ward in here. Lucid is just blind, and it was close, but, I mean, that's just a desperate play. And the arrow hits the flashless Lulu. The follow-up is there. Chovy's on the flank. D+ can really do nothing in this game. And I think Lucid, he knew it even before he died on Raptors that this game is just not playable. This draft has no win cons anymore.
It was already hard to play out, but after the Ashe Seraphine got locked in, just felt like DK then had zero answer. And once we were loading in onto the Rift, they're like, well, what are we supposed to do? And it's so hard. And this is sort of back-to-back. Gen G just having beautiful drafts in response to what DK want to do, as Korea is going to be out of McHale's himself very nicely. The equalizer goes down, scatter the weak there on to Keen. But even if there are some nice answers, in goes Lucid. All right, here's the Hail Mary, the heroic entrance. It comes down as Smash trying to keep himself safe. They take down Lucid to start this off, as it is going to be a kill onto Ruler. They find one. Showmaker able to get something done, as now Smash throws out that Arc of Ruin onto Chovy. Not able to find too much more, as these harpoons from Kane took so much damage. It is going to be a 1-for-1, and when you're really far behind, a 1-for-1 feels all right.
Feels like the best you could ever hope for. And they really threw the kitchen sink at Ruler there.
I mean, it's still going to be Chemtech Soul.
Gen G also gifted like a ton of ultimates over right before that happened as well. Yeah. They like went in and missed the Seraphine ult, and then the equalizer was dropped just for Siege. D+ had one opportunity there. They seized one Ruler.
Yeah. And that's about it. Chemtech Soul now put together.
It saves the inhibitor turrets. Like, I think they don't get a kill there. The siege continues, and I mean, this is the moment I was talking about, right? Career gets caught, Seraphine ult misses, and then the equalizer is extremely low value, right? It's also onto the minion wave, so it helps them siege. But those are tools that Gen G don't have, and Lucid gets on top of Ruler. Arc of Ruin is there. Everything is used defensively that they have left to keep Ruler alive, but it's just too much damage here coming out from D+, and the trade comes through.
Yeah, she also a fantastic ulti to make sure that Chovy wasn't able to just keep control. Not sure what Career was doing there, but he was probably trying to ward, and that's really, really hard in a game like this. And so he is just going to immediately get punished. It's still an 11,000 gold advantage, even though DK were able to go even in one trade. Okay, they might be up. Never mind. It is just going to be a Vault Breaker. That's all Lucid can really risk at this point in time. 20 seconds until Career is back up again, as Shiu is just going to getting damage rained on top of him. My God. Ruler just doing a lot right now with the 3 items he's put together already.
And I mean, 3 items on Duro as well in this game.
Yeah.
As the diadem into Moonstone.
He's
so much healing.
There's the flash taunt here. Gets a lot of flashes out of DK. Shiu is going to show up as well. Smash trying to get some autos down, and is actually able to get a little bit of work done as Chovy's interrupted. This might be a kill, as there's that Arc of Ruin that you were talking about before, but the flash in from Keen, the Inar overstepped, and it's a heroic entrance now from Chovy. Scat of the week is fantastic out of Showmaker, but I just don't know whether it's going to be enough here as DK are circling the drain. And despite their best efforts, the gold lead for Gen G just keeps on increasing.
Who's trying to catch this wave? He will be able to buy some additional time here. They need to buy time for Smash to respawn, otherwise this game will just simply end.
Yeah, this inhibitor is certainly going to go down as Showmaker does not get hit by the Encore. So, I mean, he might come back on stage once again. We'll just have to see as Chovy is going to taunt up Career. It's just a little bit sad at this stage, isn't it? As he throws out the Wild Growth and does run away. He's actually going to survive somehow, but the Nexus turrets are not. And Gen G, what an absolute domination here in this best of 3. 2 drafts that looked unplayable against. And DK just left scratching their heads with a loss in the column for the first time this LCK Cup. Gen G remain undefeated.
The streak continues. The 5-game split between Elder and Baron continues. History repeats itself again.
Is that 3 days in a row now? I know that
so.
Wednesday was a 6-gamer, so it's 5-5-5. All right, we'll see whether Sunday is going to do the same thing or whether we're going to bookend it with some 6-game bangers. But Gen G, my goodness, looking absolutely immovable today.
I think I really want to give it to Delight, but I think I have to give it to Canyon. It's really tough.
You can't give it to Delight. He was in the last series.
Oh, sorry.
Give it to Duro, though.
Duro. Delight was a former Gen G player, which is why I've said his name, I think, twice today now.
I think him or Canyon, you're feeling pretty good.
I'm feeling like I'm going to give it to
Keen. Keen's all right, too.
I already did give it to Delight earlier, in fact.
So he's trying to give it to Delight again to see whether that's going to work out.
I do think that so many of these Gen G D+ series have been so close. They've been so interesting, even when Gen G looks like they're way better than D+, because we've seen some cool flair out of the drafting in D+. Like, even when Canyon was on the roster, right, we'd see, like, Karthus jungle in that series. You know, you see something you've never seen before. But today, it felt like it was Gen G who was pulling that out. And D+ ended up with some drafts. In Game 1, the draft was fine, but Gen G had a really, really strong one. Game 2 just did not feel like D+ had an idea. And the Seraphine pick felt like checkmate.
And we've seen this from D+ before, where the wind kind of goes out of their sails, but this felt like no matter what they did, Gen G were always getting more. Like, they got first blood here towards this bottom side of the map, but then everyone else kind of dies. It's like DK were going for something, but Gen G always had the perfect response, and that was what made them so good, was what made Gen G go on that undefeated streak, because it just felt like you had to put in more resources than you had available. Like, every single time you tried to take him out.
Both Duro and Canyon had just a phenomenal series, right? They were the ones who
oh my goodness,
went topside. This was insane. They were the ones who went topside to get Keen ahead in Game 1. And in so many of these fights, you're going to watch how well they work together with these ultimates, how good the positioning has been of Duro, how many catches, how many follow-ups he had. And this feels like this champ is made for him. Duro was a player who was like iconic on Blitzcrank. You know, we've seen a lot of other weird things from him, like the Pike, but suddenly an Enchanter god today? I guess so.
And there are, like, his Bard performance was so incredibly good that, like, he can go on the list as another one of our Bard guys, right? Here in the LCK. And when he debuted, he was like, I want to be the next carrier. It's kind of looking like maybe that's him, because Carrier played like Lissandra support. You know, you've got the debut of Seraphine support here for 2026 coming out from Duro. Both of them in the kitchen making things happen. As some giggles here out of Gen G as they finish off the Nexus here, looking absolutely fantastic in the LCK Cup.
Let's see those damage numbers. It's pretty high for Ruler. He had a lot of, you know, like I was saying before, kind of holding D+ at bay. Gen G just kind of outranging, and they eventually just held D+ down, and Ruler kept punching.
I mean, now that you've mentioned the like palm on the forehead, holding them at bay type thing, like that's all I can see.
That's
and
what this comp
precisely what happened.
Yeah,
it was frustrating. Like, I'm not even like necessarily like, I really like Gen G, I really like DK, but I was frustrated on their behalf as Kane is going to pick up player of the match this time around. His Gwen was the main character in game number 1. His Rumble was fine in game number 2. And I just like Kane, so I'm happy that he got player of the match.
Yeah, we kind of reversed it today. We went for the big game 1s being heavily
Yeah,
in the
it's like
players.
non-recency bias.
Yeah. He didn't die
sometimes you have
on
to fight
Rumble. He was given no resources in Game 2 and still had a pretty big impact.
Yeah.
I think his Gwen game individually was great, but he was also set up for success by the jungle and the support, who also had phenomenal game together, like in tandem, really, in Game 2. So that's why I thought it was going to be one of them. But
yeah, I think that we've probably got some analysts waiting alongside on the space that are a little bit frustrated that Duro didn't pick up the POM this time around. But I imagine it's probably going to be a bit of a mix as far as where the votes go.
Bottom row, probably mid.
Yeah, I'm mostly interested in where Soup and Chijijik went for, because that's the most interesting to analyze.
They went.
I always just want to know. They did?
I mean, I didn't see it.
Do you think so? There's a lot of superstars on this team, you know? So, like, it's hard. Like, remember that year where, like, Canyon just got every single
That
POG?
is true. That
did happen. And Ruler is, like, pretty popular and, like, good and has done stuff that's cool. So, I think when you've had, like, this performance with, like, getting ganked, almost getting a 1v2 kill as Keen, and then solo killing your opposition after that doesn't quite work, that's pretty impressive. And I'm really glad that Keen managed to pick it up, but I probably would have voted for Duro as well. As now, it is time for us to have a chat to Keen. So let's throw it over to Dia for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Keen on the side of Genji. Congratulations! With today's victory, you guys have yet to drop a single game. How do you feel? We're able to keep our winning streak, which feels great, but I hope that we can keep on our momentum and keep our streak by just continuing winning. So you actually just shut down DK's 20th attempt to take you down. So what can you say about this overwhelming trend? Whenever we meet DK, I think we tend to show a really good performance. But to be honest, I don't think we have been paying particular attention to that kind of trend. We just try to prepare the best we can. And just from that preparation process, we were able to win. And everyone on the team did amazing. But ultimately, you were the one who contributed and got the POM. So what made the difference? I think in Game 1, I was able to show some impactful scenes. And maybe that's what made me POM today. Yeah, let's talk about Game 1. So you're Gwen. Being the front line, that strategy was actually quite effective. And against the Mbessa, especially, it came down to Gwen to skill. So what kind of shot calling did you make? I don't think we had a bunch of trades, but in the side lanes, I noticed that the enemy was also trying to utilize the side lane push. So I think I was just trying to call those out. And in Game 2 as well, you played Rumble, and from scaling to laning to teamfighting, you displayed everything in such excellence. So how are you able to do that? I think my teammates, honestly, did so well. So I think I just had to focus on my laning phase. And it was really comfy for me, to be honest. Well, it's nothing out of ordinary, but your presence this season has truly stood out. And just this LCK Cup, you have gotten 7 solo kills. What an impact. So how confident are you in your current performance? Honestly, I had no idea that I had so many solo kills. But that feels great to know. I think performance-wise, I feel like we really have a good baseline performance as a team in Genji. And yeah, you're right, Genji is on top with a stand-up performance. And you guys are having such a great start. So what do you think your biggest strength is? I think in Genji, each and every individual players, they actually make really good decisions and they have a very good understanding of the game. So I think that tends to really act as a big strength that Genji has. And in Super Week next week, you will face Hanolife Esports in a best of 5 with 2 points on the line. And Gumayushi actually earlier said that they won't be an easy opponent. So, what would you like to say in response? Well, Hanolife Esports, I noticed that they were struggling to win. Honestly, they do have high potential, so we do have to prepare well. And I will make sure that we have a good performance against them. And that's the end of the interview with Keen, and back to the space. Thank you.
All right, and there you have it. It is a 2-0, but we do have to acknowledge maybe this robbery of a vote. What does Duro have to do to win POM?
I
Go
feel
with the vote.
so
Go with the vote.
sad.
Go with the vote.
What does he have to do?
I feel so sad. I'm so
We
depressed.
made a whole segment about him in game 1 because he carried it. Yes, there were kills in the top lane, but justice for Duro is back. It's back, Ox.
You know what? He was ganking top. This is the problem. He ganks for Keen.
He
and then
gets 3
Keen
times.
fed, and then Keen pops off, and then Keen gets the PO. And you know what? I think Keen is phenomenal. In my opinion, he's the best top in the world.
Yes.
And he always plays very well. But this was a masterclass from Duro. The Bard game, he was popping off. The Seraphine game, they were stomping. What does he have to do? I don't know.
I have no idea, man.
I don't know what he has to do.
I don't know. Like I agree. Like Gin is such a great player, and also he played so well this game, right? But you know, like I don't know. I don't know about this one. I gotta talk to I gotta talk to them who voted for Gin.
I hope it's at least close. I hope it's at least close.
Yeah,
Before we get to Palms again, thank you, dear, for the translations. All right, let's take a look at the Palms and the comments and the votes. Okay.
It's not even close. What?
Only three?
Man.
Only 3?
It's 3. 4 for Canyon. Canyon had a good game. What? Oh my god. that was scary. And again, Soup and Chijijik just tilting the numbers to their favor yet again.
That's crazy.
I don't know, man.
We did. I need
If you're watching somewhere else, you need to also watch on Soup and Chijijik to start voting over there too. That's crazy.
We had 1 Korean analyst on our side. So, yeah, they're hitting all the right notes. I was so happy whenever Degon helped me with this Pommon because he played, Bard and Seraphine, both musical themed. I was like, this is a really cool Pommon to go with Duro winning his POM. I was so happy.
I don't know, man. Like I even wrote my poem. I don't know. You're gonna see it later on, but yeah.
That's brutal. Again, the musical champions played to perfection like a maestro. And but you don't get kills, you don't get palm. Easiest palm angle of the week.
I wrote this, and he doesn't get it.
What the heck is that?
I'm not getting my predictions correct today. I predicted DNS to win, and I couldn't make it.
You know what?
I predicted
You know
Duro
what
to
we
have
did?
POM.
You know what? You were right. Everyone else is wrong.
Everyone else is wrong.
You were right.
Just like solo queue. All right, let's see the other comments that we have here. Wolf, I was the OG DK jungler. You still have much to learn, Lucid. All right, I like that angle. A little bit historic angle, and he played well. And Lucid was looking on fire coming up into this series and got stuffed.
True.
Got stuffed by Canyon. So
we do always like the little callbacks, with them having, obviously, Lucid stepping in Canyon shoes.
Yep, absolutely. But the Luawa did not have his day today. There's Keen. This is the real Keen, not you.
Because Cloud Templar is playing top lane in solo queue.
Oh. Is that
maybe
Amumu?
Yeah, that's Cloud Templar cosplaying Amumu.
I see.
Yeah,
that is Amumu.
Maybe I assume that Cloud Templar is like keeps saying I'm Keen, But yeah, we have real Keen here.
I can't wait to see Tuesday's thumbnail.
See? Prince knows!
Prince is a knower.
My boy. My brother.
He gets it because he's an 80 carry player. He understands bot lane.
Yes.
He's like, this is a great support I'd love to play with. He understands.
He's a knower.
The knower.
True analyst.
All right. Do we have any more? Okay. No more from our KR side analysts. All right. This is one of the reasons, though, why Duro innovating on the Rift, showing off different builds. We wanted to cover that one here, Ox.
Yeah, we just want to talk a little bit about, we've seen Helia and the Diadem, the new support item. So they did change Helia a little bit. and they also made this new support item that builds out of the tier, and Duro went it. It's a really strong combo. He built this item. He only had it for like the last
One fight.
and
One
it did
fight.
so much healing. HLE as well, especially if you have a good amount of damage output, which Seraphine does, you actually get a ton of healing. And the thing is, as you're pumping out damage, the constant healing from the diadem, because every second you're in combat, it does a little heal, will keep giving the Echo procs, the Helia procs out. So the amount of healing you actually get, because bear in mind, Seraphine has a good amount of damage, has a good amount of CC, but the amount of mitigation he had as well was insane. So, you know, this build has been talked about a lot online. Some people have been going out on mages as well, which has been crazy. But yeah, I mean, the fact you can take an enchanter, you win lane, you still have the CC in fights, but just the shielding was insane. It felt like, especially when you have things like the Galio on your team, able to make Chovy really feel immortal.
Yeah, I think the item makes you more valuable in the late game, because I think we already consider Seraphine as a good late game value scaling champion, but I think with this item, I think it's going to be even more in the late game.
And also with the support quest, you know, we have more passive gold for supports, control wards are way cheaper, so I mean, he had 3 full items. When was any time last year you saw support with 3 full items?
But you know,
that never happened.
It doesn't matter. He couldn't get the POM.
Doesn't matter. Didn't get the didn't get kills.
No.
Didn't get kills. You don't get POM. Sorry, Duro. Not even close. But it's kind of like this series, though, right? A 2-0 as we take a look at the standings here between our top 2 teams in both groups. And D plus Kia, they're riding high. They looked good. And then they met the #1 team from Group Baron. And Gen.G look exactly the part here.
Yeah, before this series, I mentioned that like Gen.G had such a insane gameplay, like they're trying the limits, but I think this time around they showed up some solid performance, just slow roll gameplay, and I think this is the Gen.G that we know from already, but I think I really like their draft as well, because I think normally they don't pick this kind of team comp, especially in game 2, they just pick the press R to win team comp, so it feels like it's literally like new version of Gen.G, because like they have new coach, and like I don't know, like in general I'm waiting for Gen.G versus T1, even though they're in the same group, man. I can't wait.
Yeah, I think maybe waiting for playoffs to see this team get challenged, but as we did said, seeing the draft scene, some new changes there, what the changing coaching staff has done to this team, but I think it's not much of a surprise when this team was so strong domestically last year. They didn't change the roster, and surprise, surprise, they're still very strong and undefeated right now in terms of game score as well as series score.
Well, Gen.G, one of the teams that didn't change their roster. The other squad that didn't, BNK FearX, they have had a good run, and they're up against T1, and they always find a way to make it difficult for them, but T1 has looked the part as well. And then the Bros go into action against a heartbroken KT roster. And did I pick the Bros? You know it. Bros, 2-1 over KT tomorrow. I'm only calling that because I'm not going to be here tomorrow. Y'all, it's been a great day of action. Saturday is done. 1 day left in week #2, and you won't want to miss it. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK, thank you so much for watching. And a reminder, justice for supports. Durorse, which is Duro the horse, you'll get it next time.